Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the show today. Hopefully, everybody had themselves a good weekend. Mine was normal and busy as usual. However, I do know today that I'm going to get bombarded. I'll probably end up with many people in here today because we have to talk about WrestleMania. I know. It is what it is. Nevertheless, Thundero seems to be having mic trouble. That's okay. He'll figure it out here in a second. But yeah, WrestleMania. The one thing I saw from I just watch highlights. I didn't watch the thing itself. The one thing I saw from the highlights, however, was that finally, after all these years, RTruth won at WrestleMania. That's my big takeaway. That's my happy moment. Good for RTruth. Now I'm going to go over here and hit that like share button. Hopefully you guys will do the same. And we'll get into talking about this right away. But like I said, Thunder was trying to work on his thing, I guess. But how many of you guys watched WrestleMania this year? And like I said, I watched the highlights. For Thundero. See what I do for him, right? But nevertheless, welcome. And we will get into that right away. Now, the one thing I did notice, I have noticed as of late, there were certainly some good matches. A couple of them that were really sharp and nice. But one thing I've noticed with WWE, and I've been trying to put my finger on it because I watch it every now and then to try to keep up a little bit. But what I've noticed is because I was like, the wrestling isn't as good as it used to be, right? So I'm trying to think, what is it? Why is the wrestling not as good as it used to be? I'm trying to, and I think I put my finger on it. It's everything is very practiced, right? Back in the with the ECW, back in those days when you had Mick Foley and the Boys and all those other ones that were doing all the ladder matches and the barbed wire matches and stuff. Of course, they were trying to be as safe as possible. I mean, obviously, that's what you do. But it was reckless and wild, and you didn't know what was going to happen and who was going to end up getting a scar for life. Mick Foley is generally guaranteed for that. But these days, it's so rote, it's so practiced that
Yep.
everything it just doesn't have the excitement it used to have, right? Like I said, there were a couple good matches actually. There were. There's still people who can pull it off, but so much of the wrestling though has become so rote and so overly practiced that it doesn't have that wild edge to it. You still
Right.
have some of the old school guys who can sell it like that. I bring it up, but you got people like Kofi Kingston, R-Truth I mentioned, of course, Dolph Ziggler is the master of this. Of course, they're safe and they're not really getting hurt, but they sell it so well. But these days, these younger wrestlers, it's so practiced that someone's not teaching them how to sell properly. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. But I'm not going to take 100% away from it because there were a couple of good matches, but I just feel like it doesn't have the edge it used to have. What do you think, Thunder?
Are we talking about WrestleMania? I
You're
take it. I
damn
couldn't hear
right
you.
we
That's why I
are.
kept dropping it out. What's that?
Of course we are. How dare you even suggest I wouldn't?
I loved WrestleMania. That was one of the best WrestleManias in a very long time. However, the overall state of the wrestling itself, I agree
Mm,
with you. It's
mm.
far too choreographed. It feels far
It's
too
too clean.
almost cinematic in a
Yeah,
way. It's way too clean.
yeah,
It needs to be sloppy again. And by sloppy, I don't mean dangerous. I mean it needs to look sloppy. Guys,
yeah,
they
yeah.
have the entire everybody has the entire catalog of WWE, WWF all the way back. They own basically everything. You can go watch all of the greatest of all time,
Yeah.
and
Or just talk
a
to
great
Mick
example.
Foley.
A great example would be Roddy Piper.
Oh
Go
yeah,
watch a
Roddy's
Roddy
great.
Piper match. Piper's not doing a lot in his matches, but it looks like a fight more often than it don't,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what you want. I say it all the time. You want wrestling to feel like a cowboy movie fight.
Mm-hmm.
The same feeling you get when you're watching a big bar fight in a cowboy movie,
It's
you
probably
want
true,
that
Roger.
same feeling watching wrestling because you just don't know what's going to happen. It's
Right.
frenetic.
Right. It's
It's here,
frenetic.
there, then again.
There's the word for today.
Yeah,
Frenetic. Write it down.
frenetic.
Frenetic. No, that's a good.
And
That's exactly what it's lacking. Yeah.
I do agree that it needs more. Somebody needs to come in and because the people doing the training all know this. The problem is we have the person who handles all the training now is not Triple H, sorry, HBK, Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And
I didn't see any trouble with
he
the
says
the
fine, but
execution.
he has
Yeah,
that same style, that right?
yeah,
He has that very smooth,
it's too
not
clean. Yeah,
floppy style. Yeah, real clean. And if you like that, that's all well and good. But I genuinely think that typically speaking, the top wrestlers of all time are usually some form of frenetic wrestler.
yeah.
They're not clean. They or at least it doesn't look clean. They look like they're actually struggling with each other. And that's what you want. Like if you go watch an old Bret Hart versus Steve Austin match from
Oh,
back in the
geez. Oh,
'90s,
yeah. It's great.
I mean that looks like these two are trying to kill each other.
Steve's
That's what it
still
looks
around,
like.
man. You can talk to Steve.
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
Brett's still around too.
Yep.
You go get Mick Foley. He's right. I know he's part of the system. Go get Mick, man. Mick will teach you
Yeah.
how
They,
to do
they get
that
them
stuff.
all. They get them all. And I agree with you though. I do think that a lot of the wrestlers they need to they've got see what happens is they learn all these fundamentals and they get them hammered in and hammered in. They do all these repetitions on them so that they don't mess up and hurt somebody,
Yeah,
and then they
sure.
do a very basic move and get hurt because it's just wrestling. It just can happen at any
Nah,
moment.
it is what it is. Yeah, yeah.
So what they need to do is okay, you've got it down to muscle memory. Now add to it. You get some flourish in there, get some
Yeah.
flair in there, get some make it like look like you're struggling to hit this guy with this move.
Hmm.
You know, stuff like that. I completely agree. I think it's something that's been lost in the last 20 years or so in
It's too
wrestling,
clean. Yeah.
and it needs to come back. And the only way that's going to happen is if WWE makes a conscious effort to do it. And unfortunately, the people they have running it right now don't seem to be interested in that, especially when you consider the fact that UFC and them, you know, it's the same company. Uh, you would think that they would be able to get a little bit more. I want to say realism, but impact be a better word. So it looks like the stuff they're doing is realistic, right? Like it looks like these are they're throwing real punches, they're throwing real kicks, even though they're not. Like they're not actually punching and kicking each other with all their force. They're still throwing them correctly.
Yeah, yeah. It's
And
just they're not selling.
yeah,
They're not, and that's the
but
issue.
I
Yeah.
do think that this WrestleMania was really, really good. Um, I would say most of the matches were good to okay. There was a couple stinkers, but most of them were pretty good. I love the main event of night two. That was phenomenal. That was just a spectacle. But I mean, it's WrestleMania 40. It's the main event. It should be a spectacle. That's
Well,
the time to
yeah.
do a spectacle.
That's true. That's
Uh,
true.
if you're gonna do it, that's when you do it. The Rock's match was fantastic, actually. The Rock, at his in the early, he's 51, I think. At his age,
Yeah.
to be able to go out there in the cold because it was cold as hell. It was like 40 degrees in the cold to be out there and put on a match for 45 minutes after he hasn't done it in 8 years. That is, I got to give him credit. That
Yeah.
was impressive.
Yeah, no,
The
no.
other
But
guys,
Rock
they're
is
wrestling all
impressive.
the time.
And Ben, you need to
Yeah.
come in here. You got to talk about this. But I 100% agree, Ben. And I want to just mention real quick so I don't forget with the USO there. Um,
Oh, yeah.
I noticed there were several things I noticed I didn't like, and there was things I did like. But one thing I really didn't like was some of these, walk-on songs that they have. Their intro
Yep.
songs are
Yep.
shit.
Yeah.
And the USO
They're
came
bad.
out with what was that Urkel looking mother? Who? What?
That was Little Wayne, bro. That's one of the
Fuck
biggest
off,
wrestlers of all
whoever
time.
Little Wayne is. I don't give a shit about the Waynes or the Littles, but that guy sucked
No, that was terrible.
balls.
That was the worst performance I think of his whole career. He's
It
actually
was.
really good, but that was terrible.
I don't
Um,
need none of it. The other thing that sucked is like, what is that girl you and Ben are in love with? What's her name?
Rhea?
Um, yeah, that one. Someone, the girl that someone needs to call up the '90s to tell her emo's already dead. Um, uh,
No, not anymore. It's not. It's back in a big way.
but
Emo's
that
gone.
her entry song sucks, dude. Sucks.
You don't like Demon in My Dreams?
Whatever the
Like
hell that thing was, it can go away. Okay. Um, And
Or was it the band that you didn't like specifically? The
the
guys
band, yeah,
playing.
I didn't like the song at all. It's not cool for her. She needs something. Go get yourself something cool like some Megadeth, or go
You
get
would
you some
think
Lemmy. Go get you some Lemmy.
they're a multi-billion-dollar company. You would think they could, but apparently that's her favorite band. That's probably why
All
she
right,
has
well,
that.
whatever. I'll speak ill of whoever the hell I want to speak ill of. Ben, tell me.
Oh, Chester,
Uh,
you're crazy.
although,
Rhea's gorgeous.
well,
She's
no,
gorgeous.
no, no. But
It's
as far as female wrestling goes, she's better than most.
oh,
She is.
She's the best female wrestler in WWE specifically's history, as far as the fundamentals, the selling,
he's
all of it.
he's
There's
used my full name. Damn it. All
um,
right,
yeah.
but no,
As
I mean,
far as like
I don't
as a
know who they put
wrestler,
her against though. That was not a good match,
oh,
but
that's
it wasn't
Becky
her
Lynch.
fault
The
though.
problem, Becky was sick, like real sick, and it was really cold out there, and she only weighs 100 pounds.
Nah,
Had a
Rio was carrying her ass. Yeah.
Yeah, Becky a couple years ago went off and had a kid, and when she came back, she was skinny as a rail. Like
Oh,
she lost all her muscle mass. She used to actually be a little jacked, and now she's just a very very skinny Irish woman, and it's very hard to take any of her matches
well,
seriously
you know my
because
opinion on
nothing
these
there.
things. Um, Now, me personally, I mean, if do like you did in the old days, right? Create glow. We'll call it the WWE. You see,
Mhm.
and then you could do it all day long. You throw all your ladies up in there and see if it sells. Go ahead. Right?
Well,
We
they
had
tried, and
Glow, the
it
glorious ladies of wrestling. We could bring it back, make it a thing again.
it's kind of
I'm
like the
sure Vince
WNBA,
owns it.
Chester.
What?
Kind of like the WNBA. It
Oh yeah.
doesn't.
Now I get it because that's why they throw them in with the
If they could get a
dudes because
whole
it won't
roster
sell.
full of Rheas, I could buy it. I think we could get something then. But unfortunately, they don't have a whole roster full of Rheas. They have one Rhea, and I don't think she could carry a show all by herself.
No,
Unfortunately.
and we saw something similar happen with the UFC and boxing, with female boxing.
Yep.
I'm still not interested in female blood sport because I'm not interested at all. I'm just not. But I can say that back in the day, it was really god awful. But as time has gone by, some girls have come forward and took it seriously, and it's improved without question. Remember how Ronda Rousey was the schnizzle? Remember?
Yeah.
Right? So everyone was talking about her. So I went and watched the match, and she's god awful. She's a horrible
Yeah.
fighter. She has zero
Yeah.
skill. She just goes in
As soon as
flailing.
she got in there with somebody who could actually fight,
Put
she
her
got
down.
absolutely
Yeah,
crushed.
she got
Yeah.
she got
It was
absolutely
wasn't even a fight.
crushed. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, everyone was on about, oh, Ronda Rousey, she kicked my ass, dude. She could barely get out of a wet paper bag. What are you talking about? I mean, talk about a
Uh,
complete lack of understanding of how to fight.
she was even worse as a wrestler. She was in WWE for a few years, and it
Well, that's a
was
better place for her, I think.
no, it isn't.
Oh,
It
sure. Oh,
isn't
too
at
bad.
all.
Oh, too bad. Too bad. I'd have got nothing against Ronda. She seems like a nice girl. Um.
Yeah, I don't dislike Ronda on a personal level, but it was the hype train, right? And
Oh, right,
that's what
right.
happened.
Yeah.
That hype train, it just a lot of times it ends up derailing. Um, the good thing about a girl like Rhea, she's still pretty young. I think she's only like 26 or 27, something like that. So she's still got a good few years in her, and she just keeps getting more and more over. That Chester WrestleMania 40 was the biggest WrestleMania of all time. It had the
They were full. They were full.
highest revenues. It had the most viewers. I'm pretty sure. Uh, biggest I mean, Triple H said in the press conference afterwards that by every metric you could come up with, this was the greatest
Well,
WrestleMania of
I
all
don't
time.
believe a single thing Hunter says. However,
Well,
I saw the
he's saying
arena
it
and it was
publicly as
packed.
an offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was packed 2 nights in a row. Plus, if you want to be real picky, you could count the whole weekend, not only the 2 night, but also you had Friday, which was SmackDown. It was sold out, and then Monday, the Raw after Mania had 20,000 in attendance
Right.
at a
You
Raw.
know what? It helped them
That's
out a lot
crazy.
if Donald Trump showed up.
He's been there before.
Yeah, that would have helped them out a lot. It would have helped them out. Yeah.
No, it,
Uh,
it was honestly. I loved the. Obviously, I loved the main event. There was a few nitpicks here or there, but by and large, it did exactly what it needed to do.
Mhm.
and it was a spectacle, which is what I mean. It's like I said, WrestleMania. It's the 40th one of these. You're only ever going to get one 40th WrestleMania. You might as well go all out,
Right.
right?
Well, one of
Uh,
the problem I have with the main event is this. Cody is an absolute technician, right?
yeah,
You can argue with me all day. His brother is better than he is.
I agree.
Okay.
No, I actually agree.
Um,
As a
uh,
wrestler, yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
he's just better, straight up. But Cody is a technician, and of course he comes from a family. He's been taught since he was a kid. He's an absolute technician. But here's the thing: in that fight, he was carrying the other guy. I
Carrying
feel.
Roman a bit.
I feel. Yeah, I felt so, and I didn't realize that Roman was as skill didn't have the level. I imagine because he's a legacy wrestler too, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, yeah. I just expected he'd be sharper than he was because I've never really seen him fight much. I remember he was in the Shield, I think, and that's probably the
Yep.
most of what I saw him wrestle. So I don't really watch Roman, but yeah, I was surprised. There were many moments because I know the mechanics. We know the mechanics of wrestling. There were many times Cody was having to cover up for him, and I was like, wow, I didn't expect that shit, dude.
And Cody is underrated as a worker because a lot of people,
He's a good
especially
worker.
back in the day when he was on the independents and stuff, they would always dog on him because he doesn't wrestle that style. He wrestles a very WWE style, but that's perfect since he's the guy in WWE now, so that works out great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not taking anything with Roman. It was a good fight. I noticed several moments, mechanically, the stuff you're not supposed to see, Cody having to cover stuff. And I didn't expect that because I thought Roman was a legacy fighter as well. And therefore would have been trained since a little boy, like Cody was, right? Hey Ben, what's up, dude?
You're speaking ill of my girl, and I have to come in and defend her.
Roman is your girl? All right.
I
He
just,
does have very pretty hair. I'll
it's
give him
very
that.
pretty hair. Always has it
He's
nice
got
and
pretty
wet.
hair. He does have pretty hair. You have to give him that. He's got that nice caramel skin too. Yeah, it's
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I mean, I acknowledge that as far as the women go, she's a pretty solid wrestler.
She is.
I just don't care for
Aside
female
from
wrestlers.
aside from the '90s Japan, where
Eh,
you're living right now, she is probably the best North American female wrestler of all time. Like as far as skill, not
maybe.
maybe as impact, but as far as in ring skill, it's. I mean, she should be. If she was a dude, she'd be one of the better dudes.
Well,
Like
I've
she's
seen
that
her
good.
fight 3 times, and
Yep.
each time I saw the one you said was the best fight that she ever had, and
Yep.
okay, but it was, I'd rather watch a guy wrestle, but whatever. The 3 times I saw her fight, her wrestle, each time she was carrying the other people in the ring, every time.
Every time, every match.
And that, for those of us who've been watching wrestling since we were little, we can see that shit, right?
And she's not the veteran in those matches.
It doesn't
She's still
matter.
young in her career.
And that's good on her. I mean, she's being safe and she's protecting people, which is what she's supposed to do. So it's all good. It's all good. But every match I've seen her fight, she's carrying the people. And the problem with that is she can't shine unless she has someone there of equal level so that they can really go, right?
Yep, I
That's
agree.
the
I,
problem.
I honestly don't think we've seen anywhere near it because one, she doesn't
Probably not.
have somebody who can go with her at the same speed,
Right.
at the same aptitude. So that holds her back because all the greatest guys, right? All the greatest dude wrestlers always had at least one guy
Yeah, yeah,
they
they
just
could work
had
with.
it
Yeah, yeah.
together.
She
Yeah,
needs something like that.
and
And the
she
problem is
needs
if you
that
give
stuff.
her a dude to do that with, he's going to be constantly undering himself, which you'll see, right? So I don't
And
know. It's a pickle.
I doubt WWE will ever do intergender matches like
I
that.
don't
I
think
just
they should.
not really. I mean, I know they've done them a couple times here or there
Well, they
before,
put
but
too
they were
much
always
pressure on the
gimmicks.
dudes.
Yeah, and that not only that, it's just personally, I don't think they want to see that.
Well, maybe you
They're
could put a Dudley on her.
you could their advertisers and stuff probably don't want to watch a man beat up a woman.
Right. Oh,
Just saying that's probably not.
you put Hacksaw on her.
Oh God, old Jim Duggan, old hacksaw himself.
There's a
I
lot of,
like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
well, I was going to say there's a lot of fans that really want the Jade versus Rhea, but I think Jade's too green still. I think she needs
Yeah.
to get her rope development done a little bit more, because you can see her; she's doing squash matches right now, but I can still see that she's a little rusty. She's not quite as good as what she needs to be at this level.
Now they're working on it. I'm sure. I'm sure they're
Yeah.
working on it. They've made a decision to integrate the ladies in the whole, to really integrate. So therefore, they must be working these girls real hard behind the scenes, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The only other one that they have right now that is on the main level and has been world champion and everything is a woman that's close to Rhea is Bianca. But for some reason, the last 6 months or so, she's been kind of taking a back seat. I don't know what that's about, but she's
Injury, something like that.
I maybe as far as in ring athleticism, she's right up there. Like it's really good. It's just what Rhea does very very well is the psychological selling stuff. She's just so good at it. Like
Oh yeah.
everything she gets hit with, she's selling perfectly. There's never a time where she's overselling or underselling. It's just the right amount, and that's
You-
just something they can try to teach you. But if you don't get it, you just don't get it.
Well,
But
you
we've
know
seen
who she
plenty of
reminds me of? She reminds me of Randy Orton a little bit, right?
Yeah.
How dare you?
No, hold on. Let me justify that. Hold on. This kind of goes to what Thundera's talking about, right? In that it's not just being athletic in the ring. There's a lot of people who can be athletic, but you have to put on a performance, right? If you saw Elimination Chamber, Randy put on a performance where a lot of people were like sitting there leaning back, going like, did he legitimately hurt his back again? Like people were
Yeah.
like kayfabe, like we're lost. We don't know. Is it fake or is it real?
Because
right?
he's the apex predator, the Viper.
Well, no, you can label
mental
people a lot of
assassin.
things. It doesn't matter, right? It matters is if you can put on a performance, and I
Yeah,
think
no,
that's what
Randy's
she does,
awesome. Yeah.
is she can put on a performance in the ring, not just be athletic and physical, but put a performance on that helps tell a story. And I think that's what her real selling factor is, right? And I'm not saying she's at Randy's level, but I think she understands like what he was talking about, the psychology of doing a good wrestling match is part of that performance.
Well, I couldn't pay attention because I had that stupid baby Wayne, whatever the frick his name is. What the hell was that shit? Did you see that shit? So lame. He came out like Urkel. You know, Urkel. I'm gonna get the rapper. Here's the rapper. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, dude.
Listen,
Man,
how
Wayne's
dare you?
catching it.
That was the best part of the Jimmy and Jay match, okay?
That's
That
true.
was a bad match.
Unfortunately.
Dude, how could the Usos be so bad? Those are
I
true
don't know.
legacy guys.
Everyone
good
was
wrestlers.
hoping for another Hart v Hart match, and it was absolutely
bad.
fucking awful.
Yeah, it was bad.
They literally just spammed super kicks for like 4 minutes straight. Like what?
Oh.
What am I watching right here?
Yeah, no, it wasn't good, dude. And it's and we know they're great. Those guys are really, really good.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
We know.
They have, and you would think they'd have great chemistry together, being they're basically the same
Well,
person because they're twins.
They've probably grown up wrestling each other for decades.
Well,
Stuff,
they're
right?
legacy kids, yeah. So for sure, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, they're Ricky
Well, I mean,
boys.
like somebody made the joke that the best part of the Jimmy versus Jay was when they fought each other on the ramp during the final match on night 2. Like that, they legitimately did a better match there than they did in their actual match.
Yep.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, I need help. You guys got to help me out.
Uh-oh.
Someone in the
Uh-oh.
chat, anyone that's over in California, I need you to go to the 619 area code. I need you to find Ray. Say we love you, man.
Uh-oh.
But please retire, please, God, please.
He does need to retire. I agree.
I mean, I love me some
don't-
Ray, man. I love Ray Mysterio. We all
I
love Ray
know he's
Mysterio,
been
but
very good
damn
with
it,
his money.
dude.
Right? Ray's set. Ray's got all kinds of money. He's been very
He
good
oughta.
with his money. He seems like a level-headed guy outside of the ring. So I don't know why he continues to go with the pace he's going. He could easily be
Did
a
you see
part-time
him?
guy.
Did you see him?
Yes, I've seen him. Yes,
dude,
he's not. He's unfortunately not Rey Mysterio anymore.
Yeah, but but with that, he threw himself 10 meters outside the ring. What the hell are you doing, Ray? I mean,
making money. Apparently,
it's WrestleMania. Everybody wants to have the WrestleMania moment. They want to have their thing that gets clipped a billion times, right? That's what he's going for.
He's broken everything. He's like Jackie Chan. We don't need please.
He literally has.
I don't want to see him in a Hall of Fame interview in a wheelchair. Is my point.
Right.
Yeah.
I think everybody wants to avoid that. Right?
I think what he's probably doing is he's gonna, he's obviously still under contract, and I think his hope is to eventually pass his mask to his son.
which is cool.
The problem is his son's not
Dominic
as good
doesn't
as
want that.
yeah. Dom's not as good as him. And granted, he's a lot younger. He doesn't have the pedigree, but even at that age, Ray was way
Oh,
better.
Ray. Well, but see, Ray is the. You remember the movie Gattaca?
I do.
Yeah, remember that one of the best lines in that movie is him telling his brother why he always won the swimming, challenges with his brother, and it's because he never left anything to come back. And that's Rey Mysterio. He throws himself out there. He doesn't think about injury. He knows it's going to happen eventually. He just goes. And most humans, that's why I said Jackie Chan, because it's another similar human. Most people don't have that brain,
Yep.
right? And Ray
Yep.
has that kind of brain. That's why I'm worried about him,
I mean,
because he
think
he,
about it.
he
Ray
needs
is
to.
tiny. He's a
He is.
tiny, tiny, tiny man, and he's in an industry that historically, not so much anymore, but historically was filled with giants. And he became one of the greatest of all time.
Oh yeah.
He's a
Yep.
legit Hall
He
of Famer. He
outlasted them
wasn't
all.
given that. Like,
Well, he
yeah,
outlasted Muta. He outlasted the brothers. He's outlasted everybody. All
he
those little
is.
guys.
As far as when WWE says things like he's the greatest luchador of all time, I honestly don't know how anybody could argue.
Well,
Genuine. Like, what's the argument against it? I know there's
you
some
have
in
that
Mexico
rapist
who
and
have done
murder guy. He was pretty bad.
amazing things, but honestly, I think Ray is the guy.
Yeah,
So
he's
he
great.
doesn't have anything to prove anymore. I honestly think that's got to be what it is. He's just waiting until either Dom's ready or he thinks Dom's ready, and he's gonna do what he should
Yeah,
do and give him the
pass it
match.
along. Yeah, no, it would be cool. It would be nice to see that, but the boys got to step up, I guess. I'm just watching
Well,
that
he's
match, and I
also
was really
absolutely
concerned.
hated.
Every time Ray threw himself one place or another, I was like feeling it, right?
That was my wife with every Undertaker match for the last little while. So he's retired now, thankfully.
Thank
But
goodness. Yeah.
every time she'd watch him, be like, he's gonna die. I can't. He's gonna kill himself. He's got to get out of there.
No, he does. But you remember, it was many years ago, but remember when Undertaker lost his first WrestleMania match?
I do.
And I know that they
It was
probably
exactly
said it.
10 years ago.
It was
Yeah.
10 years ago. But I know they set it up to for it to happen, but it was clear he was injured somewhere either before he got in the ring or during the ring. I think it was before.
Yeah.
I felt. But it was so bad. It was so bad. I was like, please just retire him. What are you doing?
Yeah. Literally, when he walked back through the curtain, he collapsed. He was hurt. They took him to the
No, you
hospital.
could
Everything.
see it, dude. You
Yeah.
could see it. Obviously. Some guys can go a long time, like Gigi Woo. He
Oh,
kept.
Rick.
Yeah, he was pretty sharp there. Even at the end, he was doing his thing. Still,
Yeah.
even though he's an ancient man. That do you remember Ben? My son would say Gigi Woo. You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember
It
that.
was
Yeah.
super cute. It was super cute. Yeah. Gigi
Yeah.
Woo.
But did you enjoy WrestleMania? That's my question.
I didn't watch the
Overall.
whole thing. I watched highlights.
Oh well, you missed some stuff then.
I'm sure.
No, you probably got what you needed.
Yeah. No, I saw some good stuff. I just feel like that in general, especially with the younger people, they're playing it way too safe. It's way too rehearsed. And the young ones can't sell. No one's teaching them how to sell, how to be a character, right?
Mm.
Like for instance, I don't know what's going on with that something Barrett. No, not Barrett. Braid Wyatt, something Wyatt.
Bray? Oh, well, Bray's dead,
Bray.
so nothing's
Bray.
Bray's
going on
dead.
with Bray.
Bray Wyatt's dead?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like he
He's been
died?
dead for about a year, or almost
Yeah,
a
he's
year.
been dead for
Jesus
a year now or something like that.
Christ,
Yeah.
man. And we probably talked about when it happened too, but these
We did,
wrestlers,
yeah.
man.
Apparently, he got COVID, and it messed up his heart. And
Oh,
then,
okay. I know. I remember.
yeah, he had
But
to wear the
just
heart vest thing, and I guess he didn't. And had a heart attack.
okay. Well, using him as an example, nevertheless. I mean, he was a solid wrestler. Actually, his ring work was fine. But he was great at selling characters, though.
Yeah.
He was really good at that. And they just need to teach these younger guys because they don't have any character. They all look the same to me. I didn't recognize any of them. There was like some big crazy chaotic Money in the Bank match with for the tag team, both Raw and SmackDown.
Yep,
And it was just absolutely stupidly chaotic. The only ones in
it
there
was.
that were having any kind of control over the situation were R-Truth and Kofi.
How
Um,
about RTruth, bro?
yeah, I was
That dude's
happy
older
for him,
than
dude.
you, Chester.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure he's. How old are you?
I'm 53.
Okay, so he's the same age as you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was
RTruth's the
happy for
same age as
R-Truth.
you.
I was happy for him, dude.
Did you notice
That's
that R-Truth
crazy.
was pulling off like nothing but like Cena moves during that whole tag team match?
Yeah, yeah, that's his gimmick now. He
He,
because he said Cena was his childhood hero,
oh,
Oh,
that's
okay.
right. Oh, that's
even though
Even though
he's
right.
he's
Yeah.
older than
older.
Cena.
Yeah.
Even though he's older than Cena.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
great.
yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
Yeah,
But no,
I
I
guess
was
I
like,
missed
R-Truth's
that part
great.
because I was watching. I was like, it's all Cena moves. Like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah, but
And
during
then he
that
got a
match,
tag.
well, that was crazy chaotic match, right? But did you notice, Ben, during that match, how much work Kofi was doing to try keep people from cutting their heads off? Did you notice? Did you watch what Kofi was doing? Because most of the time he was just making sure people weren't killing themselves.
Yeah,
He was playing goalie the whole time, dude.
but they're trying things, and I'm not opposed to them trying things because there's been some really epic three-way like ladder matches. So if you think like Dudley Boys
Mm,
versus Christian and Edge,
Edge, yeah.
and then the Hardy Boys, right?
Yeah.
Those three had the most epic like ladder match, tables,
Yep.
ladders, and chairs. I mean, it was so epic it made a whole pay-per-view unto itself, right? Tables, ladders, and chairs, right? And so I think what they're doing is they're floating this idea that we're in a new era, which I tend to agree with. They're calling it the Paul Levesque era. We'll see if that's actually what it gets called, but I think what they're doing is experimenting for chemistry with some of these tag teams because the reality is that they've needed to strengthen the tag division a lot. The tag division has been a hot mess for a while,
Yeah.
and it needs some fresh blood. So I'm not opposed to them experimenting and
Yeah, no.
trying to see who has chemistry and who can jive well.
Right. But I just felt bad for Kofi, dude. I mean, he was
I would
babysitting the whole
say
match.
when it comes to ladder matches, not forever, but for a little while, we need to retire it. And the reason
Oh yeah,
being is because they've kind of done everything. Like,
They
what
have
more
it.
can they possibly do in a ladder match
Yeah.
that we
It
haven't
was
seen them
pretty
do
rote.
already?
That's true. It
Yeah,
was.
so they need to chill out on it, come up with some new ideas in it for it, and just let the people forget about them for a little while.
yeah.
And then the next time it comes back, it'll be, oh my god, oh
You're
I
right.
forgot
Yeah,
this was so
maybe. Yeah,
cool.
maybe that's a good way to go about it. But actually, one of the most memorable Money in the Bank matches I remember was the Hardy Boys. I can't remember who else. It's almost like I want to say Mr. Perfect.
What? Really?
Couldn't be. He was dead already before they invented the Money in the
Or
Bank.
Sid
Unless
Vicious
you mean
or
ladder matches.
Sid
some
Vicious.
like no, it was a guy, a blonde, curly hair blonde guy, and just ripped, freaking ripped. Um, I can't remember his name. Anyway, it was a Money in the Bank thing with the Hardy Boys, and Mick Foley was out helping. And he was confused the
Bound
whole
to help.
time, of course, which was beautiful acting. And it was just funny. And there was a moment where, because it wasn't serious, but there was a moment where he poured his bag of tacks out. And
Yeah.
what's the older Hardy Boys brother's name? Matt.
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 Yeah.
Matt just wanted. Mick was talking to him, and you couldn't hear what they were saying, but it was obviously Mick was saying, "This is great for your career" or something like that. Fall on the tax. So Matt decided to do it. I'm sure it was planned, but that's not something you practice. But Matt went and did the fall because Mick showed him like twice how to do it, right? And he's just
Yep.
his back's full of tacks, and Matt went and fell on it to do it, and he got up, and he just the look on his face, and he's like, "Fuck!" You guys remember
Yep.
that? Man, that was funny. It wasn't a serious match though, but
Um,
it was funny.
there are certain things you cannot be taught in tacks
Right.
in your back. It's just you just gotta experience it.
But Mick showed him how to
It
do it twice.
the crazy thing is it hurts a lot less than anybody thinks. One, your back's really tough. At least most, especially wrestlers' backs, are really tough. And two, you're so pumped full of adrenaline that
Right.
you don't really feel it. You'll feel it later though, when that starts to heal and gets all itchy and everything, all those little punctures.
Oh
You'll feel
yeah,
that.
that's gotta suck. Yeah.
But in the moment, you don't feel it
Billy
as much as
Gunn,
you would
Maple
expect.
Chic says.
Might have
Oh,
been Billy Gunn. That
Yeah,
matches
maybe it
it.
was Billy Gunn. Yeah.
And
It
that's at the
wasn't
same
Dolph.
era. Yeah.
What was that, Ben?
Billy Gunn would have matches your description, and he's in that same era you're talking about.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably a
Yeah.
likely choice.
No, it'd probably Billy Gunn. It's definitely not Dolph Ziggler, Dave. No,
No.
Dolph's my boy. I remember him.
He's
And I'm
in Japan now, Chester. He wrestles. He's
does
been
he?
wrestling over there.
Oh, good. Then he's hurting more now than he was later. Uh, Japanese are a bit psychotic with their wrestling.
No, not Japan.
Yeah. Yeah. What is this over here? Dave's talking about people do love wrestling over here, man. Watch an old school wrestling match or Bruno San Martino and superstar Billy Graham. Yeah, that's true. Selling an armbar and chin lock for 25 minutes. Yeah, those old dudes knew how to sell, man. I'm just saying, I agree with Ben with the experimentation and stuff like that, and trying to do more things and see who's going to stick and who's going to be popular. I get that. That's cool. But yeah, someone needs to get in there and teach these young guys how to sell shit, dude. You know?
Well, right now, here's what's going to be the problem. Right now, WWE is the hottest, depending on how you look at the numbers, the hottest it's been at least in 20 years. They keep saying ever since ever.
They're
I
making
don't buy
money.
that.
Yeah.
They're making a ton of money. Cody Rhodes is the biggest draw they've had since Austin, not since Cena. People keep trying to say he's going to surpass Cena. He's already surpassed Cena. He broke every one of Cena's records. He's already broken. The only one he doesn't have is longevity, and we'll see if he has that or not. But you can't really say he hasn't surpassed Cena when they just had the biggest WrestleMania of all time. Granted, he had help from The Rock and Roman, but still,
Sure.
biggest WrestleMania of all time. They sold out the Raw after Mania with 20,000 plus people, and only Cody was the only like headline guy that was scheduled for it. The Rock showed up anyway, but nobody knew he was going to be there. They've sold out like I think it's 20 weeks in a row, every show, something like that.
Hmm.
On WrestleMania weekend
it's fun.
alone, Cody sold over $1 million in merchandise. Like, you don't have to like the guy, and you can be a big Cena dick rider all you want to look at the numbers and be like, oh well, yeah, he's beaten him. Like it's that
I've
simple. And
never
that's the
been a,
point.
I've never been a Cena fan.
Somebody should have already done that because
Yeah.
Cena would want that now anyway. Maybe not back in the day,
Right.
but now he would want somebody to surpass him in every way. So
Sure.
I mean, Roman broke the record for the most WrestleMania main events. He beat Hogan out, so he has the most Mania main events. He has the longest reign since Hogan, and Cody has been in here just breaking every one of their metrics
Isn't
as
it
far as
interesting
attendance.
that it
Everything.
ended up being Cody?
Cody,
Isn't
and
it
you know what's
interesting?
crazy is who was it that said it recently? I think it was Shawn Michaels. It was Shawn Michaels. He was doing an interview, and he says he remembers, and Cody talks about this all the time, and I remember it too. When they did, him and Dustin inducted Dusty into the Hall of Fame. They did the speech
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
Cody did most of it because Dustin is great, but he's not that great of a talker. But Cody is, obviously, a very great talker, and he always was, even when he was real young. He was like 21, 22 when he gave that speech. And everybody watched it, and they were like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, this guy has all the charisma in the world. Why? What are we doing here? Because he was already in the system, like in the developmental at the time,
Oh yeah.
but
He's
he
been there
hadn't been brought
forever.
up yet. So I watched that too, and I had the exact same thought all those guys did. Like, whoa, this guy's a future world champion if they don't screw him up. Like, he can
Right.
talk. He's got it. He got that it factor. And
Yeah.
then it took
I
him
question
because
that.
Vince McMahon is, stupid and an old man who couldn't let go and
Oh my
forgot
God.
that, he just didn't have it. He could never accept that he didn't have it anymore. He just couldn't do it. And he didn't have it anymore for various reasons. We won't get into them here, but basically he didn't have it anymore. And he couldn't see things like a Cody Rhodes who'd been grinding and grinding and grinding in his company in retarded gimmicks that were going nowhere.
Yeah.
That were designed to go nowhere. And he had him right there. Imagine if he would have done that, let Cody be Cody, because all Cody's done is just be himself. In all honesty, they say it all the time in wrestling, just turn your own personality up to 11. That's all he did. He actually does walk around in suits all the time, and he actually does, smoke cigars and all that stuff. That's actually his personality. He just takes it and turns it up a notch. And that's what usually works if you're an entertaining person or,
Right. Well,
charismatic.
I think the part of it, and you guys may agree with this or not, but because I've seen Cody his entire career, and
Yeah.
I've never been a huge fan of Cody, When he's with his brother doing tag team, it's wonderful. You could tell how many times they practiced when they were kids, right? But I've never been a huge Cody fan. But I think one of his problems was he had he's too much of a baby face. Now that he's older,
Mm.
him in a suit with a cigar looks act correct, whereas a younger Cody looks stupid.
Looks like he's putting on airs.
Yes, and I think
He didn't
that's a
look like a
problem
man
he's
yet.
had. Yeah, he
Now
didn't
that
look
he's
like a man
physically
yet. That's
matured
true.
into his personality or whatever you want to call it, it fits.
Is that a
And
real tattoo?
it is a
Yeah.
real tattoo. Yeah.
Jesus.
When he got that tattoo, even his own wife said, I wasn't for it. His own wife went on TV and said, I don't like this tattoo, but
What did he
his
say
wife,
recently? Like, if he could talk to his father, he'd say, "Here's the belt, and I'm sorry for this tattoo," or something. Like,
yes.
yeah,
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 fair
no,
enough.
I don't know what the plan was there, but it was a bad one. And I think he understands that, but
it's a choice.
yeah,
It's a
he made
choice.
a choice. But here's the thing about Cody that is interesting to me. The fact that he does have that heritage finally broke the curse that Vince McMahon placed on his family to just bury them forever because
Mhm.
Vince isn't there anymore. But in fairness to Vince, got to be fair to him, he's the one who brought Cody back. He literally went to the man's house and had dinner with him to try and get him to come back to the company because he realized, okay, this isn't the guy. This guy I want, right? He saw the package and he wanted the American Nightmare. He didn't want whatever he had before. So in fairness to him, that did happen. However, I don't think you get this Cody Rhodes, and I'm going to call him one, a megastar that he is, because he's over as hell. You don't get that with Vince McMahon booking him. Triple H booked that to perfection.
Oh
The
yeah,
entire year, the last year, I still think 39 he should have won, personally. I haven't changed my opinion. But that he didn't, Triple H then went, okay, so now what do I do? How do I build his momentum? Well, the best way to do that, he did the exact right thing. He got him in there with somebody he shouldn't be able to beat. Somebody who should be way out of his league, and that's Brock Lesnar. And him and Brock had a fantastic little rivalry, one of the best rivalries of the year, and it was over nothing. We still have no idea why it happened,
Just because.
except
Yeah.
the
just
beginning of
because.
that was stupid, right? But
Yeah,
you're right; they built it into something. So
they built it into something really cool of Cody overcoming an actual monster, a man who for 20 years has been a beast. He's
Yeah.
the guy,
He is a real
and he is
deal
a
thing.
beast,
Yeah.
right? Um,
Uh,
and they built him for a year, and they did. Honestly, the only missteps were minor. The weird tag team title thing with him and Jay was weird.
the misstep was called Dwayne Johnson.
Well, yes, but that wasn't Cody's fault. That was Cody actually being a company man, and I think that actually helped him get over because I think everybody kind of understood why Cody did it, like why Cody was okay with it and didn't make a fuss
Sure.
because Cody's that guy. He's a company
Yeah, he's a
guy.
company
He's
guy.
going to,
Yeah.
yeah, he's going to do what he thinks is
Well,
best for the
and
company.
this is a question I have, and maybe you guys can answer this question for me. There are plenty of dudes throughout history that are company guys. The Rhodes are all of them are company guys. Bret Hart. I mean, as hardcore as he could be, that's a company dude, right?
Yep.
Orton. Not
Oh yeah.
Hulk Hogan. Not Hulk Hogan.
No.
But here's my question. Now, can you explain to me what the McMahons had against the Rhodes? Because uh, Dusty, Papa, the American Dream,
Mm.
was beloved, one of the best mic workers of all time, right? And beloved dude, Vince McMahon, and I think the old man too, but I know at least Vince McMahon hated his guts. But
Yep.
but yet Cody was a company guy. I mean, not Cody. Dusty was a company guy, and he was a trainer for them for a long time. He did a lot of things working behind the
Yeah.
scenes with WWF, right? What's the
Yep.
deal? What was the deal with McMahon and
I have.
against the Rhodes? Does anybody know?
I don't think anybody knows. I honestly think it's as superficial and petty as Dusty was fat.
Well, he is
Genuinely.
fat.
I think
Yeah,
that's how petty it is because Vince is one of these dudes
he was
who
fat and beautiful
is
though.
obsessed with physical appearance to a very unhealthy level. And it extends even into what his product that he makes in wrestling.
That's
There's a
true, Maple
reason why
Sheep.
all the guys were
Yeah.
steroided out of their brains and look like comic book characters just because that's what Vince demanded them to.
Right. Well,
Period.
he did the same
They
thing
didn't
with Bam
have to
Bam
be,
Bigelow,
as
right?
we exactly. As we see with all the guys of the same era in the 80s that were all over the world making all kinds of money and drawing, they weren't built like that. They were just normal athletes looking guys, right? They were in good shape, but they weren't,
That
titans.
this comes back to, and I think Thundero's absolutely correct, right? Is that we know that wrestling is a combination of athletic skill, performance, but also like the ability to speak eloquently and put on a good show, right? And Vince has only ever been real obsessed with aesthetics. Like, do you look like Hogan? Are you just like bulbous muscle everywhere, right? That's why he loved Cena, but he got lucked out because Cena could actually talk and do a promo and cut a promo and stuff, right?
Well, he's a wigger though.
Oh my God!
Good Lord!
Oh boy,
brother.
Anyways,
but this is the other thing with Cena too. Is
not allowed to say that anymore?
Cena was actually decent in the ring too, so
Cena could do the thing. He could do the thing.
Cena was adequate in the ring. You don't go to a Cena match to see like stellar performance in the ring, but he would do okay psychology and stuff, right? But he wasn't doing like.
Well, it was because he was so good at building up matches with his.
Right. He was good.
No, if you want the complete package, you need yourself a William Regal. You see.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, Cena could tell a story in the ring. That's what.
I'll agree with that totally. But this is the problem. This is why CM Punk left, because like he was the hottest commodity, but Vince wouldn't push him because for Vince, like CM Punk isn't big enough. He's not a big muscly dude, but he can put on a story. He's great on the mic, and he can tell a story in the ring.
Yeah, Cena's. I mean, Punk is another example of not the best technical wrestler, not the best physique, but amazing on the stick. Yep. Absolutely, probably top 5 on the stick, and can tell a really, really good story in the ring.
You know who my favorite mic worker of all time was? George the Animal Steel.
Oh my God!
In fairness,
mine.
He didn't have to say anything, and he got over.
Break.
But here's the thing, though. One thing I will say about Punk as well is that Punk is a diva.
He is a diva. Yeah, a lot of them
He's absolutely a diva, so that was a part of the problem. But again, Punk wasn't necessarily a company guy, and he and Triple H butted heads a lot. He butted heads with Vince, and
it's interesting now watching him and Triple H seem to really like each other. At least,
that's because Punk wanted. It's revenge, basically.
But they've also grown. Triple H has grown a lot. You know, he's knocked on death's door.
Yeah, that's going to make you grow up real quick. He's also a father of 3 daughters. Like he's not the guy he was 10 years ago.
And he flat out said, I'm here to make money. So, is Punk a hypocrite? Yes, but he's a hypocrite that's good for business.
But he would also be the first one to admit he's a hypocrite, right?
Yeah.
I think he would.
In a roundabout way, he will. He'll never come right out and say that anything is his fault or anything like that. Like that. Did you guys watch that interview he had with Ariel Helwani?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, and then Tony being a dumbass, freaking baby, put the thing. But here's the thing:
everything Punk said in the interview.
Well, it confirmed everything Punk said, but also Punk did leave a couple things out. Punk said he didn't throw a punch. He did.
No, he didn't.
Punk was 100% the aggressor. So, but at the same time, well, he said I kind of choked him a little bit, but here's the thing. He said
I would say he didn't throw a punch though. What people think was a punch was him just kind of doing like a hand gesture, like get him away from.
It was a punch. It was just a shitty punch.
Because I've seen Punk throw punches, and that wasn't a punch. That was
it was a shitty punch because you gotta remember too. There's people holding on to him, everything stuff like that. But the whole thing where Tony's like, "Oh, I was afraid of my life." It's like, dude, come on. But here's the thing.
Like, it also made Jack Perry look bad because Jack Perry said that Punk came up to him with a bunch of guys, and it was just Punk by himself.
Well, two people did come up behind Punk after that, but 2 people came up behind Perry as well. So, But here's the thing.
I've never
Ultimately, it
cared
comes
for
down to
Punk.
this.
Although I do
Yeah.
need to interject in a minute because my water's going to be boiling in a second. Ben, continuing the reminiscence of George the Animal Steel. When I was young, watching him wrestle, I thought it was the pinnacle of back hair. And then I met you.
And then you met me. Yeah. I saw where we were going with that pretty early on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
You know
Go
what's
ahead, Bob.
crazy? You keep bringing him
But
up.
I'm sorry.
George the Animal Steel, until I think he died, but until he
Yeah, he's
did,
dead.
he lived in the city I live in, about 15 minutes from my house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
I love
actually a
George.
good dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was a good dude.
George was good. He was a very
But,
smart guy, believe it or not.
I was just-
He is
Oh,
very
yeah.
smart.
The only reason I mentioned George, even in the beginning, was to get to the Benjo. Just understand. I
It was.
had a plan.
I saw where we were going early on. I was letting the travel.
I wanted to savor it a little.
Yeah.
Let
Yeah.
Bob
Yeah.
get out what he's trying to say for 5 minutes.
Sorry, Bob. Go.
Yeah. Well, I really think Ben should be the illegitimate son of George, and go wrestling. Go wrestle, Ben.
Oh,
How do you
kinda
know
like
I'm
the-
not?
You should be. You should be doing. I think you'd be a superstar.
like the way that they try to say that Paul White was Andre's illegitimate son.
Oh yeah, I remember
White?
that.
The Big Show.
Big Show.
Oh, the Big Show. Oh no, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're different
That was
race.
amazing.
They're
When he first showed up in WCW, they tried to allude that he was Andre's illegitimate son.
Secret
Well, I
son,
mean,
his
Andre's
bastard son.
like Caucasian. I mean, literally Caucasian or Anatolian, isn't he?
He's French.
I think he's French. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
He's
I
French.
know he's French, but I mean his racial makeup. I
His
think
background,
he's like
his ethnicity?
Anatolian of some kind.
I think you're correct.
I think so.
It's been a while since I've done any kind of deep dive on Andre's, heritage, but I'm pretty sure you're correct.
Yeah, I'll go
Yeah.
check it. I'm waiting for my water boy.
But-
You guys continue.
Yeah, but I agree with what you said earlier, man. I think if they pull the trigger on Cody at 39, they have a bigger star than they have now. They have a Cena level super mega star, and I think that's
I
the
personally think
reason
he's bigger
why
than Cena already. Myself, personally,
I don't know. I don't think so.
But regardless, he would definitely have been had they done it last year. Now,
The thing is,
WrestleMania was awesome.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic ending, but I think 39 would have been a better ending, and you could have built this whole year 240 instead of having to kind of rush it at the end because there was a big audible right there in the fourth quarter.
But here's the reason why I say that he is not on the same level as guys like Cena or The Rock. Look at how big a deal The Rock being involved this year was. Even when he was the heel, he was still the biggest star in the ring.
Well, let me be clear.
And yeah,
I'd say he's bigger than Cena. I didn't say he was bigger than The Rock. The Rock.
No. I think
still
Cena
like far above anybody else. By
Cena was the
every basic metric.
Cena was the
just had a lot
last
of
megastar.
longevity. I don't think he was though. I think
he
he was just the only star.
You got to look at the metrics. You got to look at
him.
The draw.
He lost half the audience in 10 years.
Who did?
That's a fact.
That's not his fault though. That's Vince.
Why isn't it? He was the top guy. If the audience would have grown by double, wouldn't he get credit?
Well, you got to remember though that the entertainment industry completely changed. Wrestling went down. But you look at
I'm not saying it was all his fault, but if you're the top guy and the audience goes down, you get that lady at your feet, whether it's right or not. Look what happened to Eddie Guerrero. Happened to Eddie. It wasn't Eddie's fault, totally.
Well, Eddie had a lot of personal problems though.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like
he had a huge bout with alcoholism.
From a professional standpoint,
yeah,
he got
the problem with Cena is that he was the top guy too long. You look at Austin, you look at Austin, you look at The Rock. They were only the top guy for about 5 or 6 years.
Yes.
Okay, Cena was the top guy for like 11 years.
In like 2008, 2009, 2010, somewhere in there. If Cena had done a heel turn then, a real one, not the weird thing he did with Zack Ryder, but an actual heel turn, we would have seen a mega boom.
Yeah,
because
and that was the problem
that we've relearned. It took them decades to do it, but they've relearned recently that heels draw more money than faces.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
yes,
that's the classic. That's classic wrestling. The face should always chase the heel.
Yes.
So here's an interesting theory question. if Vince was still in charge, do you think that we would have still had Cody main eventing, or would he have allowed
No
Rock
way.
to take?
No way.
No.
It would have been Rock Roman. They would have shoved it down everybody's throats.
Yeah,
and it
for
would
the
have been
same reason. For the same reason that he did not. That he submarine Cody in '39. Vince does not want megastars anymore. He wants the brand to be the star.
Right.
That's why you look at Roman. Roman's been the top guy for what? The last
decade,
3.5, 4 years.
Yeah.
He's not on,
Aside
and
from
I
when
don't
he
care
left
what
for his
anybody.
leukemia, he was the top
Yeah.
guy before that too. So it's been
I don't-
basically
yeah.
a decade.
When they were trying to
I don't-
force face, when they were trying to force
Yeah.
him to be a face for all that time,
But here's the thing. He is not Roman. Even though he was the biggest guy, he is not on the same level as guys like The Rock. He's not on the same level as guys like Cena. He's not on the same level as guys like Austin. He's a star. He's not a megastar.
Yeah, I agree.
And-
I would agree that Cena is definitely a bigger deal than Roman, and that's sad too because it's not really Roman's fault. It was
it's not.
horrific booking at the beginning of
Oh
his
God.
run.
Oh God,
That
yeah.
put him in
you
this
look at
position
half
to try
of-
and rebuild himself.
You look at half of his friggin' title matches; they are mediocre at best.
Yeah, Chester was just talking about that actually. He's like, man,
Well-
this guy's he's not very crisp.
It
No,
hurts even
he's
before
not
that.
crisp.
When they split up the Shield, they let him keep the Shield intro and all that stuff, which
Yeah.
felt very artificial, like they were just trying to give him all of the push that the Shield had. Where they made Moxley and Seth like rebrand, and it just felt very hollow. And he from that point forward, he never really had a genuine like push on his own.
Well, Moxley's a better wrestler, but he doesn't have the sellable package, unfortunately.
The problem
Doesn't
with
have
Moxley is Moxley wants to be a death match god.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have, and it's, and death matches are a very niche thing.
Oh, they're horribly niche. That's not going to
Yeah.
appeal to a broader audience like WWE at all.
Now Moxley,
And I love death matches, but I know that it's just my own personal taste, right? It's not going to appeal to the WWE audience writ large. That, in fairness to Cody and The Rock and Roman, because he's part of it too, and I guess Seth, if you want to give him a bone, they've grown the audience for the first time in probably 20 years on a consistent basis.
yes,
I mean, they're selling out every arena they go to. The WrestleMania was the biggest it's ever been. They're getting more mainstream attention than I think they've ever gotten, or at least definitely since the peak of the Attitude Era. They are in. They should just call it the Renaissance era. That's what Cody. Keeps calling it. That's what it should be.
Yeah, Cody was right.
They are in an actual Renaissance, and I honestly never thought it would happen. Never. I actually
Not
agreed
as
with
long as
Punk,
Vince was there.
and I was like, this is just not going to happen. Triple H isn't the guy, but Triple H changed. The guy Triple H that was 10 years ago when Punk did the pipe bomb, or 12 years ago,
It's a different
13
dude.
years ago, whatever it was, is not the same guy today. He's not the same Paul Levesque. He is clearly a much more stoic, much less ego-driven man than he was then, for various reasons. Part of that's probably because he did legitimately basically die and get brought back to life.
Yeah, that'll change your
that has an
perspective pretty
effect on
quick.
most people. And because of that, and because we got the psycho megalomaniac that was Vince McMahon out of the way, who, and in fairness to everybody who's worked under Vince gets a lot of credit he doesn't deserve. He did a lot of great things as a businessman and for the industry as a whole,
Sure.
but most of his top guys were not his creation. It was the guy figured it out, or the guy was a charismatic monster just waiting to happen. All
Which is
Vince
what-
did was
or
basically just get out of the way.
Dusty Rhodes.
Yes.
Someone who was
Rhodes was behind a lot of that, dude.
Yes.
oh yeah.
My point
But
is, Vince gets a lot of credit that he didn't really create. Yeah, he did The Undertaker, but the reality is, The Undertaker would never have worked without Mark Calloway committing to it for 30 years, never doing an interview, really. Like, that
The
just
thing
doesn't
about-
work.
Best
Yeah.
0-word seller of all time.
He's the greatest. He's the greatest wrestling character of all time.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
I agree.
Just
But the thing about
an
Vince-
update real quick. I went and researched. Andre is a Rosimov, and his mother is a Stoev. So I was 100% correct. He is Caucasian.
Okay. But the thing about Vince is, like, Vince is
10 points for
100%.
me.
He is 100% the greatest wrestling promoter of all time. The
Absolutely.
problem is,
Yeah.
Vince didn't want to be the greatest wrestling promoter of all time. He wanted to be considered a media mogul.
Yeah.
Right.
He wanted to be Ted Turner. Ted Turner was his hero. And that's why he did all this crap where he stopped calling it wrestling, started calling it sports entertainment. You couldn't call it the strap. You had to call it the championship. You had to call them superstars, all this crap.
How
And you notice
does
as
it
soon as
feel,
Vince
boy?
was gone, what did they do? Triple H went back to it's a freaking wrestling show.
That's right.
Yeah.
How good does it feel after my entire life, really? But really, it didn't start until like the late 90s, early 2000s, where Vince was really on not calling it wrestling. How good does it feel that we finally get to just call it what it is without
Yep.
some weirdo psychopath yelling at people, yelling at them in their headset, calling them all kinds of motherfuckers for daring to call pro wrestling in a wrestling company named World Wrestling Entertainment? They weren't
Yep.
allowed to call it wrestling. How insane is that? That's insanity. And that's what every wrestling fan had to deal with. Everybody who worked there had to deal with. Everybody in the media around it had to deal with this lunatic at the helm. Vince was
Yep.
a madman. Now,
Oh.
granted, that
That's true.
madness drove great things when it came to the industry, took it to levels nobody ever even thought was possible. But
just to interject, though, real quick,
Go ahead.
with what was said with Turner, him wanting to be Ted Turner, the real problem for Vince is he's coming out of a small time promoter with his family, and
Yep.
he did turn into something amazing. But Ted Turner is blue blood,
Oh, yeah.
old money.
Super well.
And matter of fact, Ted Turner, just it doesn't matter, but he went to my alma mater.
Listen, yeah,
And
listen,
but
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
it's uncomparable, is my point.
it's
Yeah.
true. The
But the thing
aristocratic
is,
blood is
and
not
here's
in
the thing:
Vince.
if Vince
Vince is a
was
poor
still in
boy.
charge, if Vince was still in charge, uh, the way that they pivoted and turned this WrestleMania into one of the best WrestleManias ever never happens because Vince would have been like, "Screw it, we're doing it anyway."
Yep.
Because Vince would
Absolutely.
not. Vince was not programming for the fans. He was not trying to make the best show possible. Vince was programming for an audience of one, himself.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And that's why the last 5 or 6 years of WWE was dog shit, and that's why
Remember
AEW
2019?
exists.
Bro, 2019 was the worst wrestling. I've been watching wrestling since I was 3 years old. I am 39. So for 36 years, I've been watching pro wrestling. 2019 was the worst year in the history of the business, in my opinion.
I would say it was the second
horrific.
worst year. WCW 2000 was the worst year ever.
WCW
Yeah, that's
2000
it.
was pretty terrible too.
Well,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
The end of the 90s
2019,
was a bad time for everything, wasn't it?
Well, WCW 2000 was just like epically bad because Vince Russo
It
was in
was.
charge. I mean, we had friggin' Viagra on a pole matches.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Dude,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
dog shit.
2019 had, let's see, it had the ridiculous Rusev Cuck storyline that went on
Yep.
for
It had
months.
Roman getting covered in dog food.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
they
when we got
buried Roman
Hollywood
in dog
Hogan
food.
No.
that
Oh,
was
no. Hollywood Hogan was in the early 90s.
late 90s.
in late
Well, mid to
90s?
late
Yeah.
90s.
No,
96.
Hollywood Hogan was 94.
Oh, okay.
No, it was 96. It was Bash at the Beach 96.
That was like
Oh,
Hollywood Hogan was the
yeah,
height of
Hogan went to WCW in 2000
Yeah.
to the end of 2004. Yeah.
Painted
but
beards. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Hey, it gave us Scott Steiner, and without
Oh,
it gave
dude,
us
the Steiner brothers. Oh, now you're
if
talking.
it gave us Big Papa Pump, and then from that
Yeah.
we got the Steiner math promo.
All
So
right. I've been
Yeah,
asking
that's
all
fair.
wrestling
That's
fans,
fair.
does anybody like the name Braun Breaker?
no.
No.
dude, that's Vince again.
Let
That's a
him
whole
be Braun
stupid
Steiner.
name.
It just makes no
Yeah.
sense.
No, he
Just
didn't
let
want
him
to
be
do that
Rex
because
That's his name.
I know. But the thing is Vince didn't want to use the Steiner name because he wants to own the names.
Well, yeah, but they were
They gotta change it.
WCW originally, right?
He owns WCW.
Well, they own their own stuff. They were
Yeah, but
independent,
before the
and then
Steiners, I'm
WCW.
pretty sure were doing their thing on a different. They weren't WWF. They were somewhere else.
No,
No,
yeah,
they
you're
weren't.
right.
Now
They were
Vince
mostly
bought everything. I
WCW.
understand that, but I think it was a WCW.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They also made a big name for themselves in Japan, and that's what
Yeah,
got them
Steiner's
New
put on
freaking
Japan,
awesome. Love them, dude.
New Japan and All Japan.
I do have another question though. If you guys, I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this, but I had heard on some wrestling podcast, I think it might have been The Sheik, maybe, But anyway, I had heard that in New York, of course, Vince's Papa McMahon, right, was a New York wrestling promoter, right, and that Trump, Papa Trump, Donald's father, who was also a real
Yep.
estate mogul, right? He and Papa McMahon were friends, and this is how Trump and Vince met when they were young. Now, I don't know if that's true at all, but I had heard that not too long ago.
Would make sense.
And I'm kind of curious if you guys know if that's true or not.
I don't
Not
know,
sure.
but it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah,
I
Trump
know
and Vince
that
have known each
Trump.
other a long time.
Yeah,
A
I know
long.
that Trump is the curtain where Titan Towers is right now. Yeah, that Trump is the one who secured that land for him. So
Right. Because it's obviously been friends for a while, but I'd heard that. I think it was on Iron Sheik podcast. Is that a thing? I think it's a thing. Pretty sure it was
No,
Iron
Iron
Sheik who
Sheik is
speaking.
unfortunately.
Sheik's been dead for a while.
Yeah, he passed. But
Who was it
maybe
then?
maybe it was Wrestling Observer or Busted Open or
I
Chris
do
Van
miss the
Vliet.
Sheik though. I do miss the Sheik. Sheiky baby.
Oh, dude, the Sheik
Did
was
Sheik
awesome.
did Sheik do podcasts before he died?
I don't
He would
think
go.
so.
He would
He
go
would do
on
some
stuff.
interviews, but they were years ago, most of
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm old. Time means nothing to me.
them.
Because I really think it was Sheik that said it, so it could have been years ago. But I just it just popped in my head. We were talking about all this
Yeah.
kind of stuff. But I thought that was kind of interesting that they've actually been friends since they were young.
Yeah, they've been friends for
Oh, they've been friends for
at
a
least 50 years.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Trump funded or helped fund the first WrestleMania. Yeah, the first one, because
Yeah.
Vince didn't have all of the capital he needed to get it off the ground, and Trump basically gave him some money and said, "Pay me back when you can." So yeah, they've known
Yeah.
each other for a very long
Right.
time.
Well, seeing as I now have tied Trump into the conversation, and he is connected to wrestling, it's fair
He
game.
is.
Okay.
He's in the Hall of
Um,
Fame.
but yeah,
He is.
as he should be, and he laid the smackdown on some peoples. But since I now have brought it in, I therefore can bring up this question.
Uh-oh.
The boy who does Reacher, which I like,
Oh,
he is upset that Christians glom onto the Trump for two
yeah.
specific reasons.
Yeah.
One, Trump is a con man. Okay, fair
Okay.
enough. I mean, is
Yeah.
anyone going to argue that
Always
Trump's a
has been.
con man? I mean, that's what he
Always
Kind of a
is.
has been.
dick.
I
Yeah.
mean, well, that's what he does. I mean,
Yeah.
he
Hence,
rides
you
the
know,
line. Clearly, he doesn't break the
He's
law.
a New York
Clearly,
businessman.
uh,
What are we talking
well, I'm
about?
just
Like,
saying,
of course he's a
but he's
con
a
man.
con man. So we all agree. Everyone agrees, right?
Yeah.
Ben, do you agree
Yeah.
that Trump is a con man?
Oh,
Oh,
Ben agrees.
1,000%, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, we all agree. We agree, right? But
Hold on. Are we expecting me to be the Trump defender here? I think am I on the right podcast, Thundero? Is this opposite world?
yes. But
Oh.
no, we all agree. Everyone agrees with that. But the
Yeah.
second accusation I don't get. He said the second accusation was his first accusation. I just reversed it for obvious reasons. He said
Yeah.
he was a rapist and a con man.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
That's
okay,
right.
well, I agree with the con man thing, but I don't get where you're coming with the rape thing.
it's the Hollywood thing, man.
Yeah, but that's
It's
not accurate. He is a
I
straight up
would
con man.
assume what he's
He's
referring to
belligerent
is
and
the.
boisterous.
I would assume what he's referring to is the E. Jean Carroll case, where they
Well-
said he could be guilty of sexual assault, but not rape, is what they said.
Well, but there, I think there's a couple things that add to that. I think Eugene Carroll's the bulk of it. I think also the Hollywood video where he talked about grabbing women by the pussy.
Grabbing by the pussy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but don't take
Yeah,
it
I
out
think
of
that
contents now. He said they're so diluted that they let you grab them by the pussy. Let's be fair.
I understand perfectly what he said.
Right,
It was
yeah.
it was a crass thing to say, and
It was
it
super crass.
and
Trump,
it doesn't
have
do
you
him
seen
any
Trump before?
favors. But it represents what everyone the worst people believe of Hollywood. It is emblematic of that, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Also, he has like I think 25 other accusations and or varying degrees of like court filings against him for this kind of stuff. This isn't an isolated matter. There's been lots of other things brought up against him in his history, right? So
Because he
None
called
of it-
Roseanne fat. Is that why?
what? That has nothing to do with this. What are you talking about?
No, and first of all, he called Rosie O'Donnell fat. He probably
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant,
Roseanne
Rosie
fat.
O'Donnell. Yeah. But I mean, though, come on, no, dude. I mean,
He talked about he talked about in like the Miss Universe pageant, he could just go into the back where they were like undressed and they had to let him and stuff. Like he has a very bad history of he's done this to himself, right?
oh yeah, no, he's a womanizer, that's for sure.
Okay.
But then again, if he walked into the Miss Universe pageant thing in the back, how many of those girls' legs would be open instantly?
Oh yeah, the problem is he's a Lothario.
No, he is. Yeah, no. He's a lech.
And
I ain't against it, but rapist?
in modern day Hollywood,
I mean,
in modern day Hollywood, if you're a Lothario, you're a rapist because all heterosexual men are rapists.
Oh, I am. Oh,
like
good.
that
I
word.
better
You
get
know,
to
that's-
work then.
that's-
I'm kind of
that's
behind
what
my quota.
Well, you've
No,
heard
it
people
really
say that
turned
crap.
me off on Mr. Richardson because look, you don't have to like Trump. I don't really like Trump. I've been open.
I
I've
don't
never
think any
voted
of us
for him, and
like
I'm not
Trump,
going
dude.
to.
Yeah. And I've
But
met the guy.
you can't say you can't say definitively he's a rapist.
Or
like that's
any
just,
of the
and
other
then out of the
things.
same side of your mouth or out of the other side of your mouth, you're claiming to be a Christian and you're
Right.
upset
Well-
that Christians like him. Like, wait a minute, you just committed the sin of bearing false witness right in front of everybody because
Right.
you don't know for a fact. There's
He's
never
a
been
Hollywood
court case to prove
Christian.
it that he's a
Yeah,
rapist.
no, that's fine.
So you don't get to do both.
Yeah.
If you want to
He's-
claim Christ, cool, do it. But then you better make sure you're on your P's and Q's.
Holy shit, a
Because
Christian
otherwise-
be hypocritical and not I
Yeah.
just am shocked, Thundero.
It's why I don't call myself a Christian, Ben. That's exactly
But-
why.
Yeah.
Because I
the
refuse.
point
that
being, he might have used a bit of an extreme example, but like if you look at the history of Trump, he has dozens and dozens and dozens of allegations that go back decades and such, right? So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
isn't without precedent.
Yeah, but
He
there's
might have used. He
Might
could have just said a
wow.
womanizer or
That would have been
something
better.
else.
That would have been better.
Sure, but
Yeah.
we're in the ballpark.
No, you.
I think so.
Dude,
We're in the ballpark.
there is no ballpark between
There is a
Lecher,
ballpark
who
here.
gets all the girls,
No,
and
this isn't a
rapist,
Lecher. This isn't a Lecher.
slimy,
Somebody who has
sweaty in the frickin' alleyway. There
somebody
is
has
there are
30 plus
canyons between
allegations
the
of
two.
sexual assault and rape. Is not this is a pretty broad spectrum that he's got going on.
Do you ask your wife when for every single step before you do a thing?
Yeah, do you have videotape in our bedroom? How did you know what our sex life is like? I get a written sign off on it.
I hope that's not true.
Jesus
Good job.
Christ,
Good
Chester,
job,
you had to completely derail the shit out of everything.
Thank you. All right, back to wrestling. All right.
Anyway,
Jeez.
real quick to Trump, though. Real quick, here's what I'll say about Trump. Is the reason why it upsets me that Richardson said what he said isn't because of, everybody, most people in Hollywood, most lefties
Good job,
probably agree with what Ben's saying here, that there's so much smoke, there's got to be some fire somewhere. And I get the logic of it.
Dude, they've been looking for a long time,
when you
man.
get to the level of Donald Trump's, when you get to that level, smoke just appears out of nowhere because people are looking for a payday. They're just looking to smear you. Maybe it's a political, maybe it's a revenge, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. So you have to be very careful with what you say. And the reason, not even about Trump, if he had said this about anybody, the reason why him saying that and then purporting himself to be a great Christian, he literally goes on YouTube, I've seen it, and gives little sermons talking about Jesus. Richardson does.
Yeah.
If you're going to do all that, you better be honest. Because I won't have that stuff. I'm with Ben. I cannot stand when Christians are like that. It drives me nuts. The one thing that'll get me to disassociate with anybody in an instant is if you lie to me. If you do so with a straight face and with a clear conscience, I have no desire to be around you. I don't care what God you serve.
Don't worry, Thundero. I never lie.
Yeah. That's why we're still friends. Even though you've driven away everybody else, Chester, the reason why we're still friends is because I know you're honest.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
That's true.
That's the honest to God's truth.
That's true.
Besides, now that I've shown up, you're no longer his most shameful friend. I am. So
that is true.
No, it's unfortunately there's more shame in my life. More shame.
The one thing I love about Ben, he knows how to follow the shtick. Ben knows. He can wink, wink.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone needs a lib card in their life. We keep you honest.
That's true.
He likes the poke and prod. I
Yeah,
like that. I
that's great.
appreciate that. As a certified shit stirrer myself,
Yeah.
I enjoy some good old fashioned stirring. I like
Game
that.
recognizes game, right?
Mhm.
That's right.
So
Mhm. Well, you know, I didn't. I actually would just want to get that joke in, but you know, off the topic, a very interesting thing. How many people I have been seeing recently that have been going down two arcs that I find to be very fascinating. One, so many of the Biden voters who just voted for Biden to not vote for Trump, which
Yep.
I get, um, are 100% disgusted with the situation and are flipping their vote. I mean, we're talking dyed in the wool Democrats switching
Like
their
Ben.
vote.
Yep.
Well, you're seeing a lot of that, and I'm a little bit surprised that they're being so vocal. Um,
Yep.
but the other thing I've seen on the topic we're talking about is how many people saying, even, I mean, we're talking like hardcore. Ben, who's that British guy that just hates religion? There's several of them, but like Sam
Oh,
oh,
Harris,
the guy
um,
identifies as like culturally
atheist.
Christian. Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's
Hickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hickens? Right.
Yeah.
No, is it Hickens?
No, I
Hitchinson.
think it was
No,
Dawkins.
he's
No,
dead.
Hitchens. No,
It's
no.
Dawkins. It's Dawkins. Richard
Yeah, it was
Dawkins. Yeah,
Dawkins.
Dawkins.
you're
Yeah,
right. Dawkins.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
him, a whole bunch of it. Joe Rogan. There's so many of them
Yep.
are saying we need Jesus.
We need
They
something.
recognize
well,
the value of Christianity, not necessarily the
Yep.
faith, but the value of it. And those two things I've been seeing pop up on my streams and stuff like that for the past like 3 weeks,
oh yeah,
constantly.
Dawkins 2 years ago went on record saying he said the only thing that may be more destructive than Christianity than religion is the absence of it.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
it's just really interesting to see these flips
Which
going on.
I gotta say, the quote unquote new atheist, he was basically the elder statesman of that group. If they had just actually read Nietzsche and listened to him, they would have came to that conclusion. Oh, I don't know, 100 years ago, because that's what Nietzsche was talking about. He
Yeah.
was saying if he wasn't saying to kill God, he said if you do, then what? And that's exactly that. They've come to Nietzsche already. It took him a while, but he finally got there, Mr. Dawkins. And that's been my argument for God the whole time. Is until somebody who's a godless person, an atheist or a basic deist can come up with a moral
Well, I'm
code,
a
whether the
deist.
Christians carry it well or not, they don't. They absolutely don't. But can come up with a moral code that's equivalent or better that gets people to stop being, monsters. Um, because the natural state of man is monstrous. Then you failed. You have to do. If you're going to replace the thing, make sure you have something better to replace it with before you replace the thing. Don't go out and buy the brand new car just because, and then when it breaks down, you sold your old car that lasted 20 years and there was nothing wrong with it. You just wanted a new one. Okay, fine. But what happens when that new car breaks and now you have to take it to a special mechanic because all the new cars you have to take to special mechanics because they're not like the old cars. They got all kinds of computers and stuff in them. So you don't know how to fix your car anymore. Now what? You've replaced what worked with something that might not. So you have to be very careful. So what Dawkins is saying, and he even said, like Bob said a few years ago, we took it away. We killed God, if you will, if you want to be poetic about it, and then we were left with nothing because there was nothing else. The atheists have had well over 100 years to come up with a strong moral code
Mhm.
equivalent to the Christian worldview, and they've failed. I mean,
Yeah.
all of the great tragedies of the last 100 years, not all of them, but a big preponderance of them
Well,
were caused by atheistic people.
yeah, and to be fair, there's clearly value. I mean, when I was younger, I was like Ben.
Yep,
And as I've gotten older, I've seen the value that Christianity brings,
yep,
and I've softened on it.
I
And
agree.
to bring it back to wrestling, let's talk about Nikita Koloff.
What the fuck?
What about Nikita
What the
Koloff?
hell? We were talking about WrestleMania and you're on Nikita Koloff?
Dude, you don't remember his '80s character where he was a preacher? You don't remember Nikita Koloff?
Yes, I understand that, but
Dude,
what
that
the
was a
freaking hell?
perfect segue. It was perfect, genius, deep wrestling lore,
God.
dude. I deserve points.
We'll give you a point. I'll give you 1 point. You get 1 point for
Okay.
the Nikita Koloff reference.
Thank
you
you.
would get 2, but nobody was expecting Nikita
Don't
Koloff.
encourage him, Thundero. He doesn't need it.
Come on, that was a good one, Ben.
Here's the thing.
That was
encourage
great.
them.
There's a plenty of Christian wrestlers, but he's the one that played a Christian preacher.
He didn't just play a Christian preacher. He is a Christian
Yeah, I know,
preacher.
but I mean, it was my point is that I was correct and perfect.
Chester didn't watch the Hall of Fame, I see.
Uh-oh.
So at the Hall of Fame, Chester, old Thunderbolt Patterson, the man himself,
Oh, okay.
decided he was going to get up there and take everybody to church.
Oh,
and
did
he did.
Okay.
He had everybody praying with him. He had them giving them amens.
That would have been better. That would have
We
tied
walked
in.
into a church
You're right.
service. It
Yeah.
was great.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it was good. It was a really good.
People
it was
were
a
like,
really good
"What do we do
speech.
here?"
You had an ingress and you didn't know it, Chester.
I know, dude. I mean, I could have went with superstar Billy Graham, but that would have been too tongue in cheek. So I decided to go with Nikita Koloff. You know.
Oh my god.
Thank
Hey
you.
Chester, you want to check out there's a YouTube channel called Title Match Wrestling.
Uh-huh.
It's got interviews with all the old guys talking about the good old days and stuff like that, man. You would really like it.
Yeah, no, probably would. Yeah, I like that old stuff.
Yeah.
But I wasn't DiBiase a preacher as well?
Yep. After he retired, yeah.
Yeah,
think
after
so.
he retired.
But no, Nikita was the perfect.
Was it him or his son, or both of them, just got in big trouble with the federal government?
Oh, did they? Oh yeah, no, we heard about
Oh
that.
no, yeah. Well, DiBiase himself isn't in that big of a trouble because it's just like a tertiary thing.
Yeah.
But his son is definitely in big trouble.
Yeah, no, we talked about that a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, I remember
Anyway.
that. Yeah.
Anyway, Ben, I did a good job, so start talking about wrestling again.
Yeah, Devon Dudley's a preacher too.
Wait a minute. You took us down this road. What do you mean?
No.
Yeah.
I had to get the Reacher guy in there. I had to get it in because I don't disagree with him. It's just, dude, bring the hyperbole down a bit, hey?
Also, know your audience, bro. You have a very conservative-leaning audience in your shows.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He just shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, it was.
Fuck that. I mean, Chris Evans is outspoken, and people still watch him as Captain America. I don't think.
That's true.
I mean, I don't think people are that sensitive to that stuff.
Yeah,
they'll talk a big game, but they'll still go fucking watch it.
Yeah, no, and I will continue to watch it.
You're right. Other people are weak-willed. I'm not, though. I actually won't be watching Reacher. Just because, not about Trump, because I don't like hypocrites, and that came off very hypocritical to me.
Yeah,
I won't have it.
It's a bit much.
Here's the difference for a guy. We could take it back to wrestling right now. CM Punk. He's an atheist. He's an atheist of ethnic Jewish descent. He's very open about his very libtarded politics. But I love the guy. You know why? Because he never lied to me. Never.
Okay.
He's always been that guy.
Yeah.
There was never a time where he was pretending to be something he wasn't. And then
I don't know. Didn't Bob just say he lied to us?
Well, you know what I mean. He's never lied to me.
Punk
as a character.
Punk will always frame things. He will always frame things to make sure that he's not at fault.
He's a good wrestler. That's good work.
Yeah.
He's doing good work.
I'm not talking about his wrestling. I'm talking about just any kind of personal thing. It's always going to be, I'm an innocent church mouse and everybody else is the problem.
Yeah. Well, I never understood why people seem to think that politicians aren't, politicians.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you think Biden isn't corrupt as shit? Of course he is. They all are. What are you on about, dude?
I've got a giant dog in here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we're here to talk about wrestling. I don't know what you're doing, Thundero. All right.
Jesus.
Thundero, stop putting politics into it.
I know. You know who I want to talk about? I want to talk about Gunther.
What about him?
Oh, Gunther. Yeah, talk about a good classic wrestler.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, that guy's a Marvel villain, dude. He's perfect.
He is.
He's great. Yeah. I love it.
But he's not just he's none of. It's too much of wrestling, I feel, is like Flash. Right. This is what bonded Thundero and I a lot. Like this hate of the young bucks that are just doing a bunch of flips, but there's no substance to him. And Gunther doesn't do any of that. He's just a big, beefy, choppy guy, but he uses that to tell a story in the ring, and I love him for it.
Yeah, he does I was joking about Regal earlier. He's got that thing going on.
Right.
Yes.
Well, Regal
Very
was actually a very, very good technical wrestler.
He was, but he's like that old style wrestler, like
Oh yeah,
Hart, Hart or those kind of guys.
yeah. But the thing about Gunther,
very
man, is
classic Matt
like
Worker.
there's a lot of people that are upset that Sammy beat him. I'm like, they had to take. What more is he going to do with the IC title? They had
No,
to
Yeah,
take
it
that
was done.
to free him up and go up.
he's up the next rank, right?
Yeah.
He went top tier of like second tier. He's now up to like I think it's good for him to move on, right? So he
Yeah.
moves on to the next tier.
Yeah. Well, basically, by this time next year, he's going to have Seth's belt.
He better.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
They know what
maybe,
they're
right?
doing.
Maybe. Well, I did bring up some highlights here for us to kind of get on with it. I do have a highlight thing here talking about wins and losses, and maybe we can go over it a little bit. Do we have day 1 and day 2? We have the Rock and Romans defeat Seth freaking Rollins and Cody Rhodes in a
I
tag
think we all
meet.
thought that was going to happen.
ended-
Right? It led to the drama for day 2.
Yeah, they had to build the mountain for Cody.
Right.
Cody.
Fair enough. Okay. Sami Zayn defeated Gunther to win, which was what we're talking about, and I agree. They need to clear that from Gunther so they can move him up to another level because he deserves to be somewhere else.
Oh, absolutely.
100%. So we agree. We all agree. Then we have Jade Cargill, Naomi, and fuck that shit. All right. Then we have
No. I want to talk about this match. Okay, so just real quick. WWE made a big scene when Jade Cargill went there saying, "We gotta completely retrain her. They didn't do shit with her. She sucks. We gotta complete train her." And then she comes in and she does the exact same shit.
Yep. I agree. It's very strange. They didn't change her moveset so far is the same moveset.
Yep.
The presentation's basically the same. She uses the same taunts. She carries just like there's no real change to her other than her music's a little different and she has a better entrance. That's it. Her entrance is cool. I like her entrance. But other than that, she's basically the same Jade that she was in AEW, and that's not good.
Yeah,
Well,
so the last year of training is just like so.
And that's why I'm saying she can't go up against Rhea yet because it's just going to be another match that Rhea has to carry, and she's not going to come off as nearly as good as Rhea Ripley does, right?
And sucks.
You want a good Titan v Titan match in the women's division, and that's the potential, but Jade has to climb up and get better.
Yeah, and that match that she had last Raw, that just highlighted the fact that she hasn't changed at all.
Yeah. Or if she has, they've decided not to show us yet for some reason.
Right.
Which
I'm calling bullshit on that.
But you're probably right. But the problem with Jade is, like a lot of mediocre workers, she has unbelievable charisma, physical charisma.
Oh yeah,
stuff you just can't teach her. So, and she seems like, I've seen her give interviews. I've seen other people talk about her. She doesn't seem like she's unteachable. So I just
she's actually shown a desire to learn. That's why when the last 4 or 5 months that she was in AEW, they had her working with Bryan Danielson, and she did improve somewhat. But then when she goes over to the Performance Center and they're talking all this shit about like we build stars here and blah 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 blah, and it doesn't look like they've done shit with her.
I think they need to retool what they see her as.
Yes,
because she's built basically. She's a big woman, right? She should be the equivalent of like the style like a Taker or a Kane would wrestle. That's how she should wrestle. She shouldn't be doing sit down power bombs or whatever that move is. She shouldn't be doing that stuff. She should be doing big, powerful, slow moves. And then when she wants to turn on the speed, she can. For instance, like a Kane or Undertaker, most of their matches would be real slow, but then out of nowhere, Kane would be hitting that flying clothesline. You'd be like, "What the hell? That thing was beautiful."
I've seen Kane jump out of the ring.
They need to build her like a power wrestler.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
She needs to be that. She can't be this whatever. I don't know what they're trying to make her right now, but they need to get in the mindset of this is a female Undertaker. That's the type of wrestler she needs to be.
Which lets her operate slower, which I think feeds into her moveset better, right?
Slows the match down, lets her be more deliberate, and she can keep track of things better.
There wasn't a single nip slip in the entire match absolute shit. All right. So, but here's a question that come up out of that conversation though.
Horrible.
Who's the best worker in the WWE right now?
Oh,
The
Orton.
best worker.
You think just
Orton.
Randy? I mean, fair enough. He's always been that
Oh,
way. You
yeah,
don't think
Randy
it's the
Orton.
Miz? You don't think it's Miz?
No.
Miz is pretty good. Miz,
Miz
is
is a
better
good worker,
than he used
dude.
to be.
Miz is a guy that
Very good
can
at
wrestle with anybody, but he's not on the same level as Randy.
No, I would agree with that. I would say probably I agree with them most. Probably Orton, yeah. And the only reason I say that is because that Elimination Chamber match, Ben alluded to it earlier. He did nothing and he did everything. He
Right.
carried
Yeah.
the whole match and he did nothing.
Right.
He did
Nope.
nothing basically.
Everyone talked about Orton that entire match, and he was
Yep.
just writhing in pain the entire time
Just
and made it
selling
look.
his ass off, like his
Yeah,
back was
selling-
shattered in pieces.
Yeah, and so when he comes back and he wins it, it's just that much more sweet, right? So yeah, Orton can make a good match with just about anyone, and
Right. But I didn't mean that though, because Randy is, he's a mainstream guy, easy,
Are you
right?
talking about who's the best
The
like
worker,
technical
the
wrestler in the
support
ring?
technical work guy. And I
oh,
always
you
thought
want
Miz.
another, you want who's the modern day Dolph Ziggler, right?
Yeah.
I guess
Yes.
is
Yeah.
Chad Gable.
Yeah.
Probably
Gable?
Chad Gable's a good pick.
Yeah, I think that's a solid pick. Yeah,
Chad
Yeah, I'd say
Gable is
probably-
one of the best technical wrestlers in the business
and he's
today.
legit.
And if they actually
Club.
gave him a good character, and what I said, what they should have done, he should have been the one that beat Gunther.
Yeah,
You should have got rid of the jokey character. That promo, that real life promo that he cut was fantastic. They should turn him. He should basically take the spot that Bryan Danielson had. He should be the ultimate underdog in WWE.
That's interesting.
I could see that.
See, I
That
don't
would
know
be a
his
really
character.
good. Yeah, he could really.
That's
pull
the
it off.
problem. You should.
You should know he is, because he is
should have
What's
had
his
Zayn's
probably the most
spot.
Chad Gable.
He's got this
Chad
goofy, jokey character. Yeah, he's
Gable.
got this goofy joke character right now, but he is probably one of the 4 best technical wrestlers in the world today.
All right.
There,
No love for Miz. It's interesting.
Miz is a
Miz is a
showman.
decent worker. He's the guy you put with somebody when you need to have a decent match.
Yeah, get him
Miz,
over, right?
Miz is the guy you use to get somebody else over.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with Dolph, right?
He's the
Basically.
perennial mid-card top guy.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with Dolph is Dolph had the ability to be a top star.
He should have been.
He was
he's
I
too
think
little.
the difference is that Dolph is just he's a phenom in the ring, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And as much as I like the Miz, he's not a phenom in the ring.
No, he's
right.
not. You're right. He's not. Yeah, that's true. No, I agree. I agree.
I'm going to throw the
just-
ultimate curveball because there's nobody who's been getting more pops right now at his stage of his career than RTruth. The
That's fair.
man
Oh,
is so
Ron
over
Killings
at
is a shit,
53 years old and still putting on matches like he was 20. It's
Yeah.
insane.
No, that
Yeah.
was good.
It's
It made me
insane.
happy. It made me happy to see him hold the belt in the bank.
I love
Money in
Ron.
the Bank.
I've always loved Ron Killings. Ron Killings has always been. He's another one of those guys that Vince always overlooked because
Yep.
he didn't have whatever Vince was looking for. Whatever
much
thing he
melanin.
could beat off to in a closet. He
Yes,
didn't
too
have
much
that.
melanin.
I
Yes.
guess. Well, he's funny though.
Well, that too. But RTruth, Killings had always had it. I mean, he was a former NWA world champion. He was the first world champion or one of the first world champions in Impact Wrestling.
Yep.
He's always been that guy. He can talk. He's obviously hilarious whenever he needs
He's
to be
quite
or wants
funny.
to be.
Yeah.
If he had Triple H when he was younger as his booker, he would have been a top star easily, like an actual top main event star. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, time is what time is,
Well,
so that's not going to
He
happen.
ain't
now.
no junkyard dog now. Come on, bring it down.
Well, Junkyard Dog could bark and get 10,000 people on
That's
their feet.
right.
That's
Yeah, well,
impressive.
You also got to remember too, the Junkyard Dog from WWE was on the downward slope of his career.
Right.
He was even better than that before when he was in AWA.
Oh no, I watched him when he
territory.
was in AWA, dude. I love me
Yeah.
some junkyard dog,
JYD.
dude. He just come in, walk in, he look left, he look right, and the crowd go. It was awesome.
Explode.
Yeah, it was freaking awesome. Anyway, next year, Jey Uso defeated Jimmy. Oh, fuck this match. All right.
That
I
match.
hope,
that
I
match-
hope they got chewed out when they got in the back in the gorilla. I hope they need to be banned from doing super kicks for like a fucking year.
Dude,
Yeah.
this match,
They
one
did
of them,
them all.
I swear to God, Jimmy looked like he was drunk.
It genuinely. Something
Yeah.
was off.
They were so off that, like, and considering the fact that they've had amazing matches against each other, amazing matches against other people, dude, this felt like they were pissed off about something, and they went out there and went through the motions and just did a shit match and went back and said, you know what, fuck you guys, and left.
It felt like that. It did. I actually saw that nearly the entirety of that match. It was bad.
I'm going to say something right now, and I've been saying it for months.
And those guys are good.
I hope this puts to bed the idea that Jey Uso needs to be a world champion.
No.
He doesn't.
After this, dude, this soured me on them so bad.
Yeah.
I think
by the end of the year they're going to be back together. We already saw what happened.
Oh, they're already going back together.
Yeah, that's going to happen. So
yeah,
and that's probably. I mean, I'm sure that was part of the story, the plan anyway. But that's probably for the best.
Yeah,
they're phenomenal together. There's no reason to separate them. This weird, we're going to make one a main eventer. No, you're not. He's not that guy. Jay's awesome. He's over as hell, but he's just not that guy. It's not. You have too many guys who are right there, like a Gunther, like other people who need that spot. Jay doesn't need it. It will do. No. He just doesn't need it. He's been in this company for what, almost 20 years,
and I don't think he could. I don't think he can sustain as a solo act by himself.
He can't, and he can't mentally sustain it. He's been in trouble with the law
so
many times.
Great Uso tag team matches, though, dude, over the years.
But here's my question: if they didn't have the bloodline story going on, would they still even be needed? No. Honestly,
yeah,
not really.
They wouldn't even be anywhere near. Jay wouldn't be what he is. Roman got him.
I have a question. You guys would know better than me. Now that Rock is back and, taking the executive, but he's getting out in front, and honestly, putting having Rock as the McMahon on the mic is a brilliant idea. But now that he's back, how are they going to deal with Roman being the chief? Because have they completely
Roman's going to Hollywood?
Well, I'm just saying, have they completely separated the Rock from that family bloodline?
They're beginning to. What's going to end up happening is Roman's taking some time off to do another movie.
Sure.
The Rock is leaving to do another movie as well. In the meantime, Solo is taking over the bloodline. When Roman comes back, they're basically gonna make Roman a face again. And there's gonna be two bloodlines. There's gonna be him, Jimmy and Jay, versus Solo, Tama Tonga, Jacob Fatu, and depending on how long his contract is with the New Japan, Tonga Loa may show up, and we may finally get Guerrillas of Destiny versus the Usos.
Oh wow,
that'd be nice.
That would be nice. But what about Rock? Because I mean, they could easily make him
the Rock's going to be. I think Rock's going to be kind of in the middle, or he'll be with Solo's group.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up the mastermind of Solo's little.
Yeah, he'll be the I'm the new head of the table. Whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, let's be honest though. Having Rock be the McMahon mic is the way to go, dude.
Yeah,
Rock is phenomenal on the mic. And him playing that dirty executive, oh god, that's Rock all day long.
Oh yeah, I mean he's basically the new authority, right? That was he was hyping up in the last match, right? When he yelled at the referee, like he's sort of the new authority now, and that's fine. He's doing good at that.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, for that. Yeah. That's interesting. All right, thank you.
That's somebody I'm very looking forward to seeing what they do with him is Jacob Fatu. Jacob is the best wrestler in his entire family.
Oh god, dude, that guy's amazing. Dude, have you ever seen any of his matches with Hammerstone?
Oh yeah, he is an absolute monster of a wrestler, and I
can't believe
I mean that. I think he's a better in-ring worker than all of them, than every single one in the entire family. He's amazing.
Yeah, hands down, he is.
Yeah,
but dude, I can't believe they didn't get Hammerstone and bring him into friggin' WWE.
I don't know what they don't see in him. There's got to be a reason. The same reason why Jacob was never signed before. Somebody there just didn't want him. They didn't like him. So I'd imagine
sounds like a Vince thing again, man.
It's probably Vince is. Thankfully, Vince is gone.
Are we finally sans McMahon? Are we finally?
We are.
Yes, we are. Yeah. He just put up the last of his stock. Yeah. And dude, you want to hear some crazy shit about Vince? Just real quick. They're saying there's rumors that people are saying that once he gets this the rest of his money from his this next $700 million for the stock he's selling, he's gonna start a new promotion.
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
It's just going to be full of bubbly, muscled, oiled men. It's oh God.
Yeah.
He should go back and do the bodybuilding thing again.
Dude, I said he should just
retire. He's 80.
Yeah.
Just go
I said
away,
if you're gonna
bro.
do that, man, just buy NWA from Billy Corgan.
Oh God.
Right? No,
it's the one he doesn't have. The one that escaped him.
It's the one. Yeah. It's like, then he could say, "I've owned it all."
He could. Yeah. Well, moving on here. Rey Mysterio and Andrade defeated Dominic Mysterio and Santos Escobar, who should really go back and find where his father buried all the money. It
was an okay match.
It was okay, but
Pablo Escobar joke.
It was thank you.
Can I just say Andrade's pretty good, man?
He was pretty good. He was a pretty good wrestler. The problem for me was the whole time, every time Ray moved, I was like, oh my God.
Dom, I said it before.
Or something.
You're right. No, really.
I said it before. I'll say it again. Dominic's character is great. He needs to stop trying to wrestle like his dad. He's too big. He's too tall. He's too lanky. He needs to wrestle a more traditional wrestling style.
Yeah.
Correct.
Find his own thing.
Damn muscle, too. He's a stick figure.
But no, Andrade actually is a really good wrestler.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Well,
dude.
Andrade is married to Charlotte Flair.
That's Charlotte's husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the thing that sucks too is like I wish AEW had pulled the trigger on him earlier than they did, because like right before he left, he was starting to really cook and have good matches over there.
Yeah, they were letting him work.
They were actually letting him work. They were letting him do stuff, and then he was like, you know what, I'm going to go back and be with my wife.
Fair enough, man.
If they had done that, if they had done that the first year, would have been a lot better.
Yep.
No, there you go.
Rhea versus
the
awesome
money in the bank thing. Like I said, I've already mentioned it. The only two things I have to comment on it, I was very happy to see RTruth finally win in WrestleMania. And poor Kofi. I felt so bad for Kofi. The whole time he's basically babysitting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in fairness, in that kind of match, somebody with the caliber or the pedigree that he has, especially in ladder matches, that was kind of going to be his job regardless.
Yeah.
Fair.
He's
fair.
been done it
I do not understand putting the SmackDown tag titles on A-Town Down Under. That
the only thing that makes sense is that Logan kept his belt, so they're just going to keep punishing the audience with this nonsense.
I swear. Well, here's the thing: Logan, whether you like him or you don't like him, he brings a lot of eyes because of his social media.
He's also really good. He is a celebrity wrestler they've ever had.
I thought that was Ronda Rousey.
These two are the most annoying people.
She was sponsored by Roddy Piper.
Well, Roddy.
Can you hear the sarcasm? Is it thick enough?
He was low on funds. All right.
Fair.
I hate that Logan Paul's so good. I hate Logan Paul. I hate everything about Logan Paul. I hate his stupid drink, but I give him the prompts that he deserves. He is good at this.
Now, is it his brother that is stupid enough to go and fight Mike Tyson?
Yes.
You mean the drug addict?
Yeah, well, I can't wait because
you mean the one that didn't try to change his life and continue to be a complete asshole,
right?
Well, I'm just saying. You think Iron Mike ain't gonna lay into that boy?
Oh, I hope Iron Mike puts him in a coffin. Honestly,
dude, did you see that this one guy did a side by side of their training montages?
Oh, dude, Mike looks good, dude. I wouldn't.
Mike looks like he's going to kill somebody.
I don't give a shit that he's 50.
He was born for this. This is what he was born to do: is punch people so hard in the head that they go unconscious.
Right.
One of the last things that a boxer loses is their power, and Mike is a knockout artist.
No, Mike is ridiculous, and he's a great boxer too. But no, I mean, if you said I'll give you $1 million to take a punch from Mike Tyson,
no, nope.
Well, I'm a dumbass. I might do it.
I might take one to the gut if I'm ready for it, but not to the head.
10 million, maybe.
Hurt like a mother, but I could probably survive that. A headshot could kill you.
Well, I've been hit in the head a lot. If you haven't noticed,
watching cartoons for the rest of my life.
Right. I mean, he's so stupid.
I'm just going to cover up my head. I'm going to take one body shot from him, which is going to make my bladder freaking explode.
Right. Yeah.
And then I'm just going to fall down on the ground and just lay there until I can breathe again.
Well, I'm just saying because I used to do like when I was young. I used to do like amateur boxing and stuff, karate, all that kind of stuff when I was a kid. And so I've taken a proper professional hit before, not Mike Tyson level, just a proper professional hit. It ain't the same as getting in a schoolyard scrap. I'm telling you.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not.
I did
telling ya.
boxing in college. I did boxing in college, and like the first time you get a good ring dinger on your head, you rethink every life choice
You
you've made
do.
that led you to that point.
It's because there's a big difference between someone hitting you and someone who knows how to hit you hitting you.
Getting a proper punch in the
Yeah,
face,
dude.
especially to the side
Yeah,
and like,
dude.
on your like fucking
Mike
temple or
Tyson's
something.
famous line is "Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth."
Well,
You
Mike
punch
said
in the
that.
mouth.
That's Mike Tyson right there.
Yeah,
But yeah, but
1000% true.
no, it is true. But I mean, Mike is a whole nother level. They called him Iron Mike for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even George
a monster.
Foreman didn't want to take a shot from the guy. Frickin'
You know
George
what's
Foreman.
crazy? And he's not a big guy.
No,
He's
but
only like
he's
5'10".
wicked. He's a
But he
wicked
just
banger.
has
Dude.
this
He's a fire plug.
unnatural, unholy arm power. That
Yeah.
just punching power that's beyond his size. I mean, he hits like a guy twice his size.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
it's not
coming
just
in
that.
like it's coming in July, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's his hand speed
Oh
also
God,
is
he's ridiculous.
out of the freaking world.
Did you see him
If
working
Mike
out?
Tyson-
Do you see him working out?
I did.
Yeah.
Damn. Like,
Dude,
Mike
you want to
lives
watch
for
it,
it,
dude?
man.
I've got that video on Twitter where they were showing the two of them side by side, and it's like this is
do you?
ridiculous.
Well, show it to me. Share your screen.
Hang on. Let me
Mike
find it
Tyson-
again here.
I remember a few years ago, it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, where he was weeping. He was high because he likes the weed, but he was weeping at the fact that he could no longer punch people in the head in a professional manner because he was born for it. It was like he said it was like there was a part of him that just craves to be that asshole, that monster again.
He is
'Cause
much
that's what he was
nicer
born to
human
do.
now, though. Mike has chilled
Oh,
out
he's
quite a bit.
absolutely is.
Yeah, he's
Oh, yeah.
But when he starts boxing, that beast comes back very quickly. And
that's
he
what
knows it.
you saw that interview that Joe Rogan did where he was talking about why that new table he has is that wide.
Yes. Mike
It's
Tyson
because
scared him.
he interviewed Mike Tyson when he's on weed and everything, and he was like, and he was cool. And then he came back when he was training for the Roy Jones Jr. fight.
Oh, right.
And he said it's like, dude, he's like he was like ready to go, and it just made him nervous.
Yeah.
So he was like,
And Joe Rogan's was a professional combatant, so he knows how to take a hit.
And he's around.
No, he was
guys
never
all the time.
professional. He's never fought professionally.
Well, he did UFC stuff. He was an amateur UFC guy.
No,
MMA
he didn't
guy.
do UFC. No, he did Taekwondo professionally.
Yeah, something.
I don't think-
He's
I don't
taking a
think he ever
proper
did
hit.
it. I mean,
No,
he
he
did
didn't-
tournaments and stuff, but he
No,
never
he-
did it professionally. He never got paid. He never got like
No,
ranked
I
or
see.
anything like that.
Yeah, but
Don't
I'm
get me
just
wrong.
saying he's
Joe
taking a
Rogan knows
hit.
what he's talking about, but he's never been a professional combatant.
He
Well,
was
he's
I
also
guess he was a
around-
commentator for UFC. That's right.
Yes, he's been a commentator
Yeah.
since the beginning.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's around these guys, these
Yes.
these psychos all the time.
He's
so
got a
he was
great
actually
kick.
frightened.
You ever seen Joe kick the bag? He's got a good kick, dude.
Oh, Joe kicked the shit out of somebody. He'd break your leg.
Yeah.
Kick
That's
your
why
leg.
I was desperately hoping that fight between him and Wesley Snipes would happen.
Oh no, oh no, he'd kill Wesley, dude. Come on now.
Yeah,
He would.
that's the point. Yeah, we all wanted
That's the
All
whole
right,
reason I
fine.
wanted.
Where's this thing I'm supposed to be watching, Bob?
I'm
Hey,
trying to
Grimlock.
find it, dude.
I put a
Talking
clip in the
wrestling.
general chat of the training that they're
Yeah, but
doing.
I wanted someone share it so I can share your screen, please. Don't make me do work, Ben. What are you doing?
Damn it! I just had it.
Paul getting punched by a woman in the stomach right now. Oh.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh no!
Look how
Jake, what are
goofy
you doing,
he's
buddy?
acting.
You're not about to fight a woman, buddy. What are you doing? Hang on, I'll share it. Hang on. Where's
Oh, come on, dude. I could take that. What are you on about?
Here we go.
It's so stupid.
Bam. Do you
Yeah,
have
here.
me, Chester? See it. I'll rewind it back.
All right. Hold on a second. All right, here
Look
we go.
at-
Look at
this
his
silliness.
dumbass's face.
Oh, we got Thunder Sheik in the
Look at
house.
this.
Yeah. All right, you got to
You're getting-
turn.
I
Let
mean,
me
come
turn
on,
your
bro.
mic on. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. Here we go.
This goofball.
Yeah, this is the one you were showing. Yeah, now. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. This is so stupid. And then like, look at his training. Look how slow his hands are going here. Like, he can kick my ass, but
Ah.
and then watch when Mike's training.
Oh my God. That white boy's in trouble.
Oh boy, dude, that's an angry badger coming at your ass, man. Look at the poor trainer.
He's a madman.
Look at the poor
Look at
trainer.
him.
He's fully padded too, and he's like, God.
He chops this dude a couple times.
Get that speed.
Sure.
God damn that hand!
You
Even at
just
his
don't
age, that hand
understand.
speed
People
is
don't
nuts.
understand the difference. There's actually levels to this stuff, and somebody like Mike is peak at his best, the best there is.
Yeah, no, it's going to be easy match for him. But
Crazy.
God, I don't know what that's in
It's
that boy's
gotta
brain,
be,
man.
It's gotta be fixed. It's gotta be fixed because
It might be.
wasn't,
Mike,
Well,
ain't,
you
no,
see-
Mike
kill
ain't taking a fall, dude. Mike's not taking a fall.
I'm
for
not
that.
saying he's gonna go down. He's just not gonna kill him. It's not gonna-
You heard all the freaking stupid stipulations they're putting on it, right?
No, I haven't. Yeah.
Heavier
So you-
gloves.
So you got to use
something like-
16-ounce gloves, 2-minute rounds.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bunch of stupid. It's Logan Paul Jake Paul stacking the deck like he always does. What he doesn't understand is that Mike is most dangerous in the first couple minutes of the freaking round.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he is. Yeah. It's going to be
So-
entertaining. I don't know what Jake's in for. I hope
Or
he's getting
brief.
a lot of money.
or brief because Tyson doesn't need the money. So
No,
if he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna knock him out. Done. That's it. Knocked him out.
well if he does, then there's like the money for the rematch. So he's getting paid I think he's getting like 20 million or something like that for this fight.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, good for Mike, man. But I just hope he doesn't go too soft. I think that boy needs a lesson.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be glorious. He knocks him out.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, let's go back.
anyway,
to
back to the wrestling.
Yeah, let me
Guys,
get back
we're
to
back to
wrestling.
Rio.
All right. Day 2. All right.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Cody Rhodes.
Rhodes
The most
defeated
overbooked main
Reigns.
event in the history of WrestleMania,
Mhm.
but it was glorious.
And he's
It
a
was
was
that
glorious.
is when you do
what
it.
the hell
I've been
is
saying
this
it all night.
Universal Champion shit?
I don't know. It's a Vince thing. By the way, they
It's-
don't call it that anymore. They already
They
dropped
changed
it.
it. All changed it. So it's
Yeah.
just the WWE Championship again,
Yes.
Yep.
which is good.
Yeah, the whole reason that Vince did this again, it was the whole thing is he didn't want it to be he didn't want it to be wrestling, and he wanted and it was the brand split thing and all that stuff. They don't really need to do that anymore, especially with Raw going to Netflix.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
But
No, it's
Great-
stupid.
it was a great
dumb
match.
moniker. Nobody likes it.
It was a solid
Yeah.
match.
I-
It was solid. Well, like I
I
said,
know
there were
they
several
love that
times
dude, but I don't-
there was several times Cody was carrying Roman though.
He was. But in fair, let's be completely fair to Roman. Roman has been champion for a very, very long time. That's
Almost
a lot
4
of
years.
pressure, even if he's not there all the time. It's still a lot of pressure. And he's a very sick man. He's on chemotherapy drugs and will be for the rest of his life for his
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So,
that sucks.
the
Why?
fact
yeah,
that
yeah,
he's
he
been
had-
able to wrestle at all.
he had
Why?
leukemia.
impressive.
Well, yeah, but that's either you're dead or it's done. I mean,
No, he
It's
he
just
had
to try and keep it.
was it
in
about
remission.
7 or 8 years ago that he had it came back?
oh,
Yeah,
I see.
It was 2008, late 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've dealt with that stuff directly. My daughter got leukemia when she was 2. So
Yeah.
I've dealt with it.
It
Yeah.
sucks.
And no, it does suck. It sucks a lot. So okay, that explains a lot.
What's
Then.
best about this match is right at the end when Cody pinned him for the final time, Roman was smiling because he was.
Yeah.
I think he was just relieved. He was like, "Ah,
Well,
I get
it's like I
the
said, I
laugh.
think he's done. You know, he's going to Hollywood. He's going to be a part timer.
yeah." He's just gonna be
And he
around
did
occasionally.
he did his part for King and Country, man.
And
Fair.
in
I also
fairness,
like to believe that he wanted Cody to win too, right? That he was happy that
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
there
yeah,
was
because-
somebody who could take it. That he
Well,
didn't
well,
feel
not
cheated.
only not just that though, but from all the reports, he was ready to lose it last year.
right.
I
was.
see.
you
Well,
know,
no, I've
but
seen a
that
couple
was
of
Vince.
I've seen a couple of interviews with Roman where he's just with a bunch of wrestlers shooting the shit. He seems like a pretty nice guy, actually.
Oh, I
yeah.
think he absolutely is. Yeah, absolutely.
The craziest
I think he
thing
did the
about
right move.
WWE right now is it's dominated by family men. It is a total family man company right now.
Which is good.
Yeah.
From Triple H to Roman, who's got 5 children,
Mhm.
to Cody, who's got 1, but he's in a long marriage, long sustained marriage. Like all the top guys right now are happily
Seth.
married. Yeah, Seth
Yeah,
and Becky
Seth's
are
got
married.
kids,
They've been married for a while now. They've got a kid.
Yep. Drew McIntyre.
It's a very unique time because wrestlers used to be horrific degenerates when we were watching back in the day.
Yeah.
They were just
Oh, they
horrific
were.
degenerates.
They were. Yeah, that's true.
Even the
but
married ones.
Yes,
even yeah.
especially
Well,
the
let's
married
not
ones.
bring up the Frenchmen, shall we? All right. Let's see. Logan Paul defeat. Fuck off.
You're not going to
Yep,
talk about
he
Bailey and
did.
Io?
What?
Did.
You're going to talk about
Hey,
Bailey and Io?
Io was a good match.
That was a great match, man.
That was a good match.
Dude, Io is one of the best in the freaking business, man. Bailey deserved her flowers, too, man. I was happy with this match.
You need to speak English more clearly.
Io is a hot Asian chick. Bailey is
All right,
a really
fine.
cool person
All right,
who
fine.
deserves
Let
to.
me see. Let me see this
Oh,
hot
no.
Asian chick.
He's not gonna like Io. I can already.
Let
Oh my
me
God,
check out
dude.
because I am the judge of the hot Asian chicks. Here.
Her rack
He
not going
does
to be.
have credentials.
You'll
Her
love her,
rack's not gonna
Chet. Chet, you'll love her. She's got a small chest. You'll love her.
Yeah,
She's right up your alley.
her rack's not big enough for you.
Dude, you've seen my wife. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, this is the girl you go out drinking with. Yeah, okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah,
This
and
is the girl you go out to karaoke at 2 a.m. with.
She's very,
Yeah,
very,
yeah.
very. She's a very, very good wrestler too. She's very good in the ring.
Well, did she train in Japan?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
then there's why.
Well, although Kyrie is hotter than she is.
Well, I'm
There you
just
go.
I'm just
there's
saying
a nice
that
one right there with her leg above her head, Chester. There you go. We're down again.
Yeah.
There you go. Keep going. One more tick. There you go. Right there in the corner. There you go.
well, I mean, like I said, she's the girl you go drinking beer with. But no, if she's Japanese trained, they don't care if you're a boy or girl here.
No, they beat the shit
They
out
will
of you.
beat the hell out of you, dude.
They do.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different. You bring a Japanese girl in, she's going to have trouble. Those girls going to have trouble keeping up. Now, let's see, what was this other girl here I'm supposed to be paying attention to? What's a Bailey?
Bailey,
well, that's her name.
she's basically the
Okay.
first one to start the whole women's.
No, hold on. Don't bring up. No, don't. Let's not bring this up. The entrance that Bailey did is just going to anger Chet. So let's move on to the next match. Let's just move on to the next match. I remember Bailey's entrance, and it's just going to piss him off, and we're going to have to deal with like a 10-minute rant. So let's next match.
I will say this: Bailey she has put on a little weight.
She is cute.
She's a cutie, man. She's a really, really nice person.
Once again, the girl you go drinking beer with. It's
Oh, she's awesome. Bailey, by all accounts, in the back, everybody loves her. Like genuinely.
So Ben said I needed to listen to some intro or something.
No. Moving on.
Nope.
Bailey also
moving
is
on.
left by the booty gods and has a phenomenal posterior. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Or Chester.
She got a nice butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. I really enjoyed Logan Paul versus Randy and Kevin. That was a fantastic match to watch.
It was a good match. I think it would have been better if it had just been one or the other.
No. Because Randy and Kevin are very much kind of the same guy that you always kind of need to watch your back against them a little bit. And watching them have this like kind of cohesion where they're like, yeah, we're gonna beat the fuck out of like Logan together. But you knew that it was coming, that the betrayal was coming.
Oh,
you
yeah.
didn't know which one was going to do it first.
And they're
Like,
moving
are we doing it now?
too, so.
All right, we're doing it now. They were upset.
The thing that soured me on this match is they're doing this. They did the stupid Prime thing again, and I'm like, you know what? It wasn't that.
I
it
said
wasn't
that
funny
too watching it. I was like, how many times are we going to do this exactly?
Although I did think it was pretty funny that Randy yeeted that dude all the way across the freaking ring.
It was
just kicked him in the
the
chest.
best wrestler in the ring.
He kicked the dude in the chest and knocked him all the way across the friggin' ring. I was like, there, okay.
There you go. You know, Grimlock, you can speak up. You know,
muted. He's a muted boy.
Yeah,
he's muted.
He might be at work actually, but
he probably is.
I didn't see anything of that match whatsoever, so I don't know. I didn't see any of it.
I think you'd actually like it, Chester. There's a lot of really cool, especially at the beginning. A lot of
Randy.
Smart psychology.
Yes.
And that's good to see. Because one of the things that we're noticing, if you notice on this card, one of the things we will say about every match except for the Uso one, and maybe a couple others, but definitely that one, is the psychology's correct. There's not anything that comes off as, this didn't make any sense, why did they do this here? By and large, they nailed the psychology to a T. in that match, I think they did a very good job of it too. The only thing I would agree with Bob is the ending of it with the prime bottle shenanigans. I'm just like, again? Like that's like the fourth match they've done that with. It's time to move on from this shtick, I think.
And one of the things I like about Triple H being in charge is we're back to kind of longer form storytelling, and we're telling stories with the matches again. And you hear that from the back, because the biggest complaint from wrestlers is that they never knew what was going on. Like, things would change up until like they were like almost going to the entrance. All of a sudden, like they were rewriting matches, and now they're telling things over a longer period of time to where we have the ability to have psychology in a match, and it pays off so much better now.
That main event with Cody and everybody in it, the most overbooked WrestleMania match of all time. The psychology in every single step of that ending was phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially the stuff with Seth being Roman's Achilles heel and costing him the match without touching him was brilliant. Because I said going into this is going. I was talking about it. Me and you were talking about it, Ben. This is going to be the most overbooked thing we've ever seen, and it needs to be. It's WrestleMania 40. There's no reason for it not to be. But nobody should touch Roman for the finish except Cody. Exactly what they did, because otherwise it makes it look like he was given the title. Basically.
Right? Yeah. No, that's a good point. See, I saw some of that match, but I didn't watch the highlights for day 2 because I don't recognize any of this stuff. But it is what it is. Speaking of that girl, the Io, Io, she it would be Io. Yeah. I actually had to go to and Ben is the only one who will understand this. I had to go to a government meeting the other day, Ben, at night, of course, at a frickin' snack. And there was a girl in there just like that. And she wouldn't start shutting up, yapping to me, dude.
Well, that's what she's there for, is to talk to the dude.
Oh, God. Damn watered down whiskey. How many of those stupid snack meetings did you have to go to?
Oh, far too many.
Oh, God.
And it's always awkward.
It sucks, man. You got these dumb little girls running around doing little panty hops. Whatever.
Pretending they're super interested in whatever you're saying.
Right. Right. Yes. Yeah.
Modern day
so
geisha.
It sounds like an even grosser.
Yeah, modern day geisha, exactly. Yeah.
What you're telling me, it's like Hooters times 10, even more disgusting.
Oh no, Bob's 100% right. It's a modern day Mino or Mino, or what do they call those things, Ben? The geishas. Geisha's a little bit of the older one, but yeah, it's a modern day geisha.
Yeah.
They're cute girls dressed scantily to joke and entertain you, basically. But the Japanese government, Japanese people, businessmen, they always have meetings in these places. It's like, well, first of all, it's a meeting, so why aren't we in a freaking boardroom? But God, I hate it, dude.
They got to distract you with pussy so you can get a better deal.
I suppose that's what the deal is, but you ain't getting the pussy. You ain't getting it.
Yeah, that's not the purpose of it whatsoever.
Hence the word distraction.
I suppose.
I've never understood that logic. Go to like a strip club or whatever that thing is. You're not getting any. So what's the appeal? I've never been, because I've never understood the appeal. I'm like, why am
I worked in them for 12 years, so.
Well, that's different. The appeal for you was money. You're getting paid. I'm not. If I go there, I'm losing money.
No, it is similar.
The appeal of this snack bar is for there to be a woman who fawns attention at you, laughs at your jokes, pretends you're interesting, and stuff like that, right? And it's all real performative and such, and it's annoying. It's very annoying. Yeah.
And unfortunately, being foreigners, we have this little thing over here. It's called Gaijin power. Everybody and their brother wants to be your friend and wants to take you out. And of course, they want to take you to snack because for them, it's the coolest thing ever. So you get pulled to these damn things all the time, man. Oh my God, it's annoying. And most of those snack girls really aren't that attractive. And the makeup, I mean, give me a frickin' spackle, please.
Well, dude, the best women aren't going to work in places like that.
It's true. It's true. But Ben understands the pain. He understands the pain. No. The worst thing is, at least I have alcohol, but it's watered down whiskey.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
LA LA Knight defeated AJ Styles.
Oh yeah. Now, I have no idea what an LA Knight is. I know what an AJ Styles is. He's a fair wrestler.
He's a Rock knockoff.
You would
Oh,
like
is he?
LA a lot.
Would I?
Just yeah.
Yeah, you
Is
would
he
like him a lot.
Steve Austin-esque?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
To the point where people literally say, like Bob just did, he's a knockoff of Austin Rock. But I say, good, somebody should be.
Oh no, I get why he's popular. I get it. I just don't like the fact that he beat AJ Styles.
AJ's a pretty solid wrestler.
In my opinion, AJ should never lose, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but when AJ's finishing.
No, I've seen this guy wrestle. He can actually wrestle. I've seen this guy.
Yeah.
He actually has ring skill.
He's decent in the ring. He's better on the mic than anything else. He talks a lot of shit.
Yeah, no, but I've seen him in. He's got ring ring mastery for sure.
I mean, he's been doing it for 20 years. He's
Has he?
40 years
Oh,
old.
okay.
Yeah. Do you know that on the WWE 2K games, he's the guy that does all the motion capturing for all the entrances for the male wrestlers.
Oh, really? Now, did he have a different name before, and I just don't know?
Yes. When Vince brought him up, because it's frickin' Vince, he renamed him Max Dupree, and he was a model. He ran a male model agency called Maximum Male Models, and he wasn't a wrestler; he was a manager. Because Vince is a freaking senile fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with Vince because he's Vince.
Fair. Well, no, I've seen this guy wrestle. He's got chops.
He also wrestled in other companies under different names for years.
Yeah.
He went by Eli Drake.
Yeah, when he was in TNA.
Oh, okay.
TNA
so,
and
all
NWA.
Right. Yeah, but you can tell he's well trained. You can tell.
Which is a much better name than LA Knight. I don't know why they don't just let him be Eli Drake, but whatever.
Who was the guy years ago? Real pretty boy, but actually a lot of fun to watch. Jim Morrison, something Morrison.
Oh yeah, John Morrison.
John Morrison. He was a pretty boy thing that Vince threw in there too. But that guy had some. He was fun to watch. I like that guy.
He was amazing in the ring, man. He's in AEW right now. He's going by was it Johnny TV?
Oh yeah. Well, he's super pretty boy. That's a pretty boy right there.
But he's another one Vince wouldn't push because he wasn't tall enough.
Yeah,
really?
He wasn't big enough. So even though, dude, he was the same size as Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, no, right. But he inherited Shawn. Let's be fair, right?
Yeah,
he had an advantage when it came to Vince McMahon called blowjobs. That was Shawn's.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm not gonna touch that one. But the John Morrison guy. Yeah, no, he should have been more. That guy he was an interesting character. They could have done more with him. Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my brain is telling me he kind of had an old school way about him.
Yeah. Listen, we could sit here and wax philosophic on the thousands of wrestlers that Vince has done wrong over the years and really just fucked up. Right?
Yeah.
Look at how he repackaged Karrion Kross when he came out of NXT.
Oh, Jesus God.
Karrion Kross, a beast in NXT, and then when Vince pulled him up, made him into a joke. And it's taken Karrion Kross years to fix what Vince did to him.
He still hasn't fixed it, dude. Look at the match that they had at WrestleMania. They got murdered.
Yeah, still struggling.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, too, because he shouldn't be. He's fine in the ring.
Dude.
Good on the mic. Psychologically, he's got it all. They're the only
he does the best. Dude, he does the best freaking Jesse Ventura. Imitation. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so freaking funny.
Triple H handed Vince a perfectly packaged beast character, and Vince just pissed all over it because he's Vince.
Right. Do you remember the body in the ring though?
Oh, Jesse, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was fun. I don't know what happened to him. He took some wacky drugs, but he was cool.
No, he got the tumors in his lungs from Agent Orange.
Oh,
that's why he had to retire. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that he was a sexual tyrannosaur. However.
Yeah.
Yes, he sure was.
He sure was.
Strap this on your sore ass.
Yeah. But we got Bobby. I have to go back and watch because the second day looks like way more fun than the first day.
It was good.
Was good. But we got Bobby, our boy, He and his Street Profits, which I think is kind of dumb, but I like Bobby.
Yeah.
And I don't know, they defeated someone who I have no clue who these people are.
That's
That's
Karrion
Karrion
Kross
Kross
and the Authors of
and
Pain.
What?
Authors of
Say it
Pain,
again.
yeah.
Say it again.
Karrion Kross and the Authors of Pain.
But it says the Final Testament in a
That-
Philadelphia.
That's the faction name they gave them, but it's basically just another name for friggin' jobber.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. I see. I like Bobby though.
Oh yeah, Bobby
Bobby
Lashley's
did.
awesome.
Mm.
Bobby is the man.
I'll
He's
tell you
one of
what,
those
though.
guys who just decided to stop aging at about 30. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But as far as the Street Profits are concerned, man, they need to break Angelo Dawkins off and just have him go solo.
Yeah. No, that you're 1,000% correct.
He's awesome.
Him and Tez, they're both. I think Montez Ford, with the right packaging, is a superstar looking for a place to happen.
They need to do Montez Ford the way that they do Eddie Kingston.
So make him fat.
No, just make him a brawling dude who just wants to fight everybody.
Wow, you got me to
Yeah,
laugh.
good.
What was that? Montez what? What's his name?
Montez Ford.
Montez Ford. He's Bianca Belair's husband.
It
Yeah.
sounds.
said,
he
WWE
sounds familiar to me, dude.
Is
Yeah.
just
Oh, this
a
fella.
big family.
He's
Yeah,
the big guy. He's the big guy of the team.
Right,
No,
right,
he's
right.
the skinnier guy. Dawkins is
yeah.
the other.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I've seen him in the ring. He's not bad. He needs to bulk up a bit though.
Well, he's got a thin frame, but he's
He does.
super athletic.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Yeah, no, I've
he's-
seen him
dude,
before.
he's-
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that the height he gets on his friggin' frog splash is nuts.
It's stupid high.
Yeah,
He's got to be 15 feet.
he's in
the air.
friggin' orbit.
Yeah,
He's kind of stuck in the yo-yo thing though, I guess because he's black.
pretty
That's
much. Yeah,
the-
that is the best. The best criticism that you could levy against Triple H's booking is there's a lot of really heavy racialism to it. For
Well,
some
I guess
reason,
it's
the racial
simple.
people all
It's
stay together.
stereotypes are simple.
I think
but
that's
yeah,
pretty much all
you're
it is. I
black.
don't think.
Put some blang blang
I think
on him.
it's just
All right.
easier.
all the
to-
Hispanic guys are
one,
together.
It's easier to get around
Right.
the outrage mobs if you only
Yeah.
have the same color people fighting each other, pretty much. Because if you do a kendo stick angle and it's some big bald white guy beating some black guy,
Lars
people might have
Sullivan.
a problem with that.
Oh, you know
Yeah,
what
they
you
might
you
have
know
a
what you do. I just had an epiphany.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Watch
God.
out.
Because we were talking about how to give Rhea a proper match. You go over to that what is the AEW, right? You
Yeah.
got this little shit that rides around on a skateboard and he sucks like in every way. He sucks on the mic, he sucks in the ring, he just sucks.
He's just shitting all over Darby.
yeah, no,
Damn, dude.
See, you take that little shit. You say he's transgender and his name is Darbina, and you throw him in
Darbina.
and he fights with Rhea because he could roll with her.
Yeah.
Just
Rhea
bring
would
back
break you in
Santino
half.
Morello then.
Hey, now don't you badmouth the Italian world champion.
It would be his alter ego, Santina Morello.
Yeah, right, Santina. But do you remember the whole shtick of how they brought him in? You know, where
I
they
do.
had the
Yeah.
supposedly he was
Yeah.
an
Blonde
Italian, got a
Miracle.
chance to get in the ring, he won the match, right? Of course,
Yep.
complete bullshit.
Yep.
But I mean, just the whole setup they had for him. That was
Dude,
funny.
if you ever want to hear a funny story, man, because whether you love him or you hate him, Cornette's friggin' hilarious.
Oh, Cornette's great.
Cornette friggin' hates him, man,
Why?
because
Yes.
when he was training him in OVW and Smoky Mountain, he just didn't get how when a match is going on and and there's a crowd around and everything, you don't dismiss like another wrestler or something like that. You
It
don't
was the
act like there's
boogeyman.
nothing going on. Yeah, the
Yeah.
boogeyman, who was supposed to be this really scary character, and Santino's just standing there looking at him like, yeah, whatever,
Not
'Cause-
intimidated at all.
not intimidated at all. And he's like, you're killing the gimmick, dummy.
So he broke
Yeah.
kayfabe, is what you're saying?
Basically,
Yeah, he broke kayfabe when he wasn't even involved in the match. He was just standing there.
Okay. Yeah, well, fair
so
enough.
yeah, so
Fair
Cornette
enough. Don't
freaking
do that.
Cornette crawled up his ass and shit down his throat.
Chester, did
Well-
you see
Yeah.
the opening tonight too at all with Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest? You see any
No,
of
no,
that?
I didn't say. I like I said, I didn't see the highlights of day 2 at all, except for
Oh,
I went specifically and looked for Rose and Reigns. I didn't
so
see it. Yeah,
at the end of night one, Rollins was all banged up from their match with Rock and Roman, right?
yeah, sure.
So they come into the match with Drew, and Drew had been the whole psychology of this match is Drew for months had been warning Seth to stop that, get out of it, get away from it, because you're going to ruin our match. You're going to come in there, and it's going to be a mess, and I'm going to destroy you, basically. And that's basically what happened. Drew went
Yeah.
in there and just destroyed him, and beat him fairly easily for for a Seth match. Took the title off of him exactly like he said he would. And then Drew's celebrating, and he was taking a real long time celebrating.
Well,
And
what
he
he was
eventually gets outside the ring. He gives the title to his wife, who's at ringside. Presents it to her, takes it back, and then he goes over. And CM Punk was on commentary because he's still hurt, and he's part of this feud too in a different way, but he's part of it. And he gets right in CM Punk's face, and he starts, he crotch chops him and does all this stuff. And Punk basically snaps, knocks him down off the announce table, hits him with his arm brace that he had on because his arm's hurt, and then Damian Priest music hits. Damian Priest had the Money in the Bank and came down and basically took the title that Drew just won off of him. It's phenomenal, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying to you.
Well, the cool thing about
whole
yeah.
angle is good. You should definitely watch it.
Well,
Yeah, the cool thing about it is that the
Kawhi saw
whole
Drew
time,
McIntyre.
yeah. So what happened? So like the whole thing is like you said, Drew was telling Seth, "You're not paying. You're distracted. You're not paying attention to our match. You're not doing what you're supposed to be doing." And but then he ends up getting hoisted by
that's
his own
not
petard
right.
because he does the same thing at the end of the match.
Exactly.
He's so preoccupied with CM Punk, he's not thinking, and he gets got by friggin' Damian Priest.
And
Well-
that's what we were talking about, that long form storytelling, right? Because
Right.
you see the story and the kind of circle, and it was really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love
It all
Drew
made sense.
McIntyre, man.
I do too. He's my favorite going right now in WWE.
Oh, he's my wife's favorite for
Well,
other reasons.
well, I remember
I'm
when he,
sure for
you know,
people.
of
Well,
course.
maybe not. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't even know if it'd be gay. That man's gorgeous. That's a
That
few
he is
hours.
he is a gorgeous man.
Well, the
He's
thing
fucking
with it,
huge,
I remember
too.
when he came out and he was a bit soft. And then
He was.
I forget what happened, and I didn't see him for a while. And then he came back, and someone threw a freaking marble statue at him or something.
Yeah, he just became
Well,
the
it's
Marvel.
another example of just like Cody, just like AJ, they had to leave and go away and go out onto the circuit and then go to New Japan and stuff like that to really find themselves.
Right.
And then when
He
they all came back, yeah,
He also stopped shaving the chest. If you notice, like in the
Yep.
early days, completely hairless, and now he's got some chest hair and stuff that works for him, right?
You
So
really shouldn't be
like-
talking about body hair, Ben, not you.
Yeah.
listen,
but he
listen.
yeah he basically
Women
was like,
like
I'm gonna
chest
go out
hair,
here, I'm
Chester.
gonna be the character, I'm gonna be the guy that I want to be,
Right.
and
Yeah.
that's
Well,
That's
he's
cool.
and
I
also-
like Drew too.
He's
Yeah.
also legitimately best friends with Sheamus, and they've
Oh,
known
yeah,
each other
yeah.
forever.
Yeah, it makes
And
sense.
basically, once he got fired or let go or whatever the situation was, where he wasn't in WWE anymore, he just went to Sheamus and told him, "I got to get huge," and he got huge. That's what
Yep.
happened. Sheamus basically took him under his wing.
dude, I'm gonna tell you what,
got him
you want
going.
to see a great match, check out him versus Will Ospreay and Rev Pro.
Yep.
Dude, that whole tournament, that Rev Pro tournament they did, where it was Ospreay had two great matches. It was him versus Drew, and then him versus Ricochet before Ricochet went to WWE.
Right.
Dude, it was
I highly
dude,
recommend it, Chester. This opening
Yeah.
segment here, it's about, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes of work in and out, and it's really, really good. It's great psychology. They pay off every storyline they had coming in. And Drew's whole thing, his whole character for the last few years is that he keeps getting screwed.
Yep.
Partially it's his own doing, and others it's not. But regardless, he keeps getting screwed. So this happening to him is just perfect storytelling for his overarching character arc.
Right. And I'm assuming
And-
he's going to get a rematch and get it back or something.
oh yeah.
We think so eventually, yeah. But
Well,
Well-
because this Damian Priest vampire looking guy, I had never heard of him.
You mean
Bisexual
bisexual Undertaker?
yeah,
He's very over because he's part of they're gonna they're going to end up turning on him. He's going to go babyface. He's going to be he's going to leave Judgment Day.
Here's what I think is going to happen with Rhea, because they're going to have to turn her face eventually too, full face. Is I think Liv's going to steal Dominic.
Well, I think he should be her boyfriend.
Well, here's why I think that. Because a couple months ago or whatever it was, she had lost a match to Becky, or I guess a month ago now. And Rhea comes out and walks past her, and as she's walking past Liv Morgan, Liv yells to her, "I'm going to take everything you love." Exact words. So I think that's the story they're building. Because Dom's got to stay a heel until he's ready to take his dad's mantle.
He's never going to be ready to take his dad's mantle.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't even need to attempt to be a face before that because he's so over as a heel. Why mess with it? Why fuck it up?
I don't know.
So the best way to keep him, man. The best way to they already have one. Him and Rhea are kayfabe a couple.
What?
So the best way for him to stay that is to screw over mommy. Screw her over.
Dominic and Rhea are kayfabe couple.
Yes.
Oh, really? Well, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, that's
they're not actually. Yeah, they're not actually together. They're
he's actually just got married.
Yeah,
he actually just got married. But
which is funny because
that's what they should do, because that would instantly. He's already got nuclear level heat. It would keep the heat on him, and it immediately turns her face. Immediately, because
does he have to kiss her on camera?
Why wouldn't he?
Oh God!
That's exactly.
Poor little Mysterio.
What?
Such a lucky man.
He gets to make out with Liv and Rhea. It gets paid for it. That prick.
No, I feel compassion for him. Yeah, but those two don't look like a couple at all. What are they doing?
Well, it started when
Rhea's got the whole emo goth shit going on.
Yep. She's big titty goth GF. It started when he was still with his dad. They were a tag team, and basically she seduced him away from his father. That's how her whole gimmick started.
Well, I hope he wasn't dating his father. That would have been.
It was basically and then like the way he was acting, and everything was like a callback to the storyline with Ray and Eddie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was like, maybe you aren't my dad. That kind of crap.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like Hunter is kind of working out, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from the creative side. Oh hell yeah.
But best thing to happen in wrestling in decades, honestly.
Yeah.
No,
although,
cool.
Dude, I gotta tell you, man. A lot of people are giving Ospreay for clapping back at what Hunter said, but you could tell Hunter is just pissed off that he didn't get Ospreay.
What do you mean by that?
Will Ospreay was the #1 free agent. He's pretty much considered by most people to be the best wrestler in the world today.
Mm-hmm.
And he signed with AEW instead of WWE.
Oh,
but he had reasons for that, and that
money.
Like I actually dug it. No, it was more than that.
He's lazy. That's the reason.
No, it's not. That's bullshit. That's not true.
That's absolutely the reason he gave.
That is not why he did it. No,
was better.
Wrong.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Dude,
what did he say then?
He is in a relationship with a woman in England.
So is everybody.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish before you cut me off.
Go ahead.
Okay. He wanted to stay in England. He didn't want to move to the United States. Okay. Yeah. The main reason for it was because she just started university in England and she couldn't move. And her son also started. She's had the last few years have been really rough for her. Her husband died. Ooh. And he did not want to take her away from her support system. Hunter knew this. He said that the reason why, this guy, he does not have a problem doing the grind, man. He flows all over the world. He works for multiple companies. That wasn't the main reason. He did like the fact that it was an easier schedule because that meant that he could spend more time with her.
He's dating some woman whose husband just died?
No, he died about 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
He looks like a mutt.
But anyway, but here's the thing. Hunter knew all of that. He knew that the main reason why he did not sign with WWE was because they wanted him to move to the States and he did not want to uproot his family. So for him to take a dig at Ospreay saying that it was because he didn't want to do the grind, that's not true.
I mean,
disagree.
maybe the problem is that like Hunter's got such a plethora of main stars that the loss of Will Ospreay is doing him no heartburn, right? Then honestly, this is probably better for Will Ospreay.
Then why take the dig at him?
Well, here's the thing. Why do you
he's
why
not
do you
taking
say it
digs
was
at
him?
them for ages.
Dude, he lost the two. No, Hunter is pissed because he lost the two biggest free agents in wrestling. He lost Ospreay and he lost Okada.
So
Yeah,
how do you
but
know he wasn't
Hunter
talking about Okada?
What's that?
How do you know he wasn't talking about Okada? Ospreay's
He what? Dude, no, he wasn't talking about Okada. Dude, stop. We all know who he was talking about.
Ooh, look, Kenny Omega,
we know that?
the man.
Yeah, there's Kenny. Well, how do we know that though? He could have very easily been
Dude,
Okada.
no,
Okada. Here's why it could have been Okada, because Shinsuke did come over. Shinsuke did everything you're talking about with
That's
Will.
true.
Shinsuke did.
No, okay. Now, when you talk about somebody going for the money, that's what Okada did.
Yeah.
Okada 100% went for the
Is
money.
that shit Japanese wrestler you're talking about?
No, he's not shit.
Okada, dude, he's not shit. He's awesome.
Who's the one
he's
I
probably
hate?
going to be shit in AEW because Tony doesn't know how to book. But in Japan, he was phenomenal.
Who's the one I hate? Thunder.
I don't know.
I can't remember which. Oh no, Shinsuke. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
is it
butt
Shinsuke?
ugly guy, slow and awkward, just creepy.
Well, he's also nowhere near what he used to be.
No, he's old.
Well, then put him out the pasture already.
He's too useful as a mid Carter.
They keep paying him, so he keeps coming back. Shinsuke is the absolute mercenary. He
dude.
said a few years ago, because somebody asked him if he'd go back to Japan, and he said, "Whoever's got the most money." That's literally what he said.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
mercenary.
there are a lot of dudes here in Japan that would do a way better job than him that could fill that position. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing.
One of them was Okada, and he signed with AEW because he's really good friends with the Young Bucks.
With Kenny, he's really good friends with Kenny and the Bucks and everything. And he 100% went for the money. And to be honest, dude, it's hard to blame him because he wasn't getting paid shit in Japan.
Fair. I tried, Ben, to diffuse it by giving you an easy, a volley pass with Kenny Omega's The Man.
I actually, unironically, think there's about a 40% chance before Kenny retires, he's going to be in WWE for a year.
I think so too. Because here's the thing: no matter what anybody says, every wrestler dreams about that WWE.
Oh,
run.
sure,
no,
that's true.
Mania, bro. Look at Mania. Who doesn't want to be on that card?
Yeah.
Well,
and here's the thing: like, did you see because after the whole debacle with Punk going on Ariel Helwani and then Tony having a friggin' bitch fit, they actually asked Kenny in an interview, and it turns out Kenny was when the All In brawl happened, that thing, the big throwdown between Punk and the Bucks and everything. Kenny was trying to diffuse the situation. He wasn't actually involved in the fight. And when it comes down to
what happened to the dog? There's been so much talk about
the dog.
What dog?
The dog. He rescued the dog, but the dog got kicked when what's his name? Ace Steel started. Ace Steel is basically the one who started the fight.
Well, we're talking about in-ring kayfabe or not?
No, we're talking about. We're talking about for real. Yeah.
Okay, because I was going to say that this Ospreay guy looks like a dog. Anyway, go ahead.
But the dog got kicked in the face during the scuffle, and Kenny picked him up and ran out of the room with him.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, because the dog lost two of his front teeth.
Oh, that's
honestly, I saw a lot of people saying this, and I completely agree. Kenny, because he's such a loyal friend, was held back massively by massively. Yeah. He would have been a big star in WWE had he gone, but he didn't because he wanted to stay with his friends.
Right.
Well, under Hunter, yes. Under Vince, no.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he might have even pulled it off under Vince. AJ did.
Yeah, but Vince didn't want AJ to be the guy, though.
He didn't, but he still did it for almost. He was champion.
The same thing happened with AJ that happened with Bryan Danielson.
Oh, right.
He was forced to do it. He was forced.
I think it was the boys.
Well,
I think it was the boys more than anything forced him because everybody was like, "No, you got to do it." He's
I know you guys don't like the Young Bucks, and I get why. But Kenny Omega himself, absolutely awesome on the mic.
He's awesome.
One,
Period.
two, he is amazing in the ring. Kenny Omega.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
He's
Problem
anyone
Omega
here
has.
discredit Kenny Omega.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Oh yeah, fair enough.
okay. Well, and I'll tell you what. If you want to see an absolutely amazing match, look at Omega and Ospreay have had 3 matches now,
Yep.
and they have all been fantastic.
Omega is one
Have
of those
they?
guys
Yeah.
who can have a great match, a good match with anybody, and a great match with most people.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he's
That's how good he is.
solid, dude. And he reminds me a lot of like if you took like Ric Flair and Steve Austin and mixed it up on the mic, that's him.
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that mic.
Interesting.
He's got
Interesting
mic
combo.
skills, serious mic skills.
I think Kenny's 40, I believe, 40,
Oh,
40.
wow.
He's 41 now, I think.
Wow.
But as we've seen, and I just said this to Ben the other day, as we've seen, age isn't as big of a factor as it used to.
No.
The
He just turned
science,
40.
the medicine, the way they take care of themselves now is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not degenerates. They're not out here wasting their body on drugs like the guys 20 years ago were.
Mhm.
No, they're
And they
doing
have better
physical
protocol.
therapy, and they're on,
Yeah.
you know, not
Yep.
not as much gear per se, but like steroid, you know, the testosterone replacement therapy, and then
Hormone, yeah.
yeah, they're so you know, I mean, like Undertaker had this really stupid thing he said where he was like, "Oh, I miss the days when people were just like cracking beers in the back," and it's like, yeah, and then all of you guys like destroyed your bodies and your minds and stuff like that.
By the age of 40, you could barely walk. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know, and these guys, they're not, you know, for the most part, not drug addicts or alcoholics. You know, sure, they go back, they ice down the joints, and they play video games, and that ensures a much longer career that doesn't end up in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah. I think though,
Yeah,
what is
but-
it? He's not with diverticulitis right now. He had like a real bad
wow.
case of it and almost died from it.
Yeah, but you can see in their characters and their wrestling that they go back and play video games and not get drunk and fuck girls. You can see it. Yeah.
I mean,
Give me a little bit of that old wrestler. Give me a little bit of old Ric Flair. Walk into any bar, walk out with 3 girls. Give me that.
dude, Ric Flair, he's talking about coming back in the ring. Like, talk about a guy.
We don't need him back. I'm
We don't need
I
that.
actually
dirty
I
these
actually
young ones
watched.
up a bit is my point.
I actually saw his final match. Dude, I have never been more terrified that someone was gonna die in the ring.
Oh God, yeah.
And his heart stopped twice.
Oh God. Yeah.
He lost consciousness twice.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, I can do better." I'm like, dude, you need to. I understand it's hard when you're the biggest thing in the world and then suddenly you're not. But I don't want to. And it's the same thing. Like I'm glad Sting retired when he did, and they let him go out the way that he did. But I was still terrified when he would do those friggin' table spots and stuff like that. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch my heroes die in the ring.
Yeah, no. No, that's true. But interesting set of matches. I definitely need to go check out day 2. That looks more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say,
great.
what do you guys think was the best match? I think Seth Gunther was Sammy Gunther was the best technical in-ring match. I thought that match was fantastic.
Okay, best in-ring match. Okay, that's different than best match.
Yeah.
Because the main event was the best match. The night 2 overall.
Oh
like,
yeah,
spectacle
the
of
way
it,
the way
storytelling.
that night 2 was the storyline wise, yeah, it was awesome. But just
For
like
me, my favorite match though, and it's mainly just because I'm a massive mark for Drew McIntyre, was him beating one, and I can't stand Seth Rollins, so I like watching him get the shit kicked out of him.
yeah, but you're not supposed
so
to
that
like
match.
Seth Rollins because Seth's character, his current character is literally designed to be the most annoying piece of shit on the planet.
He's such
I can't stand this friggin' I can't
But it's
stand
not
that
even just his
character.
current character. I haven't liked him since like 2018. Back when he was like a face champion back in the day, even then, and he was just unbeatable, and he would just take he was worse than Super Cena. He'd kick out of everything. People would hit him.
It's not
with
his fault though. That's
It
Vince
doesn't
booking.
matter. His character of Seth Rollins did those things, and I couldn't stand.
But I'll tell you what. I'll take this. I'll take the Kingslayer a million times over than this current one.
Ben, did they spell
But I would rather just have-
Gunther in the German way?
It's just right there.
Gunther.
Yeah, Gunther.
Oh, okay.
There's no
Okay.
There's no umlaut or anything.
Okay,
so.
I got it right here. Hey, you guys keep going. I'm just kind of doing.
But no, that for me,
background
that
stuff.
was my favorite match. Drew finally got his moment that he more than earned more than deserved.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem WWE has right now. They have so many guys who deserve, honestly, to be champion, but there's only
Yeah.
so many championships.
Well, and
So
that's the reason why like when Hunter cut that friggin' dig at Osprey, I was like, why are you even doing that, dude? It's not like you don't have a girth of talent. You've got two guys in NXT right now that could literally be world title level guys within a year. You've got so much. They've got a dearth of talent right now. They got more talent right now than I think they've had in probably the last 2 decades. Hello.
Yeah, we're here. Go ahead.
Oh, Thunder, you muted yourself.
Oh, here we go.
Might have had somebody busting his room or something.
Oh,
No,
okay,
I
yeah.
mean you're right. And what was the comment beneath him? Probably doesn't matter. I mean, like the thing is like AEW's been taking cheap shots at each
Oh
other.
no, I didn't like it when AEW was taking shots. I was like, dude, what are you guys doing this
Right.
shit? You don't. There's no reason for that. But the difference is like that was not like an in-ring thing. It wasn't like a bit. He's legitimately pissed that friggin' Osprey signed to somewhere else.
well,
But again, like I said, there's so much talent. What's that?
If he wants to do the job that he's doing, I'm back, by the way. Yes, I had wife aggro for a second. If
Oh,
he
I
wants
see.
to do this job, he should get mad at that. That's a good sign. That means he cares. That means he gives a shit. Vince wouldn't have gave a shit.
Yeah,
Like,
but
screw that guy. I'll never work. He'll never work here. He's a
it's
blackballed
the same,
him.
but it's like the same. It's like I said, it's stupid when AEW takes stupid digs and stuff like that. It's stupid when WWE does it.
Yeah.
And I agree. I would say though, as a broader sentiment, even if it was directed at Osprey, which probably was, I was trolling.
I know.
But let's give him the benefit of the doubt for a second and say it was just a general statement that was coming from a little bit of annoyance by what happened. I agree with him. If you don't want to come in and do like Cody did, if you don't want to come in and do like all these other guys have done, and be there and be present and be there at all times with as little caveats as possible, they don't need you. It's the truth. They don't. Like you said, they are packed with
Dude,
talent.
their
Let's-
roster
oh,
is
yeah.
ridiculously huge.
But like I said, let's not pretend that the reason why he did that is because of that. He's pissed because he didn't get him. But here's the thing. He knows the guy had, whether you think the reason is a good reason or not, he had a legitimate reason for not doing it. And it's not like,
Is he-
dude, and he's super young. It's not like in
engaged to
4
this
years.
chick?
It's not like in 4 years he's not going to be. He's going to be 34 in 4 years.
He's
No, he'll be there,
young.
man. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
British.
in
They
terms
age
of,
like
dude,
milk.
look at who are the champions and everything right now. Man, Cody's almost 40.
Cody's 37, 38. Something.
He's 38.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't think that's, like I said, I think 45 is probably your cutoff for being a main
Well,
eventer.
yeah, but I'm saying like that, like 34, like most wrestlers really don't start hitting, like the upper echelon of their ability and everything until they're around 30.
Late 30s, mid 30s to late 30s.
Mid, yeah,
I'd say,
early
is
to mid
like,
30s. Yeah.
Look at this top
you
line.
hit your
though.
like thing.
Damien
Yeah.
and Rhea should be a kayfabe dating because they look like they should be. Sami Zayn, he seems familiar. Did he come in with that NXT group with Drew McIntyre and all those guys?
With Kevin Owens and yeah.
Yeah, I seem to remember him. Logan Paul, whatever.
He used to wear that goofy hat.
Yeah. RTruth, still alive. Good.
God, I
What
can't
the hell is
stand-
an A-Town Down Under?
The Australian champ.
They're both
Ugh.
incredibly young too, though. So
I
these are
can't
two guys
stand either
that,
ways.
for some reason, both. Well, Vince really liked what's his
Austin
nuts?
Theory.
And-
He said
Austin
Austin
Theory,
Theory
yeah.
was the next John Cena.
And Grayson Waller is somebody that Triple H really, really likes for some reason. I don't see it. Neither of them personally.
They are
I
both
think
poison on the.
I think
yeah, on
Theory's a
TV.
decent worker in the ring. I think his in-ring's fine, but he's just. And the reason is kind of the same thing they did with Roman. That's not who Austin Theory is. Austin Theory, the guy who plays Austin Theory, is actually a really good man, genuinely, like a genuinely good person. And they won't let him be that. They keep trying to make him this douchebag heel, and it looks fake. It feels fake because it is fake. That's not who he is.
I'm past it. I'm deciding which
And-
Kabuki warrior is cuter. I think it's the one.
Kyrie,
Yeah,
the one with
I'll
the
take
red.
Asuka.
She's definitely
can have
cuter.
she's
Kyrie, I'll
looking
take
at me.
Asuka.
I see that look. I see it.
Well, Asuka's
I bet
got
you
the
Asuka's a
boom,
lot
but
more fun, and you can play video games all day with
dude, Asuka had a match with Minoru Suzuki and actually got the shit kicked out of her from him.
Yeah, he can take
Dude,
it. Yeah.
Anybody that has a match with Minoru Suzuki, I got respect for him, man, because he's as real as he's possibly allowed to be without actually killing anybody.
Well,
So
I got
Ela had his first match on the
Russian
main roster
guy.
the other day.
He's actually really good.
Someone they're trying to tell me is Mexican that is clearly Asian, and now talk about no tits. Oh well.
Yeah,
Oba Femi. Okay.
Oba's the man.
He's pretty cool. That's a guy that's got a lot of upside.
Yeah. I think you'd like
Axiom is still wrestling. Interesting. Charlie Dempsey. Wow.
That's
God,
that is
the British guys are just so damn ugly, man.
That's
They're British. What are you?
What's his name? That's what's his name's son. That's we just talked about him. My brain just took a crap.
I don't know.
That's William Regal's son.
Really?
Oh,
Charlie Dempsey is? I didn't know that.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm pretty sure it is. Let me double check.
That is cool. Here is I don't know who these people are.
Look at AJ. Look how ridiculously jacked AJ Styles is at 45 years old. What the hell?
And he's a legitimate wrestler as well.
He's amazing.
What is the hell is?
It's Regal's son.
Oh, that's cool. A little bit of legacy. What the hell is an Akira Tozawa?
A dude who was actually a much better wrestler, and they made him a joke.
Yeah. He's WWE does this every now and again. They'll get a Japanese guy, and he kind of becomes their little Japanese mascot. And that's Akira right now.
That's weird because they got some really good wrestlers over here. Who's this cutie little mulatto girl? Damn, that's a cute girl.
Alicia Taylor.
Yeah,
not bad.
Yeah,
there's another one on here. Down to her eventually. Oh, well, I'll wait till we get there. But
okay.
Oof.
Okay. Here is this guy. I saw him with Ray.
Andrade.
This guy's a real deal.
Yeah.
I don't know what it.
One of the original Los Ingobernables.
Oh, I see. Now he's real deal though. Andre, why? Okay.
Nobody.
And no, ain't. Oh no. Okay.
I like how the Rock, that picture's right there. That's good. I like
to have him a kiss. Yeah.
It looks like they're about to make out.
Yeah, it does. Apollo Crews, man, that guy got a look going on, doesn't he?
That's a dude that is so woefully underutilized.
It's another Vince guy. It's another poisoned by Vince.
Is it?
He's so good.
Look at that man.
He looks great, but can he move though?
Oh God, he's amazing.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. That's
it's just again too much melanin for Vince, and he wasn't big enough. He wasn't tall enough.
Okay. Why does Ashante Adonis have a girl's name? All right. Let's see here.
Question.
Ariana Grace. I prefer this girl. She's prettier.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Asuka. Okay.
Yep. Legend.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Hey, it's the Rock's daughter.
The most successful Japanese wrestler in American history.
No way she's even touching freaking the Great Muta. What are you talking about? That guy is worldwide legend.
In the United States.
In the United States. I'm not talking overall, but just in America, especially in WWE.
Yeah.
Easily.
Dude, had you ever seen the pop Muta got when he walked out, dude?
I'm not, dude. He's saying he's talking about success in the U.S. He's not talking about worldwide.
I'm talking about WWF when Muta come walking out.
Her whole gimmick now is being Muta. Muta is her inspiration. She does the mist. She wears the face paint, the whole thing. But before she did that, she was a very dominant wrestler for the company as a female. She carried the company for years.
Yeah. She literally left. She left Stardom and started her own promotion, and that's how popular she was, and it was actually successful.
Okay. Why is this girl related to Johnson or something?
Ava, that's his daughter.
Oh shit, she looks just like her dad, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah, and she has no talent in the ring whatsoever.
Damn. She looks
And
just
so-
like her
It was
dad, dude.
not
and
genetic.
as soon as her
They
dad,
made her a manager already.
yeah, no, they didn't make her a manager. They made her the general manager of NXT.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's so stupid.
Oh, wow.
That's how that was one of the first things that happened when The Rock got on the board. Is they
The
did that.
joke is she's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame next year.
Is
Yeah.
this the original Axiom? Oh, God. Is this the
I don't think
original
so.
Axiom or a new one?
I don't think so. I
don't think so. I think this is a third generation guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one makes me feel uncomfortable.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know why she still
Is
has
that
a job.
dude
I don't
dressing
hate
like
her.
a girl?
But she hasn't done anything.
She's
to
not
warrant
that
still
great.
being employed there. I don't know why they keep her around.
Becky Lynch has been around forever.
Dude, have you guys noticed like that awful eye makeup that they put on them when they do pay-per-views?
I don't know who does the makeup for the girls.
I don't know who's doing that, but I think they're deliberately doing that to make them look awful. I think she wants the women to look ugly because she's mad at them or something.
What?
Probably.
Yeah, no, there's still a McMahon in the work, isn't there? That's true.
Jeez.
Oh, Big E. Hey, Big E, you're still around. Nice for you, dude.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bobby.
unfortunately, he just
He's
announced that his neck is not healed enough for him to ever.
Yeah,
he'll probably never wrestle again.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the bone growth is not. It's like fibrous. It's not completely healing. So,
Which is a shame.
It is.
Yeah.
I always like
love
Big E.
He
by the way,
should've
Blair
been a superstar.
Blair Davenport right there. That's actually B Priestley. That's Will Ospreay's ex.
Okay.
She's actually pretty good.
No, okay. Is that a woman or a man?
That's a woman. I mean, she's British, so she's got the permanent stink face on her
She's
face.
very
so.
British.
Very.
I don't know what happened
Yeah.
in that island. They're just ugly. I
They
can't.
are.
I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, it's, no, it is. It's not just that it's not that they're ugly. It's that when they are good looking, they got that look on their face.
Yeah, they do have that stink face, don't
Well,
they?
Well, their whole
like
island
they're
smells of
screwing their
fish.
face up
Have you
like
ever
they
been there?
smelled something
It's
bad.
miserable.
Well,
Yeah.
I did
Smells
go.
like fish
I performed.
and
over
rotten sausage that they eat. Ugh. Ugh.
We got a boa. Never heard of this guy.
Boba.
Yeah.
He's
He's
going
Asian.
places.
That's all you need to know.
Fair.
Yeah, his whole gimmick is he's Asian.
He's Asian.
Yeah, he's another probably another Vince holdover thing.
Maybe
Mega
Bobby
Ninja.
Booker. Of course, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Braun Strowman's still around. Nice.
He's
Yeah.
still hurt, as far as I know.
Yeah,
But
he's
Brock's
hurt.
still on the thing. He's still not totally fired.
They took him off and then they brought him back. Dude, they're gonna bring him back I'd say within 6 months he'll be back.
Good.
He's a functional
I
big
get
man,
why
dude.
everybody's mad at Vince. I understand. That's fine. What did Brock do that was so evil? He was offered pussy. He said cool, and then asked for a P tape. That's creepy and weird. But why should he be like Benoit for it? I think that's ridiculous. I just
Wow.
don't see what he
That
did that
they
was so evil.
Benoit
Why
him?
everybody's so mad at him?
Hey.
Yes,
That's
they
right.
literally did. They've erased him. The first mention that was made of him in months was by
Was
Paul
at the
Heyman
Hall
at
of
the Hall
Fame.
of Fame.
We're talking about
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar, yes.
Wow.
They even have him in the video game and won't let you play him. That's how much they've been
Yeah.
him. He's
That's
there.
why I said I
What
said
did
he'll
he
be back
do?
in 6 months. That
don't know.
lawsuit that's going on right now.
Yeah.
He asked for a P tape.
Well, no.
Yeah.
What
He asked
happened
for a
was
what?
Vince. Now, hang on. Vince offered him that woman supposedly
Which one?
if he would the what's her name
Janelle Grant,
Janelle Grant. He offered
his girlfriend.
Vince supposedly offered Janelle Grant to Brock if he would resign as an incentive to resign.
Uh-huh.
And
According
Brock
to-
said
according to a
okay,
text message.
but then he asked for a recording and that was it.
A recording of what?
Supposedly he was
Her peeing.
of her peeing.
Why?
But
Pee video.
dude, who knows why?
No,
people
back
give a
up.
fuck
Why?
about
I
shit.
actually hang on. I actually think the reason why is because Brock's a bit of a dick. I don't think everybody's reading it that he likes P videos. I don't think that was it. I think he was just messing with this girl. He was just
Well,
he was
because
screwing
Brock
with
can
her.
Well,
get his own women.
He's got his
and well,
own woman.
And then the other thing too is that supposedly he set up a date to meet her to have sex with her and never
Yeah.
showed up.
Yeah, I'm
Exactly. That's
just-
what I'm saying. I think he was screwing with her. I don't think he was ever serious.
Why
Yeah,
would
because-
Vince McMahon offer women to dudes that can get any woman they want? I don't get
Because
it.
Vince is a
Vince is a
weirdo.
weird, creepy perv. That's why.
I get, but go
Dude,
back
he-
to the
he was-
P thing. Hold on a minute.
Dude, they were. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't. What?
Exactly.
Vince apparently liked being pissed and crapped on.
Oh Jesus! What the fucking people? Ben,
I don't know
Ben,
what Brock does. in
you
fairness.
have power and authority. You need to nuke some shit.
Dude,
And
what do
silence
what
speaks
do rich
volumes.
decadent people do? After they get bored, they start doing the weirdest shit they can
Yeah,
possibly
but
find.
come on, man.
Brock apparently hunts elk with his bare hands and likes to
Yeah.
munch women's
Well,
teeth.
that's fine.
Vince likes to sit underneath a glass table and watch people take a dump on his face.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, come on, dude. Fucking
But my
fucking-
point
God
is,
damn it.
even in the worst case scenario,
Whose fault is this conversation? I
Brock
said,
was just
bro,
offered
Braun
some-
Strowman's still here, and then this shit
Brock
came in.
was offered something and he said yes to it. As far as we know from what we've seen, he had no idea of the nature of their relationship.
No.
As far as he knew, that was just his girlfriend, and he was offering him to bang her, and he's like, "All right, cool." Like, I just don't understand how that warrants a Ben whining. Like, if he had done
Yeah.
something more sinister,
Because
sure, fine, whatever. But
anything
he didn't do
associated
anything.
with Vince right now is death and murder. That's why.
Wow, no, that sucks. I didn't need to hear any of that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, you know
Hopefully-
that's for the derailment you did earlier, you
that's
bastard.
fair. That's
Hopefully,
revenge.
it's almost over, and
Yeah.
Brock comes back because I
Yeah.
love Brock.
Well, he's
He's
really
just-
good at what he does.
Yeah.
The future is not completely done for Brock. He's obviously still on the roster here, right?
Yeah.
So he hasn't completely been shunned. There is, I think, a path back for Brock, but I think Brock doesn't. I am honestly okay with never seeing Brock again. He's done with. He's not entertaining anymore.
The only,
He just-
yeah, the only reason
Question.
is that
Remember, Brock had lost to Roman for the final time and could never challenge for the title again.
now
Do
he can
you
come back and challenge
See
Cody.
any value in him and Cody in a program for the title?
maybe.
They've already
I don't
got.
know.
You put
They've
a
already done one that was phenomenal. Their program was phenomenal.
you put him in
Sure.
a
So-
neck top singlet, and you bring him back as Van Vader.
Oh God. But here's the thing. Brock, the only reason Brock would even come back is if they paid him a bunch of money, because that's the only
Right.
reason he
he's
was doing
coming
it
back for the
anyway.
money. Yeah. He's
Okay.
the
Yeah.
mercenary.
He's a
Mercenary
money dude.
wrestler.
Yeah. Like you said, he's perfectly fine on his ranch, butchering
he
cattle
was set.
and hunting elk and
He was making like $10 million an appearance for them Saudi shows. He don't need the money,
oh
No,
yeah,
he
He'll
yeah.
take
He,
it.
he
but he don't need
he
it.
was. I think when he re-signed about 11, what was it, 12 years ago, he was
Yep.
getting like 14 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, what I
That's some
was
crazy
going to
shit.
say before they derailed this, I was going to say, oh, Brindley Reese, perky but wow, ugly, and is Braun Breaker Randy Orton's papa?
No, that is
No,
the
No,
Steiner.
that's a Steiner.
that's Scott Steiner's son.
He really looks like
Scott
Randy's
or Rick?
dad.
No, Rick. I'm sorry, Rick.
Rick's
Yeah.
son.
Oh yeah, he looks
He
just
does
like
look a lot like
he
Cowboy
looks
Bob.
just
He
like
does
his dad. He wrestles just like his dad. That dude right there. Give him back his friggin' Steiner name and put him on the. He's on the main roster now. Within 2 years, he's going to be in the world title scene.
Well, the Steiners are awesome.
I'm
but,
going to tell you right now, if they don't change his name, he's never going to be what they want.
Yeah,
just-
he'll never be. He'll never be what he should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because Big Papa Pump has certainly lost a step, but just seeing him walk in, dude, to the legacy, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
Braun's got that friggin'
He's a
belly to back
beast in the
suplex.
ring.
Yeah. No.
Oh yeah, a monster.
He moved the ring. He was running the ropes so hard and so fast. He shuffled the entire fucking ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
Super
mean,
athlete.
I remember when the Steiners came out. I saw them from day one, dude, and they were freaking awesome. They were
Yeah.
they
Like,
were
look at
an
this.
injection of excitement that wrestling needed at the time.
Chester, scroll up for a second for me, just a little bit. Back
I-
up, just one little scroll.
I'm okay.
Look at we have Braun Strowman, Braun Breaker. Go back down a little bit. Keep going. Bronco Nima and Bronson Reed. I think we could come up with another name, guys.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's true.
What do you think about what do you guys think about the Creed brothers?
I
Eh,
want to like them, but I don't
I think
know if
that-
I see.
I think they've got a lot of promise. They got a lot of potential, but man, they got to come up with a friggin' personality.
It looks
for the
very
game.
collegiate to me.
Yeah.
Brutus is a very ugly man.
Yes.
He's not a handsome man.
they scream
His
douchebag.
brother's a little
He-
better, but
He needs to grow
That's
some
gonna hurt
facial
him.
hair.
Yep.
Yeah, he needs to grow some
if
facial
you're
hair,
gonna-
and they
you
need
can
to.
look at that in wrestling. That's fine, but you have to carry yourself like an ugly man.
Yeah.
Right? If you're an
They need a
ugly
mouth. They need a good mouthpiece.
Yeah, you gotta be a destroyer. You gotta be a roughneck. And they have him out here as a like a collegiate wrestler or whatever, a technician.
Yeah.
I just don't think that works as with a guy with that ugly of a face. So
Well,
I say it like
Cameron. Yeah.
What's
So
making
Cameron
me
Grimes isn't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
no, what's making me sad is an old Carlito.
Yep.
dude. He got jacked though.
No,
He
he's
did.
Yeah,
always
dude.
been interesting, but he's always been the youthful guy. Go ahead, Cameron Grimes. Yeah.
That's a dude that has a lot of ability, but man, they need to find that golden gimmick for him, man, because
Can I ask which one of the pagan chaos gods that Saxton sacrificed a baby soul to still have his job?
Who?
How is this man still employed? He is no talent, Byron Saxton. He can't wrestle.
Oh,
He
yeah.
can't hardly talk.
Byron
He has,
Saxton.
he's
Oh
negative
God, dude,
charisma.
I thought he was a manager. He's in a suit.
No, he's a commentator, basically.
he's a
Well, now
commentator.
all he
He's
is just an
and he's
interview
one of the
in the
worst
past.
commentators in history.
He's horrible.
He's terrible.
And that's one of the things I think still holding them back in this new generation is, and they'll probably never get a commentary duo as good as Jerry and Jim, but they need. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I think, is to just get a really good commentary duo together to run the matches with.
They need to hire Kevin Kelly.
I agree.
Because
somebody's gotta
Tony shit all over that dude and screwed up because he was the guy that Punk picked to do Collision, and that commentary team with him and Nigel McGuinness was, people didn't give it a chance, but it was starting to click. Kevin Kelly is one of the best friggin' play-by-play guys in the business.
Honestly, I'd put Kenny Omega as an announcer, dude, as a commentary.
He might be eventually. He might be
Eventually. I'll tell you who would be a really good commentator, but he'll never do it because he'll never retire because he's friggin' neurotic as friggin' Jericho.
Oh, he might be, but I mean, honestly, just get RJ.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with all the commentators in every company right now, at least the two main ones in America. None of them are bad guys.
Nope.
Why? We need a heel commentator again.
That's what Jerry was good at.
Heels, no matter what they do. I don't care how vile it is. You need to spin that it was the right thing to do. That's what we need. Jerry Lawler did it. Bobby the Brain Heenan did it.
Yeah,
Jesse
that's why I said that commentary team with Kevin Kelly and Nigel McGuinness. That's what Nigel was doing. Nigel was the heel commentator, and it was working.
Needs to speak for the bad guy, and that's what the color guys traditionally did. Speaks for the bad guy.
Yeah, Taz was doing it for a while in AEW, and then for some reason they made him stop.
His son got over, and he, for some reason, decided he
don't give a shit. Dude,
so
yeah, well, you know what? His son looks great and he's got a lot of potential, but he needs to buy a personality.
He also needs to get the hell out of AEW.
He needs to go to NXT.
Yes.
These four, I think I can just skip.
Well,
Carmella, she's a pair of tits.
That's about it, though.
Cedric Alexander is actually another really talented dude, though.
Yeah. He'll be around. He'll be back up on the main roster here in the next week. He'll be back.
Okay.
There's Chad. See, look at this goofy shit. Look how jacked he is, Chester, and they got him doing goofy faces. Like, what are we doing?
that guy's suplex ability is insane.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the technical wrestler of this generation.
Yep.
And they got him being a goofball. Now, granted, Kurt Angle did a lot of goofball shit, but then he went out there and had ridiculous
and was a murderer.
People.
Yeah, but Kurt Angle was actually funny, though.
Yes, Chad's pretty funny too, but the difference was Kurt knew when to turn it off. Or, in fairness, it's probably not Chad's doing, but they knew when to turn it off and let him be, the monster, psychopath, rip your limbs off and eat them that Kurt Angle would become whenever he needed to.
He was beast.
Chad could do that.
Yeah, the way that they're doing Chad Gable was like with Kurt, it was the way they did the humor was supposed to be unintentional humor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With Chad, it's just a goofball freaking gimmick.
Yes.
That's true, Flying Saucer. Baby faces are meaningless without a great heel. It's true.
Yep.
That's accurate.
And I'm assuming Channing the Stacks Lorenzo is a heel.
But
yeah, I kind of feel so. Why is Rick's daughter running around?
Because she's great.
Because she's one of the best female wrestlers to ever live.
She's a what?
She's one of the best female wrestlers that ever lived.
Alrighty, fine.
She is. She's good. Look at Rhea. Look at that makeup. She looks like a psychopath.
God, that makeup.
You guys say she's pretty. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Well,
Although this Cora
Sophie's
Jade,
pretty with that makeup.
I'm all about that Cora Jade thing.
Again,
listen, kid, I know the kind of woman you like. I know you were really into like Brock Lesnar's daughter, and I'm sorry that they're all.
I don't know what she looks like. What does she look like?
No.
She looks like her dad.
That's what she
looks exactly like her.
No.
She looks like Brock if Brock went trans.
I say, I'm sorry. Did I say something bad about Rhea? Did I?
No, I was.
We all know you don't like big round booties, and Rhea's got that in spades. It's okay. We understand.
Well, this Cora Jade is my type.
Cora is beautiful.
This other Chelsea Green is not my type. I'm not into horse faces. I'm not big into it.
Well, yeah, Chelsea.
No, to be
Chelsea's
fair though, that picture.
Very talented at the character she's playing, but that character has no.
She was the only thing in the women's Royal Rumble that was worth a shit because it was so goddamn funny.
Well, CM's still around, annoying as he is.
Fragile Phil.
Yep, there he is, old Philly boy.
Oh, Fragile Phil.
And there's Cody, the man.
It's cool. It's cool.
Right
he's
there.
come up. It's
Cody.
cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We got Cruz del Toro. All right.
He's Mexican.
Like how all the Hispanics have to have, except for Damian Priest for some reason, have to have them not just Hispanic names, the most Hispanic names they could come up with.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Cruz del Toro.
Yeah, no.
For some reason, Damian Priest dodged that bullet. He gets to be Damian Priest instead of Damian Martinez or something.
We need some engines.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because he started out in front of NXT instead of on the main roster, and freaking Vince didn't, and that was before Vince took over, so he got to keep his name.
Well, I want to see me an Indian again with full headdress. That's what I want.
Yeah,
bring back Strongbow, man. Huh?
I would love that, actually.
I would love it.
You're never gonna see it.
Why? We got Mexicans. We got Yo-Yo Blacks. Why can't we have a Native American?
Because you can only be progressive in certain areas.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
They do like to erase my people, Chester, and I don't really like it very much.
Why? You're Yo-Yo Black, man?
I'm a deep Yo-Yo Black. Yeah, no, the Native Americans, Chester, the American Indians.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm serious. I mean, there are a couple of Takanta. What was his name? Takata? No, what was his name?
Tatanka. Yeah.
Tatanka. Yeah, he did the headdress thing. It was pretty cool. I want me an Indian again, man. Alrighty. Damian, I don't know. You look like you want to be a vampire. I don't know about this Damian Priest guy. Is he any good in the ring?
He's pretty good. Yeah,
he's
not
pretty
great,
good,
but he's fine.
He's not. He's serviceable. He's got a good look that gets over with the ladies.
He has a voice that every woman would love to hear.
Yeah.
At all times. His voice is ridiculously deep and man.
Is he like a ring general or is he a big guy?
He's a big guy. He's weird. He wrestles kind of like a big guy, but he's thin. Right? Like he's not like a thick big guy. So
he's faster than most normal big guys, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is clearly a German. This is a Chinaman. All right. Damon Kemp.
WWE I want is fearless. Imagine, if you would, Gunther as a full-on fascist. Like he already kind of is, but like really lean into it.
Yeah.
Bring Dexter Lumis in. Look at that man. That's Aryan perfection. If I've ever seen it.
Instead, they have him. He's a faux serial killer.
Oh, is he? Oh god.
Yeah. The reason why he's named
better than a fascist, I guess.
Yeah, the reason why he's named Dexter Lumis is it's a callback to Dr. Loomis from Halloween.
Right, and then of course Dexter's from the TV show.
Yep.
Man, there's a lot of ugly girls in there. Dirty Dominic looks like a girl that has painted on a very, very bad scrubble.
He does need to cut that hair. That hair is a problem.
This is Mysterio's kid, right?
Yeah,
that's him. Yep.
Wow, he looks bad, dude.
They need to give Dominic Dijakovic his friggin' name back.
Yeah, dude, he looks bad. Dude, cut that damn mullet. What the hell you doing? Get rid of the scrubble. You can't grow it. Goodness gracious, that's bad. Put a mask on that thing.
Okay, to be fair, that's actually part of the gimmick.
Yeah.
What, a metrosexual is part of the gimmick?
He's supposed to look lame.
Yeah.
All right.
He's
He
because he's
is by
supposed to.
far the most over heel, besides The Rock, because he came in
Yeah.
and just took over. He's the most
Yeah.
over heel in the company. Dominus. He doesn't even get to talk. They'll just boo him right out of the building.
Okay, we got a Deject. All right, we got a Dragon Lee.
Who's actually very, very good.
Well, he should change his name to Steamboat. Okay.
Well, the funny thing is he's not. I don't think he's Japanese.
Well,
I think he's
Ricky
Mexican.
was part something, for sure. But I loved
He
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat back in the day, man. He was good.
Yeah, Dragon Lee. He's actually Mexican.
Mexican. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, he's what's his name's little brother? He's Rush's little brother, isn't he?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I think so.
interesting.
Yeah.
Dude, this roster is ridiculously huge, though.
This is
It is.
nothing compared to AEW's.
And AEW.
Their roster is so bloated, it's ridiculous.
Drew Gulak somehow. Apparently, nobody believes Ronda Rousey. So Drew's little what's the word, controversy was a non-controversy recently with Ronda, where she was on TV and she said that
she said he grabbed
her
he tried to grope her. Yeah.
Basically implying he tried to grope her. And
What did he grab?
Her drawstring, like on sweatpants drawstring.
Mm-hmm.
According to Drew, he was shaking everyone's hand, and he just happened to basically catch it when he was going to shake her hand, and he apologized. It was like, it was just like an awkward moment. It wasn't like he was trying to, rub on her cooch. He wasn't after no puss. And she tried to make it out like it was sexual assault. This is how this company treats women.
Yeah. Well, let's be fair. In that interview, she also claimed that she was the best fighter in the fighter of all time.
Now that sounds like kayfabe, because I've heard her. No, seriously, because I've heard her in a straight up interview from her fighting days, and she seemed quite reasonable.
No, she's been gone from WWE for what, like 4 or 5 months now.
Something like that.
She's talking about she wants to try to make a return to
You sure that wasn't kayfabe?
Nope. She's writing a book. She's basically hawking her book, and one of the things that she said in it was she tried to say on the interview was that she's the best fighter of all time.
Jester, I have a proposition for you. I don't know if he can act or not, but if he can, what would you say to Drew playing Conan the Barbarian?
Maybe.
Drew McIntyre?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That he's got that Scottish accent is pretty deep.
It's very thick.
Well, to be fair,
very thick.
I mean, he is a Sumerian, so
yes.
I mean, technically, it falls in the Gales, right? I'd have to get rid of the beard, have to cut that hair. I don't know. He doesn't want to cut the hair though. I don't know. He's got the build for it, but I don't think he has the face for it.
And I don't think he's got the acting chops for it.
Hollywood, right? If he could act, I mean, maybe.
I think he's great.
I'm more looking at the ladies, to be honest with you. The one on the left, she got no titty, but she's kind of cute. The one in the middle and the man in whatever that is on the right, woof.
Well, the one in the middle is Jade, the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not attractive.
The one in the back is Naomi, who actually got a nicer body than that. I gotta wonder if they made her put that suit on because of Jade.
Maybe. Yeah, but dude, look at that face.
Well, they also have
look
her
at
with
that face.
Ridiculous.
Oh well, yeah, dude.
With these bangs, she just looks horrible.
Yeah,
just horrible.
Looks like Wesley Snipes in drag, which we've seen before.
Yeah.
No, Bianca is genuinely beautiful. She's a genuinely beautiful.
Which one?
The one you said is pretty.
She's cute. Yeah. She is sans
and
titties for damn sure. Unfortunately,
even though she's made it work because she's such a phenomenal wrestler, they insist on her having this EST character, and it's just not who she is. She's actually a sweetheart of a woman. I don't know why women in WWE aren't allowed to just be wholesome.
Oh, she's a hardcore feminist character.
She's got to be she's got to be a bad bitch.
She's like a bad bitch. She's every black girl in movies nowadays. How they're all the same character. That's basically what.
Yeah, well, any woman really.
Yeah.
But
that's not who she is, though.
It's annoying.
Like if you see her outside of it, she's totally not that at all. She's a complete sweetheart of a girl.
She's like a homebody mom.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. I don't know why she can't. She literally makes her own gear, Chester. Like she sews it herself.
Oh, that's cool. We once again don't care. Duke Hudson looks like a dick.
He is.
Yeah. His name's Duke. So that would check out.
Eddie Thorpe. I don't know what you're doing here, buddy.
Yeah.
He looks like an accountant.
He
Yeah.
does. This
That's
Edris
that's
Enofe. Actually,
Yeah.
he's got a look though. You could do something with that guy.
yeah. Eddie Thorpe is the QT Marshall of NXT.
Oh God. Okay. Throw punch. Elton Prince. Oh, we're not gay at all. All right.
They're hyper metrosexual.
That's
Yeah.
certainly metrosexual. Electra Lopez. Fallon. No. Eric.
So-
yes, Mr. Viking. My brother.
Eric and Ivar, I think they need to drop the whole Viking shtick. Not
Dude,
entirely though.
They need to
They
go
just
back
need
to what they
drop
were
it being
doing.
This literal. Let
Yeah.
them be like bikers or something. and
That's what
be
they were in
Vikings that way.
NXT.
Yeah, just do that.
Yeah.
It makes
They
way
were
more
like
sense.
bikers.
Yeah.
But Vince is like, oh, they're called what they were originally called what?
Viking Raiders.
War Raiders. They were called
War
the War
Raiders,
Raiders. Vince like, no, we're gonna call them the Viking Experience.
Wow.
Yes, that's right. That
Wow.
was their name. I forgot.
Yeah. Oh
Jeez.
God.
Jeez.
It's
Well,
the Vince just keeps on giving.
There's a certain type of character that WWE, I guess now, has tried to recreate in incredibly unsuccessful manners, and that is the Road Warriors.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Road Warriors, and they keep trying to find a way to recreate it, and they just fail over and over and over again. And I think what they're missing is the Road Warriors. Yes, they had that whole shtick going on, but those guys were just rowdy, beer drinking badasses that would just fuck you up for fun.
They started
Yep.
off as bouncers. Both of them
Yeah,
did.
no, I know.
They're your
And I'm
people.
just saying, you
Your
have to go look for those people.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those men exist, and they're very dangerous and terrifying. They just like to hurt people,
It's my people.
and that's who they
You
were.
watch what you're talking about.
You're thousands of miles away. I can say whatever I want to
That
you,
is true.
you
That
gorilla.
is true. Finn Balor, I seem to remember this guy's a pretty good wrestler.
He's a
a
great wrestler.
phenomenal wrestler.
He's an amazing wrestler. He deserved a lot better than he's gotten in
does.
WWE.
Another one, a victim of Vince's hatred
Yeah.
for small guys.
A guy who was another one of Triple H's favorites that got hurt, and Vince was like, "Oh, well, then we're done with him."
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember he was way better than that Darby O'Gill guy.
Yes. Finn will make a phenomenal trainer when he's done. He already is one.
Oh God, yeah.
But when he gets to be able to do that full time, he'll be another level.
Yeah.
I get the feeling he's going to end up if he doesn't end up working for the Performance Center in NXT, because that's where he really thrived in the WWE system was in NXT. He might go back to New Japan and do the US dojo here, because he still has a lot of connections in New Japan.
Yeah. Now I still remember my brain is telling me he was a pretty solid wrestler.
He is.
Now this
he's
Giovanni
awesome.
Vinci guy, I have no clue who he is, but he looks freaking monstrous.
Really good wrestler, no personality.
Oh, well.
It's just a good picture. He's not he's jacked, but he's not huge.
I see. Yeah, he
But
looks like a
really good wrestler.
Yeah. What
God, Grayson
should
Waller,
I even
fuck
bother
that
to
guy.
even mention this guy's name?
Only if you want to like smack him in the face. I can't stand this dude.
Okay, Gunther.
There he is.
That's my boy.
There he is.
Nah.
That guy should be running Hydra.
Yeah, he should, dude.
Get him some
He's got the
Castle,
perfect
let him be
face.
that guy.
He's got the
Don't
perfect
be afraid of him.
That's Baron von Strucker right there.
Yeah, it is,
Oh
dude.
my God.
It is.
If he can act, do it. Marvel, do it. I might even watch. Maybe. Let's not get crazy. But
No.
I might.
Nah,
Dude, look
he
at
has the
Seth.
perfect face for what he's doing. Yeah.
God damn it. Seth looks I hate that gimmick so much. God almighty,
That's what
man.
Seth wore to the ring on night one of WrestleMania, Jesse.
Oh.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
I don't know
It's
what this
so
is.
bad.
Or night
This
2, I'm
is
sorry. I don't know
Rio
what this
de
is.
Janeiro Carnival.
In Philadelphia? Doesn't make sense.
Well, you know.
That doesn't make sense at
It's-
I mean, it made more sense than the Egyptian thing. Crap.
all.
Sorry.
That's true.
That's fair enough, Ben. We have a Guru Raj.
Yeah.
He looks
Looks
like
like a
he
nice guy.
needs a candy bar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's
He looks
an
like a
okay
pleasant-
performer. He's another guy that doesn't
Hank
have much of a
Walker. I
personality.
like that name. I don't know about him, but that
He's
name's
terrible.
Hank Walker. Sounds like
he's
a
terrible. Ilya
80s
Drugunov,
cowboy.
dude. That dude's a little freaking fireplug, mean little son of a bitch.
I like Ela.
Dude, you want to see a really great match with Gunther when he was still called Walter? Him versus
it's
Ilya
coming.
Drugunov. Oh my God! It was in an empty arena. This is during pandemic. He killed Ilya Drugunov, dude.
Yes.
Oh my God, that
And he
match was.
He's Russian. He's like, listen,
Yeah,
listen, I'll just keep coming if you want. If that's how we're doing it, I won't quit. They don't quit, them Russians.
that's
Crazy
one
people.
of those matches where they got together and says, "Listen, I want you to make this look good. So
Beat
I want
the
you
shit
to
out of
actually beat the shit out of me."
It's like a Roddy Piper and Valentine.
Yeah. Dude, I'll
Yep.
tell you what, man. Dude, there were some times like that match was literally so brutal. There were people that were like they wanted Triple H taken to task for it for allowing it to happen.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting. That's
It
cool when
was-
the wrestlers do that stuff, though, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Yep.
Ben, am I supposed to find Indy attractive here?
I hope.
That's Dexter Loomis's girlfriend.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what
Now,
I'm
if
supposed
you
to
like
think
the
about this one.
redheads,
She doesn't look enough like Brock Lesnar's daughter, so I think no.
Oh, fair. Just
You like
remember,
the redhead,
Chad, when you
Chester.
pick on Rhea, Ben gets upset.
He doesn't like it.
You don't like it.
She's
Yeah.
every one of his boxes, Chester. She ticks them all.
Does he?
Everyone.
Listen,
Does she?
there is nice Ben, and then there is vindictive Ben.
That's fair.
Right?
That's fair.
And Fundero and I, we have nice Ben for the most part, but
Yes.
you have risen vindictive Ben.
Oh, fair.
I just call him libtard. You besmirched Rhea.
I did
There's
multiple
level.
times. I've
You
lost
can call
count.
me. You can call me a libtard. You can call me a fucking liberal, whatever you want. But you go after Rhea, and it's fucking on. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fair.
fighting
That's fair.
time.
No, I wouldn't call you a libtard.
I would.
No, he's
Day
not
the
a
dream
libtard.
of
He's a
having real shit
classical
on my
liberal,
face
is
will
what
happen.
Anyway, moving on. There's Ivar. Yeah, you're right. They need to go biker with these guys.
Yeah,
Ivy, what am I supposed to think about this Ivy Nile? I don't know what I'm supposed to think.
Exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Is it
There you go.
another dude?
No, she's a chick, but
Oh.
she's
She's
just.
a chick,
There's a
but
lot.
she-
This is a big thing right now, Chester, with the younger ladies. Is they are gym girls and they get jacked like this. This is a big
Yeah.
thing that's going on with the younger generation.
Yeah, but it
So.
doesn't mean anything.
I know.
I'm sexy, no matter how I look.
Look
at my
how manly
pecs.
I look.
Dude, I'd take the little Japanese beer girl any day.
Oh, he is a
Io's
cutie, man.
probably fun. I'll be honest. She's probably a good time.
Okay. All right. Let me keep moving down here. I don't know
Jake.
what you're supposed to be, but stop looking at me. Stop it. Okay. Here's that Jade girl, another jacked up.
Yep.
I don't know about
Yep.
that. Not pretty girls, dude. Why are there dwarves? That's a dwarf.
dude, that dude, I've made fun of this dude's head so many times. The thing that's funny is he's actually
a dwarf, right?
He's not.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he's fully sized man. He just doesn't
He's
look
like 5 foot. He's like 5'10", 5'11", but he's got a giant freaking head.
He looks like
And a
he
weird
looks like a
build.
dwarf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know
He's a
he looks
pretty
like.
good
That's like
wrestler,
I said JD McDonough, Chicken Nugget is the world's largest dwarf.
Wow.
Yep.
He looks like it. You know what? We need some dwarfs though. The Hornswoggle was freaking epic, dude.
Dude, have you ever met him, Dylan, before? He's actually pretty cool.
I've seen him online doing it. He was getting in Peter, whatever his name's is, ass for messing with little people's job opportunities.
Yeah, he's actually a really base guy.
Yeah, no, he's cool. Hornswoggle's freaking awesome, dude. We love Hornswoggle. What are you talking about? They absolutely adore that guy. You need some good dwarf fighters, man. And good guys. They fill in a lot of good spots, and those guys are tough as shit, dude.
He's still really popular on the indie circuit. He's really good friends with
awesome. They
with
don't
a lot
have
of
any
people.
dwarves now?
Nope.
They have some.
Huh.
But not in WWE.
Well, let's talk about a minute this thing that the Uso is doing over here with that stupid ass little Urkel rapper.
Poor little Wade. He had one bad performance, and it just happened to be the one Justin.
I've never seen him before, but that was dumb ass. No, that was lame, dumb ass shit.
I'll get Wayne back on. I'll get you back on Wayne's side. When BLM was kicking off, he was given an interview and they tried to play the old race card with him, and he basically said, "No, I've never seen any racism." That's what he said.
Well,
His
all
words.
his
Well-
money coming out of white people anyway.
And that's
Well, no,
exactly
when he
what he
talked
said.
about, like,
he said, when
when
I'm
he-
looking out at my audience, there's just as many white people as there are black people. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
That's
but
what he said.
Well,
sucks balls.
he was also talking about how when he got messed up and the cops busting his house and he's lying on the ground dying. All the
Yep.
black cops just stepped over top of him, kept working, and it was a white cop that saved him.
Of course.
That white cop said, "What are you doing, stepping over this baby?" And he picked him up and ran him out of the.
That's right. That's
Right.
right. Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you. It's the first time I ever heard the guy, but it was bad. It was
It's
really, really bad. He ain't no Snoop Dogg. That for sure.
Well, who
Yeah.
is? Let's be fair. Who is?
And the
Snoop's
yeet gimmick is
entertaining no matter
stupid.
what he does.
That's
He's
true.
amazing.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm going to stop smoking." How long that last?
No, that was a gimmick. That was it.
That was a thing for grills.
Like
Yeah.
grill thing.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna stop smoking meat.
Oh, Chester.
Yeah.
Snoop's there. Did you see him? He's at WrestleMania too, as well.
Yeah.
I didn't see
He was a
him. No.
commentator
Yeah.
in that street fight that you didn't see. Check that out because he's hilarious.
Yeah, I got to
the
check
whole time.
out day 2. Now, I am, Jay, I don't know what the hell he was doing in that match I saw, but he is a great wrestler, though, Jay Uso. So I don't know what the hell that shit was. Jerry Lawler still commentating, still doing his thing, huh?
No.
He's
just
on a
legends
Legends contract.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
They
Well,
just pay him for breathing, basically.
well, I mean, he can work the mic as a commentator, though. I mean, he can.
Oh, yeah,
he
but
probably
he's
could
just
still.
no.
But he's
actually a
there's no
really good
reason
artist
to.
too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love Jerry.
Yeah.
I grew up with Jerry. Him in that thing he did with Andy Kaufman and that whole kayfabe was great. I remember that shit.
Who told Jimmy that his whole character needs to be he just smelled a fart? That's the
I
face
know,
he's
that's what
got
it looks
all
like.
the time.
I'm surprised Jinder Mahal is still around. Boy, he did not age well.
He's barely around.
Yeah.
He came back
They
just
tried.
briefly for freaking The Rock to beat up, and then he disappeared again.
Yeah,
That's
he
interesting.
came back, killed him. Yeah, they brought him back to try to put over Indus for the third freaking time.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Joe Coffey, never heard of it. Joaquin Wild, never heard of it.
You might like coffee. Coffee's all right.
Yeah,
You might
Coffee's not bad. Joe
Who-
Gacy, ugh.
Oh, John Cena's still around.
Joe
no,
Gacy
who?
looks like a retarded Kevin Owens. That's what he looks like. Like he has Downs.
Yeah, he looks like that fat actor guy.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be like a cult leader.
Who was the guy way back in the day? This is a long time ago, Ben, when you were here and Seth was really into wrestling at that time. There was a South African guy who was really good flyer. Really good flyer. What was his name?
Bourne? Talking about
Alex
Evan
Wright?
Bourne?
No, that doesn't sound right. He was from South. He's South African. He was
From
a legacy
how
wrestler.
long ago we talking? How long ago we talking?
12 years ago.
No, more than that. This is going to be like 14, 15 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. He was a really, really good flyer. Pretty boy. Legacy wrestler from South Africa. White kid.
Justin
Sure it
Gabriel.
wasn't Evan Bourne? Justin Gabriel. Yep, that's exactly who it was. Yep. If it was a South African guy, yeah. Justin Gabriel's from South Africa.
Where's he?
Yep. Good question.
Because he was seriously good flyer, dude. I mean,
I
he
think
wasn't
he's-
quite Jeff Hardy level, but boy, was he close.
Is it shit? I think is
Good
he
question. I don't
wrestling under his I think he's back wrestling under his real name PJ Black.
Oh, okay.
Like AEW or something?
He's on the independent circuit right now.
Yeah, I think
I
he's
see.
doing some stuff for like New Japan and things like that.
Oh, I see. Well, it's because I remember he was pretty solid, dude. Seth loved that guy. John.
Hey, look, they actually got Johnny Gargano's face to do something. Just anything.
All right.
Other than looking like he's been punched recently.
Yeah, he just always looks like he's just been slightly offended. That's his
Yeah.
face.
Oh, I
It's
see.
very weird.
I see.
But not there. There he actually looks like a human being and not a meme.
Now,
So
tell me if I'm wrong. Now, John, of course, has become an actor now, and actually, he's pretty fair at it. To be, he's not bad at it.
he's a better actor than he was a wrestler. I'll say that.
But he looks like he's lost some weight, dude.
Yes.
He's slimmed way down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he is getting older now. It
He
gets
is,
harder and
he is.
harder.
And he's trying to be a Hollywood lead man, so
Well, I mean, he's not bad at it. For
He
what he's
needs to
doing.
get hair plugs though and quit being dumb. Like you got the money, there's no reason to be bald anymore. Just go do it, John.
Yeah, no, I noticed last time I saw him wrestling, he's definitely fading a lot. But
David,
yeah.
only
He's
Jason Statham is allowed to be bald and hot. That's the rules,
well,
John.
that is
So
the
you got to
rule. That is the
figure it
rule.
out.
Well,
Well, no, not just Jason Statham, right? You know, we got Patrick Stewart. He's also he's
well, that's
legacy.
true.
Yeah,
Well,
but
That's
yeah,
true.
but
Patrick
he's
Stewart, yeah,
97,000 years
He
old.
has the Alzheimer's though, Ben.
yeah. Patrick
Yeah,
Stewart
he's
got
still-
about 5 years ago. He finally got old.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
He
So-
did. He always looked it. Remember back when David Lynch Dune, he looked exactly the same as he did, like
Yes, he
2
did
weeks ago.
age.
Up until
Dude,
about
back
5
with
years ago,
Excalibur.
yeah.
What was
Yeah.
that, Ben?
He looks exactly like he did back in Excalibur.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. He's an amazing actor, to be fair.
He looked like he was 40 when he was 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always did. But he's a really good actor. But he's kind of his mind's gone on him a little bit. But John's Peacemaker.
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker season 2 is coming out soon, so we'll see. Let's see.
John's
Don't know.
the hardest. He might be the hardest working man in Hollywood. He's put out so many movies in the last 5 years. I don't know how he slept.
John
It's
Cena.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's put out a lot of shit.
He's all right. He's not bad. There's a few of these guys that make the transition. Dwayne certainly did it. It's probably the most successful transition, I'd say, is Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But then again,
Dwayne Johnson, if he wants to be, will be president of this country. I hope you understand that.
Yep.
yeah, but was he born in America or Samoa?
Yes.
No, he was born in America. I
Are
think
you
he was
sure?
born in.
I think he was born in Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Because when I was living in Hawaii, he was doing his whole fire dancer thing over at Brigham Young's luau thing they had.
Hayward, California.
Oh, okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
that makes more sense. That's probably when his dad was over in the West Coast circuit.
Yeah. But yeah, because his father was a legacy wrestler as well.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So man, Rocky Johnson.
Yeah, but I mean, pretty good. Although I do enjoy me some Dwayne Johnson movies. He does not hold the greatest wrestler movie of all time, though.
Oh, that's for sure. And I know what you're gonna. I want to hear it. Let me hear it.
I know what it is.
Yep.
I think it had something to do with commandos and babysitters.
Oh, you son of a bitch! How dare
No.
you?
They live. Ryder Piper, baby.
There we go.
You did. That was good. You got us both.
Thank
You
you.
had us set
Thank
up,
you.
and you got us both. I'll
Thank
give
you.
you credit.
I was going to go with Zeus for a minute, and I was like, no, back up.
Oh God. Oh God, Hogan.
God.
No. Why, Hogan?
It's so bad.
Jeez.
It's so bad. But no, I mean, Ryder Piper holds that title, and no one's taken it from him yet. Right?
That movie's phenomenal.
It is
still holds
freaking
up to this
awesome.
day.
One of the best fight scenes in any movie ever, and I'm including Jackie Chan movies.
It's really good.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
freaking
that.
awesome, dude. Yeah,
The fight seems so legendary. They recreated it on South Park.
Did
Yes,
they?
they
Yeah.
did.
It's
Yeah,
so good.
it was Jimmy the Cripple and
Oh
Timmy,
yeah, I forgot about that.
Jimmy and Timmy. Yeah. Cripple fight.
Jimmy!
Listen. Yeah. If you haven't seen that movie yet, what the hell's wrong with you? That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, you
They
should
Live,
definitely watch
just so those of you who don't know, and of course, They Live is more than just a great wrestling movie. It's one of the great classics of all time. And if you're
I agree.
curious about that fight, you understand why it was so good. Not you got Ryder Piper, who is the man anyway. We got creepy-eyed Meg Foster, which is interesting. Peter Jason is in it as well, but Keith David, baby,
Keith David.
all day.
Yeah. Dude, freaking Meg Foster was hot back then, though.
She was, but her eyes are
Wasn't
creepy
bad.
as shit, dude.
They were.
But yeah, no, Keith David, Ryder Piper fight scene, the movie's worth it just for that. But honestly, it's way better than that anyway. It's got so much greatness going on. Anyway, what am I doing here? I don't know any
There's
of you.
Kyrie.
Kyrie is
Kyrie,
Kyrie's the
girlfriend.
cutest one there. Liv Morgan, okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, she's
Yeah.
cute. This Carmen Petrovich, she's kind of that classic Norwegian beauty.
You know what's kind of crazy about Liv Morgan? Well, she's the girl over there in the corner there, Chester. I don't know if you know the
Oh,
one in the
this
big
one,
picture, yeah.
this one with
Yeah.
the dad bod.
It's her. Well, she's also that's just not a good picture. But she's also a very wholesome girl. Her and whoever she's with, she lives on a farm. That's how
Well,
she lives her life.
she
when
was
she's not
with Bray
wrestling.
Wyatt for a while.
I love how
Yeah.
you
Well, she
keep
was
trying
with,
to convince me that they're
Taylor.
not whores.
I'm telling you, I don't think she is. I think she plays one. She
Well,
has
I don't.
that
I
energy.
wouldn't. Well,
I think that's
well, the thing is,
fake.
Sundara, I wouldn't make the assumption anyway. These are actors.
Correct.
So,
But my point is her character is very not whorish. That's the wrong word, but it's in that vein, right?
well, they
It's got a
usually
lot of
do.
flirtiness,
Titillating.
TNA.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
And
Am I wrong? Is this Carmen not attractive? She looks kind of attractive.
She don't do nothing for me.
She's your type. I think I can see why you'd think she's attractive. Yeah,
All right.
I believe that.
Let's see, we got
Where is she? Getting close to her. I think I see.
Kayla something. Let's see.
Caleb Braxton.
There's
Carrion
Cross.
Cross. Okay.
Yep.
There she is. Kalani Jordan. Oof. Love me, Kalani.
Oh yeah.
Kalani Jordan, chest.
Kind of cute.
That's not a great picture. First of all, she's a lot prettier than this picture. But she is a very long and lean, athletic build. Just
I like
body.
those things. I like that look. Look at how freaking jacked Orton is. Jesus.
Oh,
dude, when he came back after his injury, dude, he was friggin' jacked.
Look at those legs. He could pull the fucking Washington Monument.
Well,
Jesus.
You need to watch that match because the part he's talking about where he kicks the guy in the Prime Bottle suit. Now you know why the dude literally flew across from one side of the ring to the other. Just kicked him.
So jacked. Those legs, dude.
Yeah.
Tree trunks.
Randy's always had like a real strong base, though.
No, Randy is the quintessential wrestler, is what he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always has been. And he's paid off for Vince for decades.
Oh yeah. I actually, unironically, think I would rather him beat Ric Flair's record than Cena. I'd rather him get.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Oh,
absolutely, dude. But the thing with Randy though, he's been doing this so long, he must have a kid coming up somewhere.
Oh, he's got like.
He's got no, I don't think he has a son. I think his oldest kid is his daughter, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Does he have any boys?
I don't know if he has any. Oh, does he? Let's look. Let me look.
Yeah, he had a son that was born in.
Yeah, Michael Orton is 21 at this point.
That's what I mean. He's got to have some kids coming up, right? I wonder if they're going to get into the business.
He has 3 boys. Robbie, I believe, is the oldest. He's 19.
All right, there you go. Yeah, no, it's going to be a while, but they're.
Oh wait, no, actually, no. Michael is the oldest. Michael's 21.
That's what I'm saying. Michael's the oldest. He's like 21.
Yeah, Michael's 21. Robbie's 19, and Anthony is 13.
Which, if he got in now, would be basically the same age Randy did.
Yep.
Right on his early.
Are any of them in the business though?
I don't think so.
Oh well. Because Randy's a third generation, isn't he?
Well, because Michael isn't his biological son. That's his that's his stepson.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah,
well. His actual his only biological son is Anthony.
Oh, really?
Oh wait, no. Anthony is they're all stepkids.
Yep.
That's interesting. How'd that work out?
The only biological child of him and his current wife is his daughters.
Well, I'm just saying it would be a shame because he, like I said, he is third generation, man. There's a few of them, right?
I thought he had
the Orton name going.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so. Why are you so gay?
That's his tag partner. That's their whole gimmick.
Jesus.
They're supposed to make you uncomfortable with their metrosexuality.
I did see Kofi the other day. You're getting older. I can see you're older, Kofi, but you did a good job being a babysitter.
We love Kofi.
Got that same chest issue that Jericho's got.
Yeah.
I think, unironically, I think I have that chest problem because my pecs just will not close like they should.
Well, it's a pectoral separation, right?
Yeah,
I think I have that.
Too often, and the fibrous muscle tissue starts separating.
Yeah, it's an injury thing. Yeah.
Too many chops.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
he said that. Yeah, he said that the reason why that happened is because the Big Show slapped him in the chest.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Take that.
Well,
Yeah,
he's lucky he didn't, knock his heart through his chest, so he should
right.
be
Yeah.
happy.
Well, dude, Big Show. I mean, one of the problems with Big Show, I've seen him in a few good matches with people who can handle it, but that guy is, treating everything like cardboard, right? It's
Yeah.
hard for him to really just go.
CM
he
Punk
said
one time said that he used to love working with Show because he didn't have to do anything. He would just if he wanted you somewhere, you were going there. Didn't
Right,
matter.
right,
So
right,
that's
right. How am I supposed to think about Lexus King?
no,
uh,
that
that's
that is
Brian
Brian
Pillman's
Pillman's son.
Oh, okay.
There's
There's
it's a
Liv,
terrible
there's
character.
Logan. Whoa,
Okay.
Lucian, my boy. That's the picture you got there, buddy. Holy shit.
Yep. Okay. Another mafioso type here.
Yeah, they got a
That's a
whole family.
German, obviously.
That's one
Ludwig
of
Kaiser.
that's one of Gunther's guys.
It's one of
in,
your
Yeah.
brothers from another mother there, Ben.
That's right.
Luke Gallows is still alive.
He is still alive. Yes, he's still alive.
Yeah,
And
doesn't
he
really
still
do much
wrestles
right now.
on a semi-regular basis.
I don't think I think it's what's been like a month and a half, 2 months, but since they've been on TV.
Yep.
Him and Luke Gallows, him and Kevin Anderson show up every once in a while and then disappear.
Him and Carl Anderson.
Carl Anderson, yeah.
We got a Valkyria. I don't know what that is. Malik must be an NXT kid.
Malik Blade.
Yeah.
So is Valkyria.
This roster is ridiculous, dude. Is this another dwarf?
Well, no. To be fair, a lot of the people on here are on Legends contracts, or they're announcers or backstage
The
people.
hell is Megan Morant? Is that some announcer? Or
She's a backstage person. Maxine Dupree, the worst friggin' female wrestler on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty bad.
Okay.
Bad. Yeah.
I don't know what this Maiko. She's being a Maiko, which keep in mind a Maiko. You guys know the word geisha, but a Maiko is they're the ones that kind of do all. It's like in a hospital. You have a doctor, and then the nurses do all the work. Well, the Maiko are the one that do all the work. The geisha are usually older, the kind of premier ones, but most of what you would call a geisha are actually done by the Maiko. So her character is Michael Satomura. So, and
she's
is
actually
bad
a
ugly.
legend.
Can I just ask, why does Michael Cole look like he just started a line of cocaine?
He did.
Because he did.
Because he
He
did.
probably did.
Because
that
holy
picture's an
shit.
old picture too. Michael
That is a harsh
engaged
woman.
with it. Yeah, Michin. I don't get the appeal.
That's Keith Lee's wife.
There's Montez Ford. Look at him.
He looks like a comedian from movies in the past.
You look
Chris
like a
Tucker.
Wayne brother.
He does look like a Wayne's brother.
Yeah.
You were right. Mr. Stone, no idea, whatever. Let's see here. We're getting to MVP. What?
He's a manager.
Oh, that makes sense. He was a solid wrestler though. I liked MVP.
Yeah,
I don't know what this stop whatever you're doing, Natalia.
That's Jim Neidhart's daughter. That's Brett's niece.
All right.
and her face is no longer her face. It is just plastic.
Yeah, it's all plastic. But she is legit one of the best women wrestlers of all time.
All right. I don't know what a Nikki Cross is or a Nia Jax. Nathan Frazier looks like he should be with that gay tag team.
She's a crazy Irish woman.
Oh, there it is then.
Can someone explain to me why Nick Aldis is not wrestling?
I don't know, dude. Because I don't know.
He's the same age as Cody and them, and he is.
I know,
and
dude. He was the number one guy in NWA, and the only reason I've watched that freaking show for years.
Yep, he's phenomenal on the mic, as we've seen as general manager. He's done great, and he's a good worker. I don't know. I mean, if he doesn't want to, that's fine, but I don't know why they don't want him to. Like, why?
Nikita Lyons, she's all ass.
This
Noam Dar, I don't even care. Obafem, that's a big boy. Is Odyssey Jones? Is he supposed to be the new Mark Henry?
I don't know. I hope not.
No, he's a big guy, but he's not the next Mark Henry.
Now, Chester, you want to see an actual living human giant? That's Omos. No doubt.
Yeah, a living human giant that can't work for shit.
He cannot work, but he is a absolute giant titan of a
Yeah.
man.
Big guy.
He's
He
seven. What
is
is
he
he,
is
7'4"?
the quintessential Vince McMahon hire.
Yep.
Oh, I see. What is he, like a 7+ footer or something like that?
I want to
7'3",
say
yep.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a big old basketball guy.
Yeah.
Big old Nigerian.
Now I
Yeah.
seem to remember liking Otis for some reason.
Otis is good. Yeah.
He's another collegiate dude. He's another dude that's like actually got some legit skills.
Yep.
But he was in a tag team called Heavy Machinery, and that's when that they were actually a pretty good tag team. And then of course Vince broke them up because it's Vince.
Yeah, I
Because
seem to
it's
remember
Vince.
seeing him wrestle. Paul Heyman still alive. You go, dude.
The man, it's no one better. He makes
No.
any storyline 100 times better.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
his,
Paul's awesome. Him and RJ, right?
His Hall of Fame acceptance speech was fantastic too.
Yeah,
yeah.
Paul, he's got the gift of gab, dude.
Yeah.
But he's also real smart at building and selling kayfabe.
Yep.
No, stop it, Piper. Okay. RTruth, yes, all day. Thank you, sir. Randy Orton, the man, forever.
So I gotta shout out the seamstress or whatever she is that made Drew McIntyre's gear, because
Did that in like
apparently
8 hours or something.
That's his
crazy,
wife.
UPS lost his entire gear that he was supposed to wear at
Really?
Mania,
Yeah.
and the seamstress stayed up all night and remade it for him.
Wow,
Yeah, that's his
that's
wife.
cool.
His wife. That was his wife.
That's cool. It's nice to hear a lot of these guys are married with kids, man.
It's a it truly
Yeah.
is a different era in wrestling. Like, it's not degenerates. In fact, they seem to kick those people out. They don't want nothing to do with it.
Now,
Good.
Mr. Mysterio,
Yes.
I know you're mysterious and all, but please retire. Please, sir.
He will soon, I'm sure. He's
Please,
already a Hall of
please.
Famer, so
Yeah.
Oh, nothing to see
he's
here.
just doing it to
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
How dare you, Chester Jupiter Busby, my girl.
That's your girl.
I'm
Rhea.
gonna tell you what, that outfit is doing nothing for Jade, man.
I was gonna. Yeah, I'm not sure
Yikes.
what's going on with that. Yeah, but the problem they got with Rhea though, Ben, is they got no one to work with her, dude.
That's fine. Let her
She's beating
dominate the
everybody.
women's division. I am
For 20 years.
fine watching her kick the shit out of every female wrestler.
All right, there you go. Now Ricochet, I remember him being actually pretty good.
Oh my
He is
god,
very
Ricochet's
good.
amazing.
Yeah, like I said, dude, go check out that Rev Pro match between him and Will Ospreay. It's like
Did
2
you
mirror
see him
images.
say sorry to Samantha before he hit the 450 on the
Yeah.
table?
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
But yeah, it's like he and Ospreay wrestle almost identical.
I'm
Yeah,
going
do
to throw
they?
it out there because this is an idea I've had for years, and they've toyed with it, but they've never committed to it. But now is the time to do it. They need to stop putting everybody in the heavyweight division and
Yes.
bring back a cruiserweight title and
Yes.
make it a world cruiserweight title.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
let guys like Ricochet, and Ray's still there, so if you need somebody to christen it, he'd be perfect. And let these smaller guys, because they got so many great smaller guys that draw, but it's just a silliness to have them in heavyweight. It just doesn't make sense to the American mind or to fighting fans' mind.
Mhm.
So just don't. Just don't
Yeah.
do
They
that.
need to
Don't put
do
yourself in
the
that
same thing. They need to do the same thing that they did in New Japan, where they have the junior heavyweight title, and it's actually almost on par with the world title,
Yep.
with the heavyweight title, as far as like the prestige of it.
Right.
Like you go back to 2018 when Ospreay was the junior heavyweight champion and Okada was the heavyweight champion, and they have, because what they do is every year after the pay-per-view show after Wrestle Kingdom, those two champions fight each other.
Right.
Mm.
And that match was free. That's the match that really put Ospreay on the map.
I just think it's more than time. You look at this roster. We've gone through most of it now. They have so many guys who are cruiserweights. They're small.
Who were 215
but they're
and under,
phenomenal.
yeah.
They're great workers. Just give them a belt to go after and make it and treat it like a world title. Give it main event slots. You have plenty of guys. You have Finn, you have Ray, you have Ricochet, and a plethora of other Ela. All these guys who we know can main event shows and draw. They've done it. So let them in a division that makes sense for them.
Yeah.
I just don't see any reason not to do it other than weird traditions that they
Dude,
refuse to let go
you
of.
put a friggin' belt like the 24/7 title out there, but you can't do the cruiserweight belt properly.
Yeah, we can't have a World Cruiserweight Championship that main events pay-per-view shows. Why not? Why can't we?
Yeah.
Who says? Who made that rule? Vince? Well, Vince is gone and dead and buried. Can we move on, please?
Yeah, well,
And I think,
not dead, but I get your point.
well,
My
as a specter in the WWE, he's done. It's
right,
over. He's
that's
not
true.
coming back.
Well, we have my Corona here in the chat says Jade should turn heel and face Bailey.
Yeah,
Jade will eventually turn heel because that's what she was in
Yeah.
AEW.
and just
Well,
look
she
like
looks
a
like
heel.
she looks
her
like the
natural
heel of
state.
something.
Yeah, her natural state is to be a heel.
You know what's funny, Chester? Every female that I have shown Jade to finds her.
Finds her what? He cut out.
Cut
we
out.
lost Zero.
Oh no!
Well, she's not attractive. Most of these girls aren't. There's only been a couple of cuties actually. And and to be fair, you really like Rhea, but I have no idea what she looks like. They got her all emo
Dude.
gothed up, dude.
Before they gothed her up, she was a really, really pretty girl.
Yeah.
Very classical looking girl.
Listen, I know we hate like remakes or when we replace like, movies with, had a male action star at the female, but I would love to see like a reimagining of The Crow with her as like the main character because I could believe it. So, and it feeds into her sort of like goth muscle mommy
Well,
whole
I mean,
thing.
she the Crow is a metrosexual character, so
Yeah, totally.
you could
And we've had lots of different Crow renditions. It's not any one person. It's the mythology of a thing
It
that
is.
happened.
No, you're
and then
right. Yeah.
justice is done.
That's true.
And so, like, because they're doing the new Crow. I don't know if you've seen the
It
trailer for
looks
it, right?
horrible.
Oh, we've seen it.
Yeah.
It looks awful. The music's all off for it and such. It's not because that was one of the great things about the original was the soundtrack was just a fucking banger. And
It
now
was, yeah.
now they've done something really awful with it. And I was like, why are we redoing Eric Draven? Like
Yeah,
we've
no,
told
they
that.
shouldn't. You're right. You could put it, and that's a good thing about the Crow. You could put it in any character
I'm
you
not
could use.
opposed to another Crow. We have tons of Crow movies and TV shows. Like, you can do another Crow thing. It doesn't have to be Eric Draven. Let that be fucking Brandon Lee's thing. Like, that's the thing that pisses me off. I'm not against another Crow movie, but don't do fucking Eric Draven.
No,
But-
I
You
agree.
gentlemen hear me now.
Eric.
Yes, we can.
Chester, that's what
Okay.
Rhea looked like before she went goth.
Oh, okay. She let me see here.
I'm sharing it. Right
Oh,
there.
you're sharing it. Okay, let me
Yeah.
see here. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, she's kind of cute. Yeah.
This guy. What I was saying about Jade before my internet decided to have a seizure.
Mhm.
Every female I've showed her to,
Mhm.
because I've had a couple around that I've showed Jade, showed the match or whatever. They're
Right.
enthralled by her.
Why?
I've literally heard she is a perfect woman from another woman.
She's a bad bitch.
Okay.
I don't know if it's that so much. I think it's just because the look is something that, like I said, a lot of women nowadays aspire to this. Like
they want
this
to look
really
like a
muscular-
dude.
Yes, this really muscular,
All
fit
right.
build. A lot of
Alrighty.
women want that now for whatever reason.
She's a powerful woman.
Alrighty. You do you. But
Yeah.
no, Ben, I could see that. If she could act, it could
She
be
can act.
it could
Rhea
be
can
fun.
100%.
Yeah.
I think she can, just because like we were talking about ring psychology and putting on a performance, she can do that really well in the ring, and I think
Yeah.
that's the kind of skill set that translates well into doing cinema.
Well, we saw
Right.
Gina, right, transition into the Star Wars stuff, and I thought she did a
Yep.
pretty good job with the action.
Gina
So, I
Carano.
mean-
She wasn't a wrestler though. She was
Yeah, but
a MMA.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that there's a comparison, right?
Yeah.
Now it ain't no Cynthia Rothrock, it ain't none of
Wow.
that. But I'm just, yeah, I could see it. Is my point. If she can act a little bit, yeah, it might be an interesting Crow story. But yeah, cool. Let's see. Don't care, Mr. Osborne. Is that Rick's son? No.
No.
Is that
No,
Rick? Is that Rick Rude's son?
No, not at all.
Robert Roode is not related to Rick Rude.
Oh, that would have made my day, though.
Yeah, Bobby Roode's not related to him.
Now, Bobby Roode, I'm going to say it right to your face, Chester. He's a better wrestler than Rick was.
Then
But
Rick
he
Rude
just
was?
never got over. Yeah,
No,
he
I
just
don't
never
think he
got
was a
over.
better wrestler than Rick Rude. Rick Rude was an
I
amazing
He
wrestler.
was
He
awesome.
was.
Yeah.
He was. But Bobby never got his. Really, never got. He was another victim of Vince. He never got his chance to shine on the big stage.
That's true, and I'm not saying that Bobby Roode's not great. I'm just saying he's not better than.
I think
No,
in
no.
ring,
I think you're confusing
in-ring
Rick
bell to
Rude with
bell.
Razor Ramon. I think that's what
No.
you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Dude, friggin' Scott Hall was a great wrestler too.
He was, but he wasn't no Rick Rude.
No.
I agree. I think Rick was a better in-ring wrestler than Scott.
Yeah.
However, I think Scott was better at everything else, and he proved
Oh, yeah.
that by helping launch the NWO and making a wrestling boom.
Changing wrestling forever.
Yes, yeah. But no, I genuinely think in the ring, Robert Roode's one of, aside from WWE top guys, he's the best of that generation.
Okay.
Oh, he's
Phenomenal.
like you talk about like guys that came out of TNA. He's one of the
Yes.
top 5.
Oh, interesting. I was instantly, no, is it? Roman, dude, take a break, feel better, man. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what a papola is. Ben, am I supposed to find Samantha Irving attractive?
I think she's attractive.
All right, fine.
That's
I'm allowed.
Montez's.
I think you'd like her personality more than anything.
We get it. You don't like black women unless they're serving you right. We get it.
Is she with? I can't remember. Is she with Montez?
No, she's with Ricochet.
No, she's Ricochet.
Yeah, she's with Ricochet.
No, Ricochet. That's right.
Ricochet. He was apologizing to Samantha before he did the 450 splash.
Yeah. I remember. I don't know why my
I
brain
see.
just got crap.
We got a Sami Zayn and we got a
Old
Sunga.
Sammy.
Let me just say,
the
one of the things,
most-
Samantha is very emotional in her ring announcing, and she purposely doesn't want to know the ends of the matches so she can react in the moment in an emotional way, and it really does a lot of good for her announcing. She is a true fan, and it really shows in her work.
Crying announcing Cody winning is a legendary moment that'll live forever. That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Some people were mad about that. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
She is getting to be the voice of the entire audience right now because it was a huge release of all the bullshit with Vince, of all the bullshit with the Rhodes families dealt with, and on top of that, the amazing story they were telling with Cody, all released in that 1-3 count. Of course, you're gonna feel that emotion. The only thing that was missing from that match was blood. Cody should have bled, and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I
That was it.
thought they didn't allow him cut anymore.
Well, he
No,
just
well,
did it
that was under
2 weeks
Vince.
before. He
Yeah.
just did a couple weeks ago.
Rock busted him open 2 weeks. Yeah, the week 2 weeks before. So
I see. Well, I don't know what Santos is doing. Dude, go find Papa's buried money. What are you doing? Okay. That's 2 Escobar jokes in one show. Okay. Script. Oh God, that's so stupid. I don't know. Stop. Shane McMahon. Oh, please go away. He broken everything. Go away. Seth looks sickly. What's wrong with Seth? He looks sickly. Is something wrong with Seth Rollins?
No,
Yes,
he's got a lot of injuries right now. I think is his big problem.
Okay. Sheamus is still about. Nice.
I think he's coming back in.
Yeah, he's coming back soon. Yeah,
tonight or tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, Sheamus gets good pop. I don't know what this dude Shayna is doing, but that's a dude.
Shayna
for
Baszler.
Sure.
She's
That's
a former MMA. Yeah, she was Ronda's bestie.
Oh, was she? I don't know what a Shotzi is, but stop it. Shinsuke, fuck you. Okay. Let's see here. It's just check
There's a little bit of hostility there.
Yeah, no, this guy pisses me off. Oh, you are so.
Did a man take your last dumpling or something?
No, he might as well have. Although I did, Ben, you know what I had the other day that I've never had before? Someone took the idea of a gyoza, the standard Japanese gyoza, and put shrimp in it, which is Kumoto style, right? And then tempuraed it.
So they fried it before they fried it?
Yeah. And they put basil in it. It was good.
Oh, sounds delicious.
Yeah, it was really good. But this Shinsuke guy pisses me off. I don't know what you are. Solo. That
That's
looks like that
Jimmy.
looks.
That's Jimmy and Jay's brother.
Oh, he looked like a new
Ishii
song.
boy.
Yeah, well, Samoans. Oh, we're just getting into
There's Steph.
what?
Man, Triple H just won because he's a ugly son of a bitch, and Steph's a cutie. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, no,
And
she was a
she's
cute
rich,
girl.
and he took over her daddy's company and kicked him out of it. Like, damn,
Oh no,
Triple H just won.
What
Hunter
did we
wins
just
all day
say
long.
that the other day? Triple H won.
He did.
Like
He just
Yeah.
won. Period.
Stevie Turner.
Tamina, there
Kind
is
of
no
cute.
one Mina.
Tank
Yeah, she's a
Ledger.
little cutie.
Tatum Paxley. Now that looks like a girl I should like.
I've never heard of her before. She must be NXT.
She's NXT.
Yeah, of course, you would like her.
That's my younger years self
Looks like,
speaking.
looks like a
Grimlock.
breadstick with a wig.
They dude.
Friggin' Morticia.
The Miz.
No, do not insult Morticia Adams by comparing
Dude,
her to
Morticia
that.
Adams was smoking hot, dude. Without question. I just don't know these
Good
people so
Tiffany.
much. The Miz, of course, a good worker.
Good old Tiff.
Let's see here. Titus O'Neil's still around. That's nice.
Yep. Tommaso, another great wrestler that doesn't get his due respect.
Yeah, well, this roster is stupid, dude.
Fake. These sons of
Oh, it's deep, man. It's crazy deep.
Valhalla, is she someone's girlfriend? Valentina Ferraz. Okay, fine. Veer. Well, that's a good name, though.
Yep. Can't
It's a
get
shame he's
that
not a
dude over to save their lives.
Can
Yeah.
he work?
No.
That's too
No.
bad, man. He's got a good look and a great name.
Oh yeah, him and Shanky both are giant dudes. They just can't work for shit.
That's too bad, dude.
There
That's
he
too bad.
is. This is the man they need to unleash,
Wade
Mr.
Barrett?
Wade Barrett.
Oh,
They need
yeah.
to just let him be a full heel commentator. 'Cause
Is he
goes
still in the
there-
ring, though?
No, he's a commentator now. He
No.
Oh,
goes
he's a great.
there,
I bet you
and
he's
then
a great
and
commentator.
then he pulls back and starts, saying, "Oh, he's going too far." Nah, fuck all that. Give me the full-on Heenan experience, Wade. I know you want to. You're called Bad News Barrett. Be bad news to these people.
That's true.
Come on.
Yeah.
God, Wendy Chu.
William Regal.
There he is.
he's back.
What are they doing with William, dude? What's up with him, man?
He's working behind the scenes.
Helping mentor young talent again.
Oh, is
Yep.
he, man? Put him on the mic. What the hell?
No, he at this point he said he just wants to help the young talent.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Because that's a company man for all day long right there.
Xavier was
Oh yeah,
it's smirk.
Xavier. Zia Lee.
Xia Li, yeah.
She looks like she's about to fart.
She's another one where she's actually really talented, but because she can't speak English,
Oh, she can't.
Vince is like, we're just gonna put her in every stereotypical Asian gimmick we can think of.
Is she a Japanese girl or is she an actual Chinese girl?
I think she's Chinese, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, then technically Zia. Of course, we're going to say Zia, but her name would be Shia Lee. That's pronounced. You pronounce that Shia.
Yeah.
But
It's
she
Vince,
can't
so it's
speak-
Zaya.
well, whatever. I mean, she can't speak English, so that's a huge problem.
Bit of an issue.
It's a huge. What the hell,
there's a man
ladies? How many steroids have you vacuumed? Jesus.
Zoe, I'm into chicks. Stark.
I bet. I bet. And I'm at the. I
Wanna
finally
see-
found the end. God.
Want to see my dick?
Is this one of those dudes dressed like a girl?
No, but you might as well be.
There must have been. I must have seen a transgender in there somewhere in this day and age.
No,
must
if you want that, you gotta go to AEW.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn,
Or-
The only one of these girls, besides the ones that are already stars that you've passed, that in the very near future, and really already, is going to be a big deal, is Miss Tiffany Stratton. She's already over, and she's done nothing. She just showed up, and she's already over. In the next 5 years or so, she's going to be the queen of this company. Her and Rhea, a little bit of Bianca, and some of the other ones around too. But I think it's going to be those two top.
Well, that's cool. Wrestling is a lot of fun. We love it over here, and it seems like a lot of you guys do as well. And it's always good, and it's good for Cody. I'm happy to see him get what he's due. He's put a lot of hard work in over the years for sure. But I don't know what they're doing because that roster is way too big. It's way too big. I mean,
They don't hardly any of them.
Well, you got well. To be fair, that's also a roster spread over 3 shows.
3. Oh, what? So what do we got? We got SmackDown, Raw, and NXT.
NXT.
Yeah.
Yep.
So still doing the NXT thing, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's their.
I think
minor
NXT is
league.
important for them because they're doing fewer live shows,
Mhm.
right? The non-televised shows. And that can be good because it gives the wrestlers more opportunities to heal, but you still need places for people to come up and train and such.
Yeah,
And
that's
NXT is very much a development one, right? So you get to see it, and there's a lot of fans who enjoy that. They get to see more of the kind of raw talent when it's developing. There's a lot of fans who really enjoy seeing that.
Yeah. Well, they used to, do with the what was that Northwest thing up there in like Washington or Oregon, where it was. They just didn't put it on TV, right? So they were
I think
developing
what
people.
OVW was, right?
Yeah.
OVW was their
Yeah,
developmental,
OBW. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Well,
no, I
Triple
think
H
it's cool.
before Vince came in with a machete and chopped up all his original plans, he had planned to take NXT into a fully global thing and basically almost like rebuild the old NWA territories
Right.
under the WWE brand of NXT. And I would imagine now that he's basically in charge, that's going to happen going forward, which is a good idea. I've always thought that WWE, that's what they should do. They should go around, and if there's companies that are already there killing it, just buy them. Done.
Right. No,
And then,
that's true.
bring them in under the
Yeah.
thing. And then that way you
Well-
can have, like, because remember in the 80s and 90s, even into the 90s, you still had remnants of the territories where people could go and learn in front of smaller audiences. They weren't as, it wasn't as much pressure as it is on the big stage. And that's why you had just this insane supply of talent. It was
Yeah.
just endless, basically.
Yeah, you got to work
So
them
if
up.
they could rebuild that and be in direct control of it, I just don't see a downside to that. And it could maybe even make them a little bit of money on the bottom, but not that they need it. I just see no downside to it. It's actually a good
Well,
idea
and-
by Hunter. Hunter's a very, 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 very intelligent man.
He's a lot more
Um,
open than Vince was too, because we've already seen that they worked with All Japan when they let Shinsuke go over there and wrestle Keiji Muto. They work with TNA when they had Jordan Grace come in for the Women's Royal Rumble.
Yep.
He's a lot more, and they've said that they're a lot more open to doing that kind of thing. So and honestly, that's taking a playbook out of AEW's playbook, and Hunter's probably going to do it better. So
Yeah, no,
Hunter
he seems to be doing a
Hunter
good
seems
job.
to do everything better, to be honest.
Yeah.
I remember I read an article years ago when he was still wrestling, and it could have been a puff piece, I don't know, but basically they went and found his transcript from when he was, in college and stuff, and if those are accurate, he has a really high IQ, and it would make sense that he beat Vince in his own game, crying out loud. Everybody talks about Eric Bischoff did it. Hunter literally did it out from under him. Like he came and stole his whole company from him and his daughter. So, and as we've seen, he's obviously a better storyteller. He's a better writer. He's a better booker in general because he has a plan and he tries to stick to it by and large. He'll audible when it makes sense, but he sticks to his plan when it doesn't make sense.
And he
to
still
audible.
pulls the pop too. Like I saw
Yes.
him introduce, day one, he went out for WrestleMania and he did his whole thing and he got a big pop. So
One thing I think they need to do, they need to shed the Vince skin entirely. And one of the last, well, not one of the last, but one of the major ones that they still have around is the stupid tagline that nobody likes. They're not then now together forever. That's just stupid. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense for a wrestling company to have. And I get where it came from, but they need to move on from it. I honestly think we saw it 2 nights at the beginning of WrestleMania. It should literally if it's going to be the Triple H era, then the tagline for WWE just needs to be "Are you ready?" That's
Yeah.
it. Done.
By the way, 2 nights work so much better than one super long
Oh my
night.
god.
yeah,
Oh
you
my
can
god.
thank New
That's
Japan
such a
for
better
that
idea.
because
I've been advocating they need to do separate the 2 nights by a week and have WrestleMania be a festival, whole week festival, because it already is.
Yeah.
So just make it.
that's what
actually.
that's what they're doing with Wrestle Kingdom now.
Yep.
Huh.
Because Wrestle
Yep,
Kingdom was the
separate
first
'em.
one to do 2 nights, and then they split it up like a week apart.
Well, I do have another chat comment I'd like to get here. It's from my Corona.
Well,
And
I gotta take off, man. I gotta go to work.
yeah, I got me
Later,
too.
bro.
Later, Bob.
Yep.
So Rhea versus Tiffy would be fun, especially if Dom cheats on Rhea with Tiffy. Dude, would get a monster heat for that. Great live chat. It sounds like soap opera to me.
That's what wrestling is.
Yes, I know.
Pro wrestling.
Men's soap opera. Yeah. Pro wrestling. But yeah, no, that's good. I gotta go. I'm way over my time. But nevertheless, that was fun. I knew it was going to be all wrestling day, and that's okay. We have them every now and then. They're fun. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Next week we'll be back to whinge and whine about the entertainment world as usual. So anyway, Grimlock, would you like to say something to the people?
I don't know. Have a good night, everybody.
Well, that's nice. Short and sweet. How about you, Ben? Would you like to say something kindly and, maybe slightly conservative?
Slightly conservative.
Yes, conserve Rhea's cheeks. They need conserving.
Yes. Conserve Rhea's clothing. She doesn't need to wear as much when she wrestles.
That's fair. That's fair.
Conserve the cloth.
That's
Yep.
fair.
Yeah, so that's my conservative nature coming out.
There it is. That's good, Ben. That's good. Now I do have a
Okay,
question.
Ben, wait. I'll do this for Ben. We'll let her go back to having blonde hair. Sheena of the Jungle.
Now I think she looks better as a Raven, to be honest with you.
I don't like blondes. I'm not a big blonde guy.
Well, you
so
married one. What are you talking about?
I was a
So did
redhead.
I, and I don't like them either.
Talking about?
Okay.
I
My
married a
wife
blonde
is
too,
a
and I don't like.
redhead.
Oh.
Well, strawberry blonde. I'll give you that.
Ugh.
Okay.
He's like, why do I talk to
You actually got a bear growl for that one.
let me ask a question though. I hear a lot of time because you said cheeks, and I've been hearing a lot of the lingo of the urbanites these days, saying "clap them
Here we go.
cheeks." Now, is that some kind of reference to the venereal disease clap?
No.
No.
Okay. It would
See,
have been
this is
better
how
if
we
it
know
was.
Chester does not like big round ass. He's not a fan of it
I
because
like
he doesn't even
athletic
understand
women.
the concept of the claps of the cheeks clapping when you're in
Dude,
coitus.
I have
at full
clapped
coitus.
my ass, plenty of my asses. Thank you very much. I
Clapped your
know
own? Wait a minute.
exactly what it
Whoa.
means. All right. And the
That is a
athletic
professional
clap,
clapper. Thank
that
you very much.
athletic ass being clapped sounds way better than some, liquid wave. Jesus.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Chester, you don't know what you're missing.
All right. Now, I've never had sex with a big girl.
Well, they don't have to be big to have a big ass. Rhea's not out of shape, and she's got a nice big old round ass.
Yeah. Well, I've had a big old athletic butts. I'm not talking about those assholes that inject dead fat in their ass. I'm not,
Where are we with this conversation? What are we doing? What
I
is
don't
this?
know.
Told you to be
It's you-
conservative
it's
2
you-
seconds ago. What happened to that, Chester?
I did.
What is this?
It's not. You know what it is? It's bi. Take us out of here, Thunder.
This one you're gonna like, Chester. I've told you this one before, but I think it's a good one. Understand, my boy.
Oh.
Sometimes blessings hurt the most.
Oh yeah. Namaste. Later, everybody.